By Noble. Level up with Noble footwear and apparel.
All right, we are live on YouTube, day 3 of the 2024 NFL Scouting Combine. My camera settings are completely messed up, but we got running backs going to kick us off with 40 times coming up right now. Should be very, very fun. Should get some pretty fast times. We got some athletic running backs. Bucky Irving, Trey Benson could be some of the names to watch. Blake Corum for me. He's a guy with a track background. Then obviously had some knee injury stuff at Michigan. And if you've seen him, obviously doesn't have breakaway type speed. But with his track background, if you're able to, really showcase your technique in this drill, you're going to run pretty fast. So there's a difference between football speed and then I have a track background. I know, okay, within the first 10 yards of the 40, it's really all about, drive steps and really just building up as much force and pushing into the ground as hard as possible, staying low, and then popping up maybe around the, 15-yard line and, using your actual natural speed to take you the rest of the way. So this will be a very interesting day. Running backs will kick us off, and I need Blake Corum to run in the 4.4s. Use code Bengal Underdog Fantasy, and hopefully I'll end up doing pretty well. Yeah, it was crazy. He's still with a punctured lung and broken rib or whatever it was. Dominated Texas. Had such a great stretch down the road as well. Rome Odunze is such a talented player. This receiver class is amazing. This running back class is, not top-heavy, but so deep. It opened up, and Daniel Jeremiah was like, all right, I mean, these guys, they're clustered together. There's not a ton of separation there, and I really couldn't agree more because do you have anyone that knows who RB1 is? Is there really a consensus guy? Some would say Jonathan Brooks. Some would say Trey Benson. Some would say even Blake Corum. Some would say Bucky Irving. Some would say Braylon Allen. There are a number of different backs. And for me, all things considered, I probably would take Trey Benson, to be honest. I think Jonathan Brooks has the best tape. But he's coming off an ACL injury late in the year. He plays running back. It's tough to know how much, explosiveness he could potentially lose. So it's unfortunately one of those things. But running backs are going to kick us off, as I mentioned. With running backs, it's important to remember that speed is not everything. Quickness is probably more important. So you're really looking more at somebody even say Audric Esme, right? But you're really looking more at, what is their 3-cone? What is their 20-yard shuttle? Even what might their 10-yard split be? But you're going to see probably a lot of 4.5s, some 4.6s. I think a few are going to push into the 4.4s, of course, as well. And you might get a 4.3 or 2, but it's going to be extremely rare. Amani Bailey had a really good year at TCU. He's going to kick us off. I don't really know what I expect him to run. It's tough with these backs because, you see almost all of them run for long touchdowns, but, is it the level of competition sometimes? Is it, the design of the run? He's moving okay, though. 4.67. Yeah, not super fast. Might Twitch stream later, but yeah, YouTube today. You're DJ aiming for 4.48, and Trey Benson is someone that could certainly get into that range. This is someone who can really run. I could see him in the 4.4s. I think his over/under was 4.42. I think that's a little fast. But Trey Benson is an amazing athlete. Again, he's right in contention for that RB1 spot. You're going to see these RB 40-yard dash numbers get updated at some point. We've only seen one back go. Trey Benson could be in contention to hold the fastest time. Pretty good start, maybe 1.6, 10-yard split, and he's moving. He's got that extra gear, 4.39 for Trey Benson. Yeah, that's a different type of talent. And that's at over 6 feet, 218 pounds. I didn't think he'd be quite that fast. I knew he'd be fast. 4.39 is moving as he gets to Blake Corum. As I mentioned, with Underdog Fantasy, I have, picked a number of different higher and lowers. I haven't missed any so far. Have not missed one. However, because of his track background running 4.4 in high school, I have Blake Corum getting into the 4.4s. It's a great start for Blake Corum. It's a great start. 4.53. He's close. Damn, I need to get in the 4.4s. I need 4.49, Blake. He'll get another chance. He'll get another chance. I need him to shave it down a little bit. These are also unofficial. But I need him to get a little bit faster. Isaiah Davis from South Dakota State's another one. He's a really good player. Could go somewhere in the mid-rounds.
Couldn't make it. Decided to stick around, and now he's here at the combine with a ring. Here's Isaiah Davis of South Dakota State. Brian Dayball of the Giants.
The Giants could be a team drafting a running back.
Boy, is that a major question with the franchise tag deadline coming up early next week. Doesn't appear that Saquon's going to get tagged again. Does that mean he hits the free agent market?
I think Jalen Wright could push sub 4.4 as well. Yeah, of course. He was in my video where I talked about potential combine standouts and maybe declaring himself in that RB1 conversation. It's really not a bad time for Isaiah Davis. Big dude.
There's Jim Harbaugh with his son. There we go. Dad, we're on again. And there's the crowd. He's getting cheered.
Jim Harbaugh getting cheers. I wonder how many Michigan fans came down.
He's wearing his Rose Bowl shirt.
A lot of Michigan fans.
Yeah, there's a lot of Wolverine fans.
He's getting booed by some little kid. Ray Davis is a bowling ball. Monster day against Florida. 4.53 is pretty good. He's going to be a pretty good player down the board. I want to say somebody compared him to Mike Davis. Kind of a journeyman running back, but had a pretty productive NFL career. Ravens, Seahawks, Falcons. Was he a Bear? Might have been. I mean, Mike Davis has played everywhere.
Rich and DJ, they just mentioned it, and not only are these guys competing against one another in their draft class, they're competing against maybe the most decorated free agents.
Audric Estime is going to be an interesting one here. He's, competing to be one of those first backs off the board as well. Big running back, moving pretty good for that size, 4.72. Not an amazing time, but it could have been worse. He's a pure power back.
Of Wisconsin, Dylan Johnson's of Washington, the big guys. You got the Flyers like a Keelan Robinson coming out of Texas and Jawar Johnson out of.
Well, Keelan Robinson is like, he's almost purely a third down back and special teamer.
Did you ever talk about Isaiah Davis? We just saw him run. Those are the guys that emerge. Don't forget Dylan Lobby at New Hampshire.
A lot of people like Isaac Guerrero too. I've not watched him yet. I think he was a Shrine Bowl guy.
He's already done a broad jump that's 11 feet long. Okay.
Really? Jalen Wright with an 11 feet broad jump? 11.2. Guerrero at 10.9. Again, could run pretty well. Will, thanks for the $2. Appreciate you, buddy.
Jalen Wright out of Tennessee averaged 7.4 yards per carry. Fellow Vol CD, you watch this guy play.
And the Guerrero had a 41.5-inch vert.
Appreciate it.
All right, we just saw Estime clock in at a 4.72. That's unofficial. This is Isaac Guerrero out of Louisville. Let's send it back to the booth. Rich.
Thanks very much. Louisville Cardinal.
He's moving pretty good, but actually, though, 4.33 for Isaac Guerrero.
Brett Coleman had texted me this morning and said when he visited with Guerrero, he said he used to run with Jonathan Taylor when they were together.
Brett Coleman shout out.
He kept up with him, and I think that's a pretty good indication that he was telling the truth.
11 rushing touchdowns for Isaac Guerrero in his final season as a Cardinal after 5 with Wisconsin. A lot of, again, as we mentioned, 6-year play.
Jalen Wright, 38-inch vertical.
Taking advantage of
Here's George Halani. Halani was pretty productive for Boise State. Probably not their best back. They've got one to watch next year. But George Halani was pretty productive.
George Holani at Boise State.
He also looks like he's moving pretty good. 4.52, not bad.
I want to finish that thought, Rich. The fact that, you know, we talk about is it devalued and are they...
Tyler C's with the 5. What is an off-the-board pick the Packers could draft since they like doing that? Off-the-board, like a surprising pick
Let a lot of these guys to stay in school.
the Packers could do?
Convenient truth.
I don't know if I'm fully understanding the question. I think it seems like they've been preparing to take an offensive tackle for some time now, and it hasn't happened. Could this be the year that they surprise everyone and go offensive tackle in the first round? I doubt it. I think they probably just stick with Zach Tom, David Bakhtiari, and what's the Penn State tackle's name they have? There's an R in there. Why can't I remember? I know exactly what it is. He played pretty well this year.
Singletary ran a 4.66.
Sorry, I'm just waking up. What is his name? Someone in chat will have it. By the time the delay catches up.
Dad helped me be a pro, but I want to set a
I don't know why I can't think of it.
for the name Frank Gore. How about that confidence?
That is a very high bar to set.
Dylan Johnson running. He had that big injury in the Texas game and then bounced back to play in the national championship.
Johnson got a little nicked up late in the year. Big physical back.
Yeah, Rasheed Walker. Somebody said Walker, chat. Rasheed Walker. I knew as soon as I saw one part of it, I'd get it.
He carries some of those Wildcat
4.68 for Dylan Johnson.
Backpack. He had a Wildcat backpack in that game. But more power than speed is his game.
233 totes last year. Here's Jawar Jordan, another Louisville Cardinal.
All right, I need to see. Jawar Jordan's fun. He really is. He was somebody that I found out about going into the year, and I go, okay,
Home runs too when you watch him.
he can play a little bit, and yeah, does have pretty good speed. I'm interested to see what the actual number is going to be. The thing about all these backs is they're all pretty good. I don't know that there's really an elite guy, but they're all pretty good. Jawar Jordan, Dylan Lauby is going to have a role. 4.56 for Jordan. Marshawn Lloyd's pretty good. Kendall Milton's been pretty good for a while. Keelan Robinson, you know, I think he's more of a special teams guy at the next level. Cody Schrader's pretty good. Jaden Sheridan from Monmouth is somebody I only recently found out about. He's very small, but could run pretty well. Rashawn Tritt with the 1999. Thank you very much, Rashawn. What do you think with Bo Nix going to the Broncos if Russell is cut? You know, I think it's a possibility. I've done it before. Would it be in the first round? Maybe not, right? But, you know, I think the Broncos could potentially trade down instead of trading up, and then maybe Bo Nix ends up being your guy. Quarterback is a really tough position for so many teams right now. If you look at, let's just talk about the top of the draft real quick. You have the Bears at number 1. Kind of expect them to take a QB, right? Pretty much. Commanders at 2, expected to take a QB. Patriots at 3, expected to take a QB in the draft. We'll just keep that as is. Because I think it's more likely than not that those teams will be drafting a quarterback as opposed to getting one. Now, of the current quarterbacks that we expect to maybe be changing teams, Justin Fields. But where does he go? Russell Wilson. But where does he go? Kirk Cousins. But where does he go? Apparently, all the talk at the Combine is Lauby's running pretty good. 4.57 for him is not too bad. Kirk Cousins and the Falcons apparently might have some weight. That could be interesting. So you have the Falcons, or I'll start with the Giants at 6, Falcons at 8. You have the Vikings at 11, Broncos at 12, Raiders at 13, Saints at 14. All teams that could take a QB easily, right? Especially Broncos, Vikings, Raiders. But those teams are at 11, 12, and 13, and you have teams ahead of you that need quarterbacks, are taking quarterbacks. How are you going to get one? It's going to be extremely difficult. 4.46 for Marshawn Lloyd's excellent.
coach at USC, now the running back coach for the Chargers.
Transfer from South Carolina.
He does not.
Pretty good player.
So, well, the head coach.
No, I don't think Seahawks move for a QB at all.
So, when we come back, we'll
So it's tough because there are 3 really good quarterbacks in this class, and then you have J.J. McCarthy, you have Bo Nix, you have Michael Penix. McCarthy seems like he's probably going to be top half of the first-round pick. Seems that way right now. Bo Nix maybe sneaks into the first. Penix will not, as I've been saying the entire process. So, you know, I wonder where are these teams going to get their QBs? I don't think the Broncos have a second-round pick. I don't think that they do. So, I know this is a long-winded answer to your question, but I don't know what those 3 teams do. Broncos, Vikings, Raiders, all in a row. And the Steelers potentially could use a quarterback as well, but I think they might just rock out with Kenny Pickett. Thanks for the $2, Will. So Fields can only go to one of those teams. Maybe he's a Steeler. Maybe he's a Falcon. I doubt the Giants would be in play for that, but you never know. You never know. Is Justin Fields a Bronco? Is he a Raider? Is he a Viking? Is he a Saint? It's tough. I really am not sure about where any of these guys are going to go. Because all you can follow are rumors, and all you can think about are, here are teams that need quarterbacks, but do they want a Justin Fields? Or would they rather draft somebody? Because if you trade for Justin Fields, you're likely going to have to extend him. Because he is only under contract for 1 more year. And if you're going out and trading draft capital for a guy, is it for an experiment, or do you want to lock the guy up? It is, you know, maybe something they could wait on, but yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a good question. I think Fields is going to be that first domino that falls, but who knows? Does a trade happen before free agency frenzy starts? If Kirk Cousins goes out and signs with the Falcons and the Steelers say, hey, we're going to stick with what we have, what does that mean for the Bears trade market of Justin Fields? He's expected to have one, but, you know, if those top 3 teams in the draft just want to draft a QB, you know, I'm not sure that the Patriots are going to trade out of that spot. Maybe they stick and pick a Marvin Harrison Jr., trade for Justin Fields. Maybe now you got something. I don't know. It's going to be very interesting. And the only reason I say, you know, talk about the Falcons here is because Kirk Cousins has these rumors that are stemming from the Combine talks. That's a big reason that the Combine holds any weight, is that teams and agents and all these different, you know, representatives can get together and talk about, you know, different ideas and different things. And Kirk Cousins to the Falcons seems to hold a little bit of water, hold a little bit of weight. Hook him. Get your horns up for Keelan Robinson, former Alabama guy.
Get a lot of opportunities on offense, but there's the speed you see in the return.
4-4-2 for Keelan. Love it. Cody Schrader's a player I like a lot. I don't know if he's going to run all that well. 4.61, but he's a player I like a lot. It's really not too bad. I know you see 4.6 and you go, oh, I see linebackers do that. Running backs are the linebackers of the offense. 4.46 for Jaden Sheridan. Very small back, very small, but can run a little bit, obviously.
Question too to see what that top speed was going to look like, and he answered that emphatically.
How much Monmouth film were you grinding the last few weeks?
I've grinded some Monmouth film. He's a short stepper.
It's actually pronounced Monmouth, by the way. The N is silent. If you guys did not know, it's Monmouth.
Oh yeah, they're feeling it in basketball too. Right about now.
That big guy's been there for like 10 years.
Let me shoot a text.
By the way, I said that about Ronnie Cycli back in the 80s.
Nice.
Syracuse.
Number 4, I want to say, for the Cuse.
Tyrone Tracy Jr. Trying to boil her up here for the home fans at the 2024 Scouting Combine.
A little stumble there. Let's keep going. It's a good time. He can go faster than that.
Heck of a stumble.
Heck yeah, take that.
Jamie?
Rich, 2 years ago, Tyrone Tracy Jr. was a sub-200 wide receiver special teamer at Iowa. He actually let a thought creep into his mind that football might not be for me in the long term, but he made a change. Transferred to Purdue, put on 15 pounds, and put
The injury to Nate Wiggins is not going to impact anything. It was just a hip flexor.
Like Gibbs succeed at 210 in the NFL, and with the creativity of the offenses in the league have allowed him to have hope for what he can do at the next level. And that family contingency he has, he isn't.
I'm not going to base a 40 time on who the best running back is, right? Jalen Wright could be low 4.3s. That's pretty good. I think Vidal led the nation in rushing this past year. He's a good player. But Benson was already in contention for RB1.
And that's the fans getting the reaction. There you go, Pat.
There he is.
He is a big fan favorite here. There you go. We're going to get Pat's coming to the booth.
Oh, that'll be fun.
May or may not have known about his credentialing for today. Michael Wiley of Arizona.
Will Shipley just might not be running.
He's got interesting running style. He'll run a little high, and then he'll drop a level and unload and run through contact.
Who was doing the running earlier this week when we saw Monty Austin?
A hip flexor isn't a long-term injury. It's not very serious. He didn't tear his ACL.
He thought he blamed me. I said, I'm not charging
He
you.
didn't,
You got
you know,
caught.
pop his Achilles.
Oh man, we don't want people to start having poker faces around here, you know.
Well, when you see defensive linemen running the 4.4s, you're not going to be able to contain yourself.
I know, that's a reaction. Wiley with a 4.56, nicely done. Charles.
Hey guys, indeed, I just want to start in with these smaller school running backs because they're starting to emerge. We talked yesterday about how school kids are coming from small.
Did I miss any donations here?
Well, in this one, Jaden Sheridan from Monmouth.
I think we're caught up.
Vidal, who we just saw, and we saw him at the Senior Bowl. These guys can flat out compete. Vidal was fantastic playing for Troy. And last thing, let's just go ahead and get.
All right, Jalen Wright's one to watch.
Great nephew of the great Hank Aaron. So when
Great speed when you watch him on tape.
that's your home run hitter,
Explosive testing already
And nice job.
with an awesome broad jump at over 11 feet.
I'm gonna lay out 'cause I think
And then a vertical at 38 is also incredible.
see what this looks
I'm
like.
gonna get out of the way.
This should be 4.3.
He's been talking about him for a while. I'm gonna let him keep talking about it.
Let's see him run first.
And he's also in that RB1 conversation. Really held that for a while. Tripped when he got out.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Rich, he just did a broad jump right before here. It's the long jump. Goes 11.2. It's the second longest ever recorded at the combine by a running back. The longest, Justin Fargas in 2000.
Raiders legend Justin Fargas
Yes, sir. And now he's going to be running the
has the combine record for broad jump.
And by the way, Justin Fargas married a Vol. Nikki Caldwell, the great basketball player at Tennessee, married to Justin Fargas. So the Vols are just
That is
all the way
deep. That's a deep cut from Charles Davis.
There you go.
He's a treasure trove of
Tell us where they're registered.
Already done.
Good. All right, let's see what we can do here with Jalen Wright.
He's gonna fly. He is so springy. That was the first note I wrote when I watched him. He just explodes.
He's out.
Yeah, he's moving pretty good. 4.44 for Jalen Wright.
I think he can get a better start because he started really rolling once he got out.
Yeah. Not quite your 4.3 range, but
Going back to Tennessee,
not the best start.
Kamara caught the ball a little bit more, but just in terms of a dynamic.
Two Tennessee
explosive
running
action,
backs?
see the verticals there, the same.
Alvin Kamara and Jalen Wright being compared. Similar verticals. Wright significantly faster already. Very similar height and weight. Wright 5'10 and a half, 210. Kamara was 5'10 and a fourth,
So here's
2'11
our second
maybe it said.
the 40s from the running back group.
Yeah, Charles Davis is awesome. His energy is infectious.
Better their time. Rest on their times.
One of the names, CD, when you see the time there, the 4.67, you go, oh man, that's troublesome. Kyron Williams, what he did in the league last year for the Rams, ran a 4.65 here.
Kyron Williams was a fantasy football
Yes,
waiver
he was.
wire darling. He was dominant.
Blake Corum's about to go again. As you can see on the ticker here,
Really, with a 4.67.
these names will go over to the left.
There we go.
There you go.
Significantly.
But they've already run one time already, if they're running today. So no Braylon Allen.
Schrader and the journey that he's had, and I
But these are the current times. Corum was 4.53. I need him to push into the 4.4s.
Obviously, he's from St. Louis, Missouri.
I need him to push into the 4.4s.
After a stop at Truman State. But
Just go
what's interesting
4.49.
about it is back in high school,
I'm going to make money either way, but I make a lot more money if he runs in the 4.4s.
to watch him play. They
Get
watched
it
him
down, Blake.
And then they walked out of the building after they saw him. And so walking on, it was just a personal mission, guys, to prove them wrong and represent the school he'd always wanted to go to.
With Jim Harbaugh watching, Blake Corum running.
Decent start. 4.58.
With his first
He
time.
just loses it.
4.58. Jim with a head nod. The Harbaughs in there.
Did not look fluid at all.
Here at the combine. There's your comp with Devontae Freeman. A terrific
Damn it!
in the league.
I'm cool. I know. You know what? That's right.
And when we come back, I'll show you what you have missed. It's a big Saturday at the combine live on
Benson might have taken his 4.39 and said, I'm done. That's probably what happened. I think Trey Benson was happy with the sub 4.4. No, money's not gone. I still make money, as I mentioned, but would have made more. That is the first one I've had wrong. You ran 4.4 out of high school, but I guess after a knee tear, doesn't quite have that anymore, which is concerning. But yeah. It's just tough with running backs and knee injuries. I think Corum's had multiple knee surgeries too. It's tough to bounce back and still keep that at top speed.
T-Mobile are partnering on 5G-powered analytics to help improve player performance. T-Mobile's network helps AAA stay connected.
No, Braylon is not running today.
Their members back on the road. And Las Vegas Grand Prix chose T-Mobile to help fuel operations for one of the world's largest racing events. Now is the time to see what America's largest
Audric Estime, is that who you're talking about, Jared?
I know you're going through a lot. I wonder if you know that we can
When we did the combine drills,
Let's see how far we can go.
even when I was out of high school, RBT, I was still 4.7 flat, so I'd be under 4.9 even still, I believe. I was always pretty fast, and I'm tall. I have long strides. Estime was 4.72. Slowest running back here so far.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Your team's been working on this.
Was Sanders adjusted down to 4.67?
It's beautiful.
That was 4.69. Yeah, it was.
Definitely performs at a high level.
Yeah, it's fine.
That you can get without giving up the forgiveness. There is no trade-off.
Fisk is probably... I think he could sneak in around too.
It's just fun. Perfection.
Learn more and schedule a fitting at pxg.com.
Catch all your favorite off-season content on NFL Plus Premium.
I need... What do I need here?
Exclusive off-season coverage from
Need Lad McConkey to test in the 4.4s today would be cool.
free agency and more. Relive the biggest plays from the season with full and condensed game replays. Stay connected through the offseason with 24/7 football news and coverage on NFL Network. Don't miss any of the offseason action. Access NFL Plus Premium today on the NFL app.
Gotta remember to mute these commercials. I'm slacking, but now we're back, so.
So here's what you missed while we were gone. Isaiah Davis, Jack Rabbit, improves his time.
We have a couple guys running a little bit faster here on the second run.
When these guys are done, I'm gonna
Absolutely.
heat some food up. I gotta eat.
By the way, the 4.53 for him there, and we talked about him having the same body type as Frank.
Rashawn Tritt with the 9.99.
Back in the day, 4.58.
Which skill position is most affected by the combine?
First run.
That was
You know, I would say cornerback maybe, if we're going to talk purely athletic testing. If you don't look fluid out there, and if you know, don't run particularly well, and you don't, and you know, questions emerge about whether you can keep up with receivers down the field, a lot of times those guys are going to consider position changes to safety.
I just want to see him get under 4.6. That's a win. So yeah, that's perfect.
Well, he did.
Maybe corner. Yeah.
Dylan Johnson of Washington.
Maybe if a defensive end shows up and they're not the weight they're supposed to be. Same thing with D-tackle. I mean, a lot of it is, it comes down to height, weight, measurements, so arm length. Sometimes, you know, hand size is important. We've heard that. Interviews is super important. But, you know, those things aren't necessarily position specific. But, of course, arm length for offensive and defensive linemen, even corners, is more important than some other positions. Like, no one's really worried about arm length at safety for the most part. It matters at linebacker.
Stephen Jones, the Dallas Cowboys.
Nope, MHA is not doing anything today. Braylon Allen did not run.
Okay. Jerry's in the building. The bus is in Indianapolis.
Oh, Bucky's been going.
The new commander zone are being in meetings and interviews with the kids, apparently.
Look, if I bought myself a nice new toy, I'd want to play with it too. So I'm fine with that. He's invested.
4.76 for Dylan Johnson.
So Johnson's gonna stick with his first time.
I wonder if an injury is impacting him, because he had an injury late in the year.
Holani's parents are from Tonga. He was born in New Zealand before the family relocated to California. As I mentioned, in his 5 years at Boise State, his running strength grew. But his dad, unfamiliar with football at the time, he was a rugby and track guy, yet he knows grit and preparation. Holani told me when he was 8 years old, he was the kid drinking muscle milk and doing 300 sit-ups a day. So he has been preparing for a workout like
muscle milk, huh?
I love that.
Jawar Jordan. It looks like the time that everyone's going to beat. Garendo did not run again. He's just going to stick with it.
When that second number's a 3 at the running back position,
just stay with it.
Take it to the clubhouse.
4.6 flat. So Jordan will stick with his first. Here's Mike McDaniel.
Is he going to shoo us away again?
No, he's showing off his shoes instead. Well, fans dug him right there. A nice warm round of applause. Was it him or was it...
Who is more RAS pilled, Goody or Ballard? Gotta be Ballard, dude. The Packers, like, they'll have some guys that just are totally not athletes at all. The Colts only draft the really unbelievable athletes. Thanks for the €2.
It's a fan favorite here.
Which wide receiver do you think runs the fastest 40? I think Xavier Worthy's going to be right near the top of that for sure.
Dylan Lobby.
Use him on a bunch of jet sweeps too.
Who's the GM of the Ravens? Eric DeCosta. He's putting in what? Is that what's the Wordle? Is that what he's doing? Is he doing a little Wordle?
No, he's texting somebody saying, "Why did you give this guy so low of a grade?" And you're the scout, and that buzzes when you're sitting in the stadium. You go, "Uh-oh."
Do you get those texts as a scout?
No, I mean, look, those conversations, it's usually fun, you know, with guys where you've had heated debates and whether your guy runs well or not. Usually there's some communication there.
Lauby got it down a bit.
Good for him. A little faster on the second one.
By the way, I don't know if the Wordle is all over the combine, but the word of the day a couple days ago was 40.
Was it really?
It was indeed. Not to give it away.
How many guesses did it take you?
3.
That's a solid
one. Well, I mean, you got the combine on the brain, you know?
I need to not be sick anymore, man. I'm like, I still feel a little bit stuffed up. I know I sound it as well. It's frustrating.
4.62 for running backs. It just feels different when that second number's a 5. Look at that card up on the draft board. It just feels a little different.
Cooper with the 2 sleeper edge rushers in this class. Now the problem is when you work down the board, you get to a lot more designated pass rushers because they're a little bit smaller. Maybe they're shorter arms, but typically, you know, lower weight. Guys like Mo Camara from Colorado State.
Return game, you know, when
Ellis from Utah. J-Lux Hunt from Houston Christian is one with actual legit size. He can be a good sleeper.
Texas, as we know, sent a Robinson from this group to the league last year.
No relation.
I wonder what he's going to look like in year 2.
I wonder who's going to be handing him the ball.
Isn't that the question? I have a feeling we're having that conversation in about an hour.
That's coming. It's going to be a wild couple weeks coming up here. See what happens.
New league year begins the 13th. The window to negotiate opens. That's right around the corner. We're going to get a lot of answers soon.
Yeah, it'll start to clear up a little bit.
See, Keelan's staying so low. He knows how to run it. You can see the guys that are really, maybe they have the track background or technique. Seems like Keelan wanted to get into the 4.3s. But low 4.4 is exceptional.
Is that guy wearing his McAfee jersey on the right? Come on, Shane, give a wave.
Do you think the Colts even know that's their head coach, Shane Steichen, these fans?
All business. We're just talking about Cody Schrader.
Boring stream, you're not even watching the draft. It'd be tough to watch the draft when it's not until the end of April. Thanks for hanging out.
Dad tells Coach Drinkwitz afterwards this is the best day of his life. And he said, I think there's going to be better days ahead.
Schrader's like falling over running it. That's just horrific technique.
I think that launched to the top of the best days of his life list.
And now he's running a combine, getting ready to be drafted in the National Football League.
Cat, please.
Rich, we've been talking about the wild couple weeks that is going to ensue. Now, I got a little bit of news on where the Dallas Cowboys stand in their free agency. First of all, Tyron Smith,
this is an interesting one here.
Left tackle, really been one of the pillars of the Dallas Cowboys offensive line for the last decade or so. My understanding is he is unlikely to re-sign in Dallas. The end of an era. He is going to be an extremely coveted free agent.
The thing with Tyron Smith, though, is he's never been able to stay healthy. Maybe not never. Cat, please, dude.
Yesterday, talking about Dak Prescott's contract. Of course, we've been talking about how he's got a $60 million cap hit. Made sense to do a deal before free agency to smooth out the cap and give themselves some room. But Jerry Jones told reporters last night they want to address it in the coming days. But what we do there, I don't know. That's a quote, I don't know. Opening the door to them possibly not doing it, which raises a lot more questions than answers.
Oh, yeah, because they can't franchise tag him either. So
it's a walk year.
Wow. Meanwhile,
my cat's name is not Cat, but I do call her Cat on occasion.
Another 4.46 being run. Here's Tyrone Tracy Jr., Indianapolis' own, by way of Purdue.
Yeah, but Jaden Sheridan from Monmouth is also like 5'8", 180 pounds.
Those are two good times, though.
Charles Davis?
Guys, I find Tyrone Tracy intriguing, and DJ, he's one of those guys that in this day and age where people like, remember Jalen Hurd when he was at Tennessee and he transferred to Baylor because he wanted to play receiver rather than running back. And
Corum is not a scat back.
This kid went from wide receiver, wanting to play running back, transferring from Iowa to Purdue to get the carries, added a little weight, a little frame, and I think he's got a little bit of juice to him, DJ, when he carries the football. And yes, I heard the Cody Schrader. I got it.
You're swimming upstream when you go from receiver.
Yep, am watching the combine. Says reactions. Can't show TV footage. I think that's pretty obvious. Let's watch a movie on stream that I don't have the license to. Let's do that next time. Get banned. That's a stellar idea. Rashawn with the $9.99 says, just want to say, been watching since Jaguars. Thank you for being... Nope, not reading that. Not reading that. Thank you for the donation, Rashawn.
He has some unbelievable catches. He's got great hands.
123 grabs in his 5 years.
One of the better one-handed catches.
All right, let's see if Jalen Wright can get down in the 4.3s.
And then here's Jalen Wright. Let's see.
I thought he would be in the 4.3s, Rich. I mean, that's a great time. 4.44 is moving, but I thought he could get into the 4.3s.
There he goes.
His starts just aren't all that great. Still ran 4.38.
Just wait.
Woo.
Then you'll get it. 4.38. So Isaac
He's such a
Guerrero
freak.
has company in the neighborhood of running a 4.340 in the running back group. RB30, the final run of a 40 at the
All right.
combine.
We'll be back in just a second.
He wanted faster than that. Didn't surprise anybody at UConn when he went
Running back field workouts, and then I think quarterbacks probably go before receivers do. We'll see, but it'll be a bit. It'll be a bit. All right, have I missed anything? I doubt it. Let's see. It looks like field workouts about to start.
Took some of his NIL money and started getting into real estate as well, and he already has an eye about other careers, and it's the giving back to give thanks in Ypsilanti, Michigan. He gave out Thanksgiving meals, used some of his NIL funds to donate to, and then just a good dude, man.
Yeah, when you talk to teams this week about some of
Is Isaac Guerrero on pace for #1 RAS?
Sanders still comes up a lot.
Is that right?
It's pretty sweet.
On the defensive side of the ball. And Corum came up quite a bit in coaches that I talked to this week as well.
So
impressive guys.
On-field drills we're about to see. The gloves are on. And it looks like we're about to start. What's the holdup? What's going on, guys? I mean, it's not what...
maybe they're waiting for TV.
We're on watch. We're on watch. It would all depend on those agility drills.
There we go.
He's got to be more agile than Justin Fargas. How is Justin Fargas the #1 running back ever?
How could they be looking for a cone here?
I'm microwaving chili.
Right here, all right? So when you come out, you're going to line up in a pro set.
You just heard it go off.
All right? Getting your 2-point stance here. All right, we're going starting to the right. All right, 7 yards of depth. First step here, aiming at that outside cone right here. I want to see a drop step here. I'm pressing this cone, accelerate through the bag. 1 foot in each hole. Once I get through the bag, I accelerate here. I'm going to give you a direction. I may go left, I may go right. Once I come out the bag, boom, I jump cut, I press this bag, and I get back inside. Does that make sense?
We've seen some of those that find the first bag sometimes eat it.
Yeah.
I meant to go fill up my water. I got a second. I'm going to do it. Got to stay hydrated.
Bags on the ground, 1 foot in each hole, as Derek Foster of the Saints just told the running backs. Some guys come with a head of steam, and their first instinct is to run people over.
Not what they're looking for here.
That's not here at this drill.
But even more than staying hydrated, I need to be able to
seen yet, because those who didn't run the 40s are
keep my
participating in this drill.
Keep my throat in the battle here.
Starting with,
as I've mentioned, still recovering from being sick.
Running back from Wisconsin.
Big back.
And you can probably hear my voice is not quite what it normally is, but I want to get back to videos pretty soon here.
The one that ran
James White. I'm trying to think of trying to find a non-huge Wisconsin running back.
Well, I mean,
difficult.
Ron Dane, as we all know, for the Giants.
How about Benson running the 4.3s? Charles, all different shapes and sizes here with this running back group.
Absolutely. Would you call James White a non-big back?
That's what. Yeah, that's the name that I've used. Yeah, that's the
James
one.
White. Melvin Gordon kind of was more of a sprinter and grew as he went along, got bigger as he got along.
Melvin Gordon is a pretty big back, though.
Big back is synonymous with Wisconsin.
Isaiah Davis here. This is a good chance to see the foot quickness going over these bags. How quick do they react, and then see a little bit of that lateral movement and burst. Ray Davis, I've talked about him a bunch already, but that's the body type I love for a running back. He is compact and powerful.
Dijon Edwards did not run the 40, but he's doing the on-field drills.
Running back we had not seen yet.
Hey, Charles.
40.
Yes, sir.
Estime running 4.72. Did you see that coming?
No, that was a major surprise to me, because I thought we'd be high 4.5s, low 4.6s.
Yeah.
Is Frank looking on?
Frank Gore Jr. also did not run the 40, but he's doing the on-field work. Same with Braylon Allen.
Great start.
Stacy?
Rich spoke to a very disappointed Missouri running back, Cody Schrader. He just told me he did something to his right hamstring after that last run. He is finished for the day, and he wanted to come in here and try to prove that he was the best back in this draft. That is what he told me this week.
Cody Schrader's a good player. His day is done, unfortunately.
To prove that. It's unfortunate news to hear.
He's overcome all throughout his football journey, so that's.
I did miss a couple donations. Moses, thanks for the 2. Thoughts on Texas receiver room next year? We actually talked a lot about this on the Twitch live stream yesterday. Twitch.tv/Bengal. Link is right above my head. What? There it is. Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. I don't think it's quite as good as it was this year because we're going to have two, top-end picks at receiver and Adonai Mitchell and then maybe Xavier Worthy. But it's got a couple of really good players. Isaiah Bond transferred in from Alabama. Silas Bolden from Oregon State. Of course, recruited five-star or fringe five-star receiver Ryan Wingo. Jonte Cook going to take more of a role this year, you'd expect.
Because he came with one thing to prove, didn't he?
So it's a good group.
And he absolutely did, and was probably the best runner there.
I agree with that.
Leroy with the 5 Canadian. Are there any running backs not at the combine?
My comp for
I have to focus them for my Dynasty League. Who do you personally think is the best running back in the class? Love your content. I appreciate that. The only real notable running back not at the combine is UCLA's Carson Steele to me. There are always guys that, emerge though.
This is next level information, Jack. I'm holding in a card.
Who do I think is personally the best running back in the class? I don't know right now. Still have more work to do on that, but I mean, I obviously lean Texas's Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson, someone I like a lot. I'd look at one of those two. Brooks, I get a little bit scared because of the injury.
Fun to watch the miles per hour on the screen as well once they burst up the field.
Reserving.
Quick as a hiccup, Rich.
There you go. Beautiful day outside. Well, we're inside.
Yeah, receivers are later. Slowest 40 was Audric Estime. If you think showing live TV is not copyrighted content of the National Football League, you are slow. Dude, what are we doing? What are we doing? I can't show the actual combine. I have already enough on the screen. If you want to watch it, you got to find another way. This is just what I think. QBs and wide receivers will not be for a bit. That's for sure. We got at least 8 hours of stuff today. We have 7 to go. Let's see, maybe I can show the NFL Twitter. We can watch the same combine 40 over and over again. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow. Here's Frank Gore Jr. looking great. Wow. Aren't we glad we're doing this? Look at Jalen Wright. Wow. She sure is fast. Yeah, Blake Corum overall is tiny, lacking elite burst, with a history of knee injuries. There are some legitimate problems there. Now, he's got good vision, but I don't think he's going to be a guy that goes early.
Right here in Indianapolis, we're watching the running backs go through their drills, and it's time for our first guest of the day, a local hero made good, for sure. Mock
Yes,
Draft
sir.
GM, I like the T-shirt. A very funny man. Good to see you, Joey
Great to
Molinaro.
see
Good
you as well, my man. My guys, so good to be here.
Good to have you. Good to have you. All right. So I guess the first order of business is I would think.
This is an impressions guy.
I don't mind.
No.
Potentially.
We'll see if he does any
competition.
I'm sure that's why they have him.
Friendly competition.
What Mel Kiper Jr. would think about what we're seeing here today.
Yeah, I certainly think that it's quite more of an event than what I used to be. It used to be a ghost town. I used to come around here, okay, but I think there's a few red flags, too many people here, Rich. I'm not much of a people person. I like to be stuck away in my closet until they bring me out around draft time.
You need to mix in pumpkin pie, though, because I know you love your pumpkin pie.
Thing. I think that's Caliendo's thing. Big shout out to Frank Caliendo, my guy. That's Caliendo, so stay away. So,
dude,
that would be a red flag if I did the pumpkin pie, too.
Fantastic. All right.
I got to say real quick.
Yes, please.
I used to come down here with my dad when I was a kid, and we just try to get a glimpse of folks like you guys. So to be here today, dream come true.
Hey, brother.
Oh, super excited to be here, Jim.
Chris Collinsworth is in the building.
Romo. I like that was Romo.
Oh, no, Romo!
Wow.
Romo! Dude, Romo!
That's
I've already
two red
screwed you
flags.
up.
Oh, my God.
DJ, I've already screwed you up.
let me be the straight man.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
You do the analysis. I'll be the straight man.
Go ahead.
Here's a guy that's got his head so buried in tape he can't tell the difference between Tony Romo and Chris Collinsworth. I say, Daniel Jeremiah, I think you got a career as a general manager. I don't know about a broadcaster too much.
The one you do I love the most is Saban. You got Nick Saban down pat, man.
Well, they asked me to come up here.
He's an impressions guy. They brought him on to do impressions. He's got to do impressions.
More time for football. I got away from football for a reason.
Why is everybody hating?
Simple math equation, Rich. Less football equals more boat time, but I guess I'll come up here and hang out with you guys and watch players that I don't have anything to do with anymore. All right.
Without seeing anything, it probably does look insane, though.
Pounding. You always heard the microphone get pounded, right?
And then you had the Coke bottle
right,
up there.
You got the soda.
And I went down to Alabama in the fall, and I got to
We're
be
gonna get
behind
the
the podium.
Oh, wow.
And I was up there.
You?
It was the podium. I could feel the magic energy coming off, and I was just immediately, I was mad about everything as soon as I got behind it. So, truly got me into character. Yeah.
The Mahomes you're doing is really good. What's the process of the Mahomes that you got here?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much I just took, you have Al Michaels, who's kind of more like down here, he's kind of more like down here, and then I just took it up a little bit, so pretty much, I'm good to go. I hang out with Taylor Swift now. If Coach Reed, all he really wants me to do is throw touchdown passes and bring him to
That does sound like Patrick Mahomes.
Pretty much that's it, and I'm good to go, Rich.
It's not bad. That's really good.
It's easier to just have a good time with it than hate.
You could call some of these drills for us right now, Joey. What do you got for me?
Well, look. Y'all had Chris Ballard on yesterday.
But do what you want. I don't care.
And he's very familiar with this building.
Carrollton with a 5. Head Bengal. Been a huge fan of the channel for a while and trying to get into scouting myself. How do you get access to watching college film? Yeah, I've said a number of times I'm in a private group. I wish I could share with everybody. And even, it's funny. Or it's not funny, but on day 1 of the Combine when it was on YouTube, I actually showed some of that library, and I showed 20 seconds of Texas and Alabama, all 22, not broadcast, just all 22 footage. They claimed the entire live stream because of that. I had to cut it out.
A really fun. Oh, that's cool.
So,
wow, this is awesome.
You just can't get away with showing it on YouTube. It's extremely frustrating. I used to be able to, but I mean, I cannot do it anymore. And
so you're always in the mindset of Jim has just dropped into a place.
It is what it is, but yeah, I'm in a private group. I wish I could.
No one told him anything about the event surrounding,
Yeah. So wish I could get you guys access. I'm not really sure how.
Yeah. Huh? What? No, it's great. This is.
Do you guys hang out, Sawyer?
What are we talking about? It's kind of one of those things.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good, Joey.
Gosh. He's down there. I saw him with his son, which is really great.
Nice, yeah.
And he has Indianapolis ties too, but
that's his name on the board.
Yeah,
up
name
on the
board, absolutely. So he's been a fun.
Yeah, Jacob Cowling's a fun player.
Tease a little bit.
A lot of speed, slot receiver at the next level.
Thanks for coming on, brother.
Very productive at Arizona.
Good to see you, brother.
I'm glad I got to get a little Ballard on. I appreciate it.
By the way, that was unexpected.
Oh, good.
That was a good one.
I'm glad. Yeah.
It did sound like he was literally coming over from the other booth.
He's right over there. He starts everything with look. Okay, look.
That's what he does. So, a little tidbit for you. Thanks,
Nicely
Rich.
done.
Thanks, DJ.
You're the best, buddy.
You guys are the
Everybody
best.
check out Joey.
I like Jawar Jordan, man.
Running the drills here.
It's just tough because most of these running backs that you see will never be the running back on a team.
Nicely done.
Like, you're competing to be that Samaje Perine or that Jaleel McLaughlin. I don't know why it's only Broncos running backs, but there are going to be very few Javonte Williams, Phillip Lindsays for a time.
Off he goes.
It's mostly going to be that rotational running back. I know Zach Moss had a big year, but it's all about can you get the most attempts.
Coming here, you mentioned Caliendo. I mean, they're all, it's all good competition.
Yeah.
And then he did the Romo, like.
Tyler Leggett, maybe a sleeper pick for wide receiver. Do you mean Xavier?
Evaluating you.
My evaluating. Yes. Yeah.
I don't think Milton is going to run 4 or 5.
I'm locked
No.
in, Rich. I've got the bag drills going.
In about 20 minutes time, you know who's coming in here is Pat McAfee.
He's making his way up.
He is indeed. So there's
Jalen Wright looking okay in that. Quick feet.
That's called the Deuce Staley drill, and there's Deuce himself.
Is Deuce Staley with the Browns now?
That's right. When you get a drill, the Cleveland Browns now for Deuce Staley. You get a chance to see his drill. Here's what it looks like with Bijan Robinson going over.
No one looks as good as Bijan though. Can I get some horns up in the chat?
And then the burst that you want to see. And Bijan Robinson, when he got a chance to tote the rock this year in Atlanta, you saw it big time. Here he is going back to last year. Look at how quick his feet are. And he gets over it so clean. Whoop, and then he bursts up the field. And when he got a chance to make things happen, make people miss, run away from you, he's the best is ahead for him. We got to get him a complimentary passing game so you can get him more balls like this and he can make people miss and make plays. So excited for his future. We now look at what we're looking at this year. Here's Blake Corum. We'll stumble there for a second, but you can see the quickness. Nice little lateral move and then get up the field. Ray Davis.
Well, that is
clean.
Done.
That looked pretty good for Ray Davis. You could tell instantly.
Clean right through the drill. Estimate, we'll keep your eyes up a little bit here.
Punzi with the 10. Hey, Bengal, obviously football is your favorite sport, but how big is the gap between football and your second favorite sport? And can you envision a way for the Bears to get 1 and 3 so they can get MHJ? How big is the gap? Baseball is my second favorite sport. I've fallen in and out of love with that game a lot over my life, but I have a second channel, Bengal Plays. It's close to 100K, where I post MLB stuff, MLB The Show, franchise. I'm actually pretty good at that game. I stream it, twitch.tv/Bengal. The new one's coming out pretty soon. That was a perfect opportunity to plug all that. A lot of people just don't know about that. So check it out. You might enjoy it. The streams are a ton of fun. You can actually see me like try to be good at a game if you're interested in that. And it's still sports. Wow. And I don't really think the Bears are going to be able to land 1 and 3. I think you'd have to.
Which is exactly how he coaches.
No, I don't think it's possible.
Respond to him. They know Deuce cares. And because he cares,
unless the Patriots are enamored with Justin Fields, and you move Fields and 9
in terms of recruiting
to get to 3. But I mean, that's, I don't know. And then Core Accretion with the 5. Did you ever go to a camp and have to do this kind of thing next to people who are actually athletic? I thought I was hot shit running a 4.9 in high school. No, I mean, I was never a big high school football player. I played high school football for a bit, but you know, we ran the ball every play, and I was a receiver. So, and I was an undersized slot receiver. So I never did any like camp workouts. I was always more of a baseball player, like for organized sports, and I fell out of love with baseball too. So at the time I started this particular YouTube channel. Brennan with a 4.99. What's your thoughts on the Raheem Morris signing? And also Kyle Pitts rebounds from Southie. Bijan 1.5K rush, 500 receiving yard incoming with Kirk at QB. I think some of that's possible. And I like Raheem Morris. He's been a good DC for a while. I know when he was the Bucs head coach, it didn't really work out for him, but you know, I think he's due another chance. He's a good defensive guy. The Falcons need a lot of work on defense. You have the talent on offense. You need a good coordinator that can kind of steer the ship in the right direction.
Which is a great number.
I do not watch hockey. Not a hockey guy. I don't really watch basketball anymore. Not for a while.
If you watched the Dolphins game last year.
Mike McDaniel still sitting where he is watching. So
I'm 6'3" now. I was young in high school, and I was not 6'3" then. I'm like 6'2" and a half now.
That's what I was just referencing. Here we go. We got
When I was,
they listen to you.
when I was in high school, my freshman year, I was probably about 5'4".
We can put a number on it.
Well, and plus everyone
And I was,
Devin
I guess I would have turned, what, 13, 14?
Gibbs, obviously Chase Brown got in.
Sophomore year, I probably got up to like 5'6" or 5'7". Still pretty short.
For the Ravens. So
Junior year, I might have been 5'9" or 5'10". I think I might have graduated near 6 foot.
This fall as well.
Maybe even 6'1", and then I continued to grow in college. But when I graduated high school, I was 17.
But this is more than first-round talent. These are the prospects hoping to become the face of a franchise. Quarterbacks, running backs, and wideouts who just stole the spotlight tonight, 9 Eastern.
There are different ways to get to the future. Take on the morning, or take care of dinner. You can take on the world, or create your own.
No way you're 6'3". Show the proof. I've seen you sit in a chair. You surely can't be tall. Well, you're skinny. It means you can't be tall. You gotta be 5'9". I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Fidelity can help you take
I'm
on
skinny,
whatever.
no doubt about that, but I am
Ever
tall.
since I tried Hidden Valley Ranch,
I don't think 6'2", 6'3" is actually that tall. I know it's above average significantly, but tall I think starts at like
I know. How is this
6'4", 6'5".
Valley Ranch.
Are we serious about flavor? I wear this shirt on game day, tailgates, homecoming.
Ooh, home field apparel. Use code Bengal 10, maybe. What's my code for home field? Bengal 15. I think it's Bengal 15. There you go. Home field makes great stuff, though. They're Indianapolis based, actually. .6'1" is not tall. It's above average, but 6'3" means you're almost always the tallest person in the room. That's true. That's true, but I don't think it's like crazy, you know? Rashawn with the 499. Don't lie to us. You're 3'6" and bench 550 with your left arm. That'd be the craziest build of all time. Javon with the 499. First donation ever on anything. I appreciate you. What do you think about the Dolphins? Keep up the great work. The Dolphins, I think we all kind of realize where they are. They're trying to get over the hump, right? They're trying to get over the hump. And they play in a division that's tough. I mean, the Patriots being the worst team in the AFC East, I know they were really bad this year. The past couple of years haven't been great. But think about it. You got the Bills, who are a Super Bowl contender in the AFC. You have the Jets, who have one of the better defenses in the league. But obviously, the offense hasn't caught up. Injuries at quarterback. I like the Dolphins a lot, but they're going to need to continue to improve.
He's our producer. He's not a player.
Claw with a 2 Canadian. Yo, Bengal, who'd you have as tight end 3 in the draft? Not sure yet. I think Ben Sinnott is in the conversation. It probably ends up being Penn State's Theo Johnson, though. Epic Sports Vids with the 499. I love Nate Wiggins, but he's built like a teenage schoolgirl. I want you, right? I want you to show me a teenage schoolgirl that's 6'1", 173. Show me a teenage schoolgirl that's built like that. I'll show you a future WNBA star.
He tracked football. Again, showed that quite well. You look at the numbers, the comparison I had for him was DeAndre Swift. Very similar across the board, and Swift is one who can really catch the rock out of the backfield.
Had a terrific year in Philadelphia.
I believe he's up.
All right, let's see these backs catch. We got a little Texas route out of the backfield.
official 40s being placed down here.
Oh, we got numbers.
We do. Isaac Guerendo's official 40 is 433. Jalen Wright's official 40.
Tell me Blake Corum got the official 449, please.
Official 40 is a 439. So 3
Damn.
sub 444.
They were too good with those.
We mentioned with Trey Benson, I mean, that was a height, weight, speed match with Breece Hall. I thought he would run well because you see some of the big plays, Charles, when you're watching Benson. But 4.3, I didn't know if he'd get in the 4.3s. That's a heck of a number.
It really is, and boy, what a personality this young man has. Had a chance to
Frank Gore Jr.
Effervescent, and I said, describe you. We were
He does. He has a very similar frame to Frank Gore.
And we see that out
You can see that they're certainly father and son.
Went from Oregon to Florida State. Mike Norvell had recruited him at Memphis State. Now the head coach at Florida State. 6 carries at Oregon, looking for a place to play. I said, how'd you pull it off? He said, I had no tape, but Coach Norvell trusted me.
Bucky Irving. I mean, you can just see the guys that actually have experience really catching the football out of the backfield. They just look different. Bucky Irving looked great in that.
He had surgery on his thumb at the end of the season. He wanted to remind me, though, that he did play in every game this season.
There you go.
He suffered the injury, but then he had the surgery, so he's not going to catch any balls. He
Who's
did
out?
participate in the Deuce Staley, but now he's done for the day. But he still said he hopes his official time is lower than what he put up.
Who's that?
Okay.
Well, we got that official time.
Which official time is? Let me look right here.
Yeah, 4:38. Remember, he looked up at the screen and shook his head in disgust.
Oh, Jalen Wright. Jalen Wright got to be.
Wouldn't we all love to just shake our heads and discuss it a 4.38?
Charles, calling games in the NFL every single week. I mean, do you
And I mentioned
last
broad
time you
jump.
watched a game
Ooh, do they have that for the receivers yet?
route we're looking at right now?
No,
on the field.
It's an absolute staple. And, let's face it, the guys who are trying to answer it on
They're
the
starting to
other
update
side
some of these.
are those former strong
Anything
safeties
even
who are now
close to
linebackers.
11 feet
That's coming
is
right to
insane.
their area. Guys that can run with them.
Do you remember watching McCaffrey do this?
Oh my gosh! I remember after this, and they put him through wide receiver drills, and it was incredible.
Jalen Coker, 42 and a half. Who are you? Holy cross receiver. 6'1", 208.
Often referenced as the favorite player.
I mean, that is a ridiculous vertical. Are you kidding me?
Official 40-yard dash times, in case anyone's out there wondering, from Wolverine country. 4.53 was Blake Corum's official 40. That's just off that list. Back with more in a moment.
My name is Bobby Wagner, linebacker for the Seattle Seahawks.
Jermaine Burton, 38 and a half is wild. Troy Franklin's going to run ridiculously fast.
Look at printed paper. There wasn't as many shots and angles of the plays. The surface changed the game. When we come to the sideline and look at the surface, it allows us to look at the plays that just happened. It gives us an opportunity to see what the offense is doing to us. We're able to communicate and tap back into the game and know what they're going to do next play.
We're building a better postal service. All parts working in sync to move your business forward. With a streamlined shipping network and new high-speed processing and delivery centers. For more value,
42 and a half
more
is
reliability,
wild.
and more on-time deliveries. The United States Postal Service is built for how you business. And how you business is with simple,
Romo Dunze officially measures in, by the way. 6'2" and 7/8, 212 pounds, 32-inch arms,
How dare you? Come on. If you save
9.25 inch hands. Again, that's measured from thumb to pinky across.
No, the good stuff, like blueberries.
Eagles with 499. Does it make sense for the Eagles to draft one of those top linebackers? Absolutely it does. Edgerrin Cooper's a name that's been connected to them.
Halle Berry. I'm just kidding. But I love her.
Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds to spend on whatever you dream up.
You talking about the running back from Troy, Kamani Vidal, Claw?
Always been active my whole life. Mental toughness was no match for, a maple bacon donut.
I gotta mute these. I don't know any receiver by that name. Keon Coleman, 38-inch vertical. That's still wild, but it's being dwarfed by some of these other top times. I think Drake London separates better than Keon Coleman does. I don't really see that comp. Now, wide receivers have not run yet, and they're not going to for a bit. Still got a couple running back drills coming up. Like, this just goes to show you. I want you to see, remember these times, right? Or these jumps. 36 inches right now in the vert is the lowest vert, okay?
Field drills were in the route running.
Let's look at even cornerback for that.
Drills, in case anybody's wondering, because I've gotten a few.
Man, we had a lot who jumped over 40.
That is Kellen Mond throwing the ball.
Look at all these, you know, under 36.
Right here.
And that's cornerbacks. Those are super athletes. The amount of ones at 40 or more is absurd. But
finishing up here,
running backs done this? Yeah, of course.
He had a nice job at the East-West Shrine game. Great week and a really good game.
Quarterback's done anything. Joe Milton has had a vert, 35. No broad yet.
I see it as well. And Jameer Gibbs, someone we watched out here do this so smooth and so effortlessly. You saw it at Alabama, and we saw it here at the Combine, and then we get a chance to see him with the Detroit Lions. The same exact thing. Given Jared Goff, I mean, some money, easy completion.
We're still getting these
That's a nightmare
these distances.
Adonai
Mitchell, 11-4. 11-4.
As we see him go through it here with Corum, followed by Ray Davis from Kentucky. Frank Gore Jr. again, a little
11-4.
Sell that flat route.
What?
Marshawn Lloyd. Strong hands away from his frame.
I mean, to call it a staple is an understatement, really. I mean, you see it
every game,
dozens of times on a Sunday.
You
Dozens.
Put a linebacker in a bad spot with that route too. You can make him look pretty bad. That's a tough
11-4 is absurd.
Sometimes.
No question.
And then again, you could see the.
And for perspective, guys, I want to show you the all-time best broad jumps. 11-4. Max Melton also did it yesterday. Deontay Banks did it last year. 11-4 is one of the best jumps in Combine history. Yes, it's not near. It's not near. You know, the record all-time that Byron Jones set at 12-3 and Tyler Owens at 12-2 yesterday. That's inhuman, almost. 11-4 is absurd.
Or we could just say, I mean, that.
I'm not going to say it because I don't know if I'm allowed to.
Well, I mean, what do?
That's insane.
They should be ready to rumble. Like if you just say it like that.
Do you owe him money now?
No, I don't. I didn't say it completely word for word, and plus I didn't put the same brio into it. You know what I mean?
I'm curious what his
I just don't know if that's
a vertical's going to be.
So quiet in here. It would really resonate. It would really resonate.
I'll be around. All right, I'll see you.
Bailey.
Also, Keon Coleman is surely going to put up a crazy broad.
Work across the middle of the field.
DJ, this young man's having him a day, I think. Benson.
Yeah, no, running like that, moving around like he's moving around.
TJ Tampa first round, it's a possibility.
4.40 for him.
He's more likely not,
He's
though.
got a jump cut that people would envy. You watched it on tape, haven't you? Where he makes that, takes the hand off and that jump. He's quick with it.
I was interesting because when I watched him, I said it's a kind of a little bit of an odd combination because he runs high and angry.
Yeah.
A lot of times you see guys or power guys, they get down. He runs through tackles sometimes when he's straight up and down.
Eric Dickerson light.
Yeah, there you go.
Dejon Edwards. Jamie?
Guys, we're seeing Dylan Johnson out of Washington participate in everything today as a running back, and he really thrived upon his arrival with the Huskies. Coming from Michigan State in an air raid offense, tough for a running back to get going. It finally clicked for him at Washington, spoke with his coaches there. He has grit and physicality. He's the kind of runner that would lean on defenses in the first half. He might get 2-3 yards on a run in the first, and that would slowly but surely turn into 5, 6, 7 yards because he is so physical in the bowling ball type coming out of the backfield.
Good stuff. Jamie, the Arizona game on him, I mean, it was literally he just carried a defensive back on his back for about 10 yards. There's Irving's going to be able to do this, Rich. He caught a lot of balls there at Oregon on this exact same route. Get a little option here, read the defender.
There's Dylan Johnson. Nice pickup on the rebound, though. I don't know if that's a metric.
We're going to get receivers going a little later today. Still got running back drills. Quarterbacks are going to go. Not sure what the order on these guys are.
Yes, he can do that all day long. That's going to be his role next year.
That's it.
And when you talk to teams, you know how you're building
Southeast Missouri State's Ryan Flournoy, 6'1", 202.
Be able to use that,
huge hands.
Roll guys through, keep guys
10 and an eighth.
The defense a different look.
For perspective, I have about 10-inch hands.
Robinson.
Pretty big. Again, thumb to pinky. Even bigger than mine.
Nice burst there by Shirt.
Big time.
Flat.
Yeah. Explosive. Let's see what he runs, but yeah.
Yeah, Tracy,
could be something.
You can see that, Charles. That's really comfortable.
That's what he used to be, and we've had those.
Jaden
guys
Daniels
in
and
the
McCarthy
past.
weigh in.
Harmon, remember that name?
Oh,
as a receiver.
I'm
went
sure
back
that
to
they did.
tailback. And of course, Ricky Waters at Notre Dame, because they were so loaded in the backfield.
I don't know if these are going to be official. Jaden Daniels is not 210. I wonder if he weighed in at 210 though.
All right. Ricky with another route.
Nice.
Got a few more to go here. As we're now switching up to a different part of the field.
J.J. McCarthy weighed in at 219.
Route tree routes to be run. There's a flare route. There's a wheel route.
Passing leak. You know, if running backs got to do a lot of work in the passing game.
I know, brother.
Okay. That is definitely way heavier than I thought he would be. Obviously, anyone with an undersized type, or like, you know, for the most part, anyone that is less weight than you'd ideally want, before the combine, they're going to bulk up.
Big play potential. Once he gets that foot in the ground and gets north and south, he can go. That was reflected by the 40.
I don't think anyone expected J.J. McCarthy to be 220 pounds.
Here he is getting in the open field. He can make you miss, spin off of a tackle against the game.
Very impressive. Except for Nate Wiggins, lost a ton.
Screen game again. Understand has set up blocks. Excellent vision and eyes and feet.
220 pounds for J.J. McCarthy is beyond shocking.
That's a really solid time.
Yeah, you can skip whatever you want. They can't make you do anything. Hello, 5 points. I'll remember this. I'll remember this transgression.
That's the new normal now.
Temple, Vanderbilt, and Kentucky. At Vanderbilt and Kentucky, both 1,000-yard seasons.
Any locks for underdog in the combine today? I don't even know if they have anything up anymore now that it's actually started, but no, I didn't really like anything all that much. The locks I had, you know, when the lines first came out, but they changed them as people, you know, get bets in.
No doubt.
Stacy?
Yeah,
running back 40s are done.
Back on Charles. This guy's tougher than nails. You know, I talked to him extensively yesterday.
I don't know when receivers or quarterbacks start. It's later.
I mean, he grew up in the foster care system.
Right now we're watching running backs run routes, which I know is not super exciting on the stream where I can't show it.
In the shelter and essentially was homeless when he was 12 years old. And so now his mission is to help what he calls himself, which was a lost child to the system. He tries to
The route and the hands from Lauby, what a natural.
The production and the person, it's spectacular. I've talked to teams here this week, and scouts have fallen in love with him. 21 touchdowns, I believe, total last season, you guys. How about 106 forced
Kendall Milton, for a guy that I thought caught the football a little bit, he did not look like a natural. Keelan Robinson will, though.
Love hearing stories.
It reminded me of Josh Jacobs, you know, with his background, his story coming up. And it's just, they're so easy. When you're in the draft room, when you're sitting in there and you're discussing players and you discuss what Stacy was just talking about there, it's such an easy player to sell in the room because you're like, what obstacle are we going to put in front of this guy that he's not going to overcome?
Pivot routes. All right,
Yeah, Isaac Guerrero was a Shrine Bowl guy.
When we come back,
Pat McAfee in the booth. Wow.
What's up, buddy? Good to see you, man.
Great to see you, Pat. All right, Pat McAfee's in the booth.
Superstar.
That's right. When we come back, Pat McAfee right here in Indianapolis. NFL Scouting Combine coverage. We'll be right back with this guy.
So what is the next big thing? Well, Galaxy believes...
Yep, they
the next big
reported
thing is
on
you.
NFL Network that Tyron Smith not going back to the Cowboys.
You open your heart.
Like, he's still unbelievable when he's healthy. And he's older. Not super old.
And open your imagination. We're putting all that power in your hands. The next big thing is you.
Pan pizza is Domino's best kept secret. It's handmade with fresh, never frozen dough, has 2 layers of cheese,
But
toppings
33
to the
years
edge, and a
old,
crust that's golden and crispy.
with a history of missing games.
Order your favorite pan pizza or try it
I mean,
today for
the
first
last
time.
time Tyron Smith played in 16 games was 2015, almost a decade ago.
A great logo and a beautiful website. Just start with a domain.
In the last 4 seasons, he's only played 30 games.
GoDaddy.com/arrow.
If he was healthy for all of that,
Public rec. More comfortable
that's
than
obviously,
jeans, more stylish than sweats.
you know,
With
2
the all-day
healthy
everyday
seasons
bag,
is
you can
30
choose your
games,
waist and
basically.
length sizes to guarantee
And
the
not even
perfect
quite,
fit.
but
Now
basically.
comfort looks good.
So, I know we moved to 17 game seasons now. Not for Tyron Smith, we didn't. So that's tough. I know he's going to make money. Obviously, he's awesome. Awesome player. But a 33-year-old with serious injury history, and not necessarily serious injuries, you know, only played in 2 games in 2020, 4 games in 2022, but just a guy who's really never shown that he can be healthy after his age 25 season. So he's, again, going to make a lot of money, but I'm very interested to see what that contract looks like for Tyron Smith. Rashawn Tripp with the $4.99, WWE legend Pat McAfee. I've heard he's been tearing up WWE. And he's a commentator, right? He's got the personality for it.
Explore thousands of promotional products.
Worthy will run 4.34 or 4.44. It's a massively huge range for a 40-yard dash. I can totally see Tyron Smith being a Jet. Oh yeah.
Be fast. Be skilled.
That's like, that feels like a perfect spot actually. We got a lot of teams who are going to need tackle. And the Cowboys already could have used tackle even with Tyron Smith, because you have Terrence Steele at right tackle. That's not great. Hello, Portland.
We'll get out there and look who's joining us in the booth. The one and only, the great Pat McAfee. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, thanks for getting me in the building, Rich. Very, very grateful for it. Honestly, genuinely. And thank you to all these people. They were tailgating for this, I was told. So a lot of people jacked
Yeah, Pat McAfee's face is red.
Lucky to be here.
This is the biggest crowd we've ever seen at the Combine.
Hell yeah.
They're crushing it.
Well, it's been extended, right?
For those who watch his show, is it always red, or do you just get a nasty sunburn or something?
We love it. Like, the city of Indianapolis loves it. The local community, obviously, the economy, everything. We love hosting it, and hopefully it'll continue forever. But, yeah, we're lucky to be here, man. Very, very, very thankful.
Now, is this your first Combine inside ever?
So...
Okay.
Mr. Sticks and I were just chatting about this. I did an NFL AM hit. What year? I'm trying to
figure out. A long time ago.
I was down on the field one time. I was not invited to the Combine coming out of college, so thank you, Rich, for not having me here. But, yeah, this is like basically my first time in the building.
I think Nate Wiggins' stock is rising.
It's
not really.
It's quiet, but there's energy.
Yeah, well, all the teams.
I know he ran 4.29. I think it's stabilized.
From changing your life. We talked
Always
about
red.
Year,
okay.
C.J. Stroud, you know, like he comes out here and throws. The Houston Texans suite that is up here, they have 2 of them, I'm learning. One for interviews, one to watch what's going on. I'm learning about the whole operation. But, like, the energy of watching CJ throw here last year, not even knowing that their entire lives are going to be changed going forward from that, is like, that's a special type of feeling that all these football nerds in all these suites have. And it's been cool to kind of experience it a little bit.
Yeah, I think we'll get Daniel Jeremiah on the channel.
Do you have any advice for them this year, by the way, Houston?
Yeah, I was telling you guys off air this. I told the Houston Texans, and Nick Cassari wasn't in there, and I didn't see D'Amico either, but it was a lot of the scouts, you know.
Yeah.
Daniel Jeremiah's the whole thing. So let's make sure we find the worst players, guys with the worst characters. Let's find the guys that are going to ruin the entire culture. Let's do that. Let's get them to the Houston Texans. And I went and told Doug Peterson of the Jacksonville Jaguars the same thing, Doug. Let's try to, you and the Houston Texans are competing for the same guys, but it feels like this class is good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They're all maturing much
Listen to
faster.
the Jordan Run on Talking Giants interview?
And I think
No.
NIL is a big part of that.
What I missed? Fill me in. Anything important?
Because you're like a business person as a teenager.
Right.
Like, I wouldn't have been able to handle that. You give me money, I'm acting like an you know, like I'm doing that now.
Right.
I couldn't even imagine.
Yeah, Bucky Irving's cool.
So I feel like they're much
Good
more
player.
mature now than maybe back in the day.
Yeah,
Could be a decent pickup for a team, you know, late day 2, early day, somewhere day 3 maybe.
You could say that before. Why? Because if in the NFL we talk, it's been devalued and these guys slip in the draft and Isaiah Pacheco's a 7th-round pick, and then they say, okay, well I can come out, maybe I'm a 4th-round pick, but my college is offering me all this money because they understand the value I have on campus. So I think we're going to see a lot more 5th-year guys, 5th-year running backs.
Like this guy could have made every dollar that Michigan had, right? He was the face of the team there for a while.
No doubt. 2 years ago, he was a Heisman Trophy winner until he blew his knee out 2 weeks left in the
So
regular
NFL
season.
Network, that's the channel name. What number channel? I don't know.
He's one of my favorite players
I
ever.
know, you've been taking your little victory lap. I've seen it.
I wouldn't call it a little victory lap. I would call it a large, grand parade.
Well, I watched NFL Game Day morning.
We're seeing like wheel routes right now for running backs, basically.
You're great on there.
Seeing who just catches the football well, who looks natural. It's kind of one of those things. It's tough to explain, but it's just, you know, who looks smooth out there, who looks like they've done it before,
You bought them.
who looks natural.
I saw Harbaugh talking to Frank Gore. This is a cool event. Cool event.
Who catches with their hands.
What do you want for the Colts?
Okay, so we need some weapons.
Yeah.
I think we need some weapons.
Pittman staying or going?
Let's see if more of those
Okay.
That's a matter of
wide
fact.
receiver broad and verticals are out.
Which is good news, because once the Jonathan Taylor situation happened last year, like if Pittman was to follow suit,
Burton 11-1. Keon Coleman was one I was looking for, 10-7.
he's like our heart and soul. Whenever he gets injured,
Again, it is quite good.
He'll run people over. Obviously, he took
I was hoping he'd be a little bit better, but it's still very good.
Everybody knows is good for our team. Hope he gets paid.
Leggett, 40 inches. Adnai Mitchell, 39.5.
I think we still need some weapons. Alec Pierce, obviously has potential.
Bub Means from Pitt.
Not as consistent, showing up every single week. I don't know if it's because the strategy.
Almost
and if it's
40
not getting the ball or
inches.
whatever, but we get a couple more weapons. We got JT. Anthony Richardson's healthy. You saw him throwing with no shoes on.
Jermaine Burton could come out and
Talk about this. Houston Texans are looking for bad players. I told them
and really run pretty well.
doing the same, and the Titans, if I can get a hold of them.
I thought he was going to be in the 4.4s. He might even be a little bit faster than that.
Who did you announce at the draft in Nashville?
Okereke.
Yeah. Okay.
But you guys set me up.
Yes.
The NFL set me up. Roger Goodell set me up.
What do you mean?
They gave me the card to announce Bobby, and it says there at the bottom, Okereke. Okay. And I think that's what the name, that's what he was going by then, until he went back to the actual pronunciation.
Yes.
So, like, I'm the worst guy of all time for not calling him by the actual name.
But when you called him that at that, everybody called him that, and it changed when he got to the league.
Stage.
But I'm talking about you basically cut a promo before introducing him.
Had to, yeah.
That was. I mean, and they were.
Would someone be able to tell me something about football that I don't already know, or is it rare? For sure. Football is one of those things where
because it's been imitated.
yeah, it's like an onion. You know, you peel away another layer, you're going to be doing that forever.
See if we get. We've had a lot of.
It's football is a super complex sport. It really is like, you know, the chess match of sports. There's so much going on. Now, the average YouTube commenter being like, you're stupid. He's better than this guy, or like, that is like nothing. But as for like actual, you know, football people, coaches, absolutely. I think, I forget what it's called. It's some type of bell curve where it's like, you know, you think when you know nothing, you kind of think you know everything a little bit, and then the more you learn, the more you realize you know nothing until you actually know a bunch. And I mean, there's so much to learn. There's so much.
Now I'll be smelling fresh all day long. Still fresh.
Still fresh. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection. Try for under $5.
At Melon, we set out to create the highest quality headwear in the world. Around here, we like to call it better headwear for better adventure.
I need Adonai Mitchell to get to 39.
At melon.com.
Yeah, Dunning-Kruger. That's exactly what it is.
You don't have to wear
Good
your
call,
PT
Uber.
gear anymore, right? It's comfortable. So how's civilian life treating you? It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because
The thing is okay, let me tell you guys something about the Combine other than what we've already talked about already with, we know Combine medicals, interviews are probably king. Athletic testing is important, but it's not the end-all be-all. If you already know a player is athletic, their stock doesn't probably change a whole lot when you see a time. So, Brian Thomas Jr., right, Pegasus? I'm not meaning to like single you out or anything. I'm just using it as an example. If we all expect Brian Thomas Jr. to run in the low 4.4s, maybe even could potentially push into the 4.3s, right? If we all expect that, and then he doesn't, should his stock change? Or does he confirm what we already thought, where we already had him? Is Shaquan Jackson the bottom of everything? I like Shaquan Jackson, though. Should be a fun slot receiver.
I just learned I'm losing my hair.
Mute that. Jacob Cowing the same. I mean, but these slot guys are typically going to be smaller. They're not going to test amazingly. Like, how do you expect... You see Adonai Mitchell here. He's like 6'2 or 6'3", 200 pounds, right? Big athlete. How is he going to compare testing-wise when he's clearly built the part versus a guy that's 5'9", 188? Like, maybe these guys are going to be able to move a little bit better, but these big freak athletes, like Troy Franklin, right? 6'2", long strider, only 176 pounds. Like, he's going to be able to fly. Jumps crazy. And why do jumps matter? It's just a representation of explosiveness. That's pretty much all it is. How sudden are you?
There's a vote going on here. Yep. What position was Pat?
Like Xavier Leggett.
Yep. Right now, quarterbacks.
6'1", 220. He's going to run 4.4 or better. He's got electric speed.
Eric Swope, shout out to you, buddy. That was fantastic. But these people have seen
and is explosive.
Here, you know, I used to be able to throw pretty good. Now I'm an old man. Rich.
Do you want to tell that story?
I had not played fantasy football until this past year, and I would only do a dynasty league to make it seem real or whatever.
What's that story?
So I am in one now. I'm in a rebuilding phase.
But a lot of people thought maybe
I have
a couple people thought I was going to be a punter in the NFL.
the first pick,
if you're a punter, you have to hold.
And I have, I think, the third pick, and maybe the 7th. I've got 4 first-round picks. I don't remember where they are.
Absolutely, I used to do it like 3 days.
Draft won't be for a while, but I'll have my pick if I want Caleb Williams, if I want Drake May or Jaden Daniels or Marvin Harrison Jr. or Malik Neighbors. I can get technically whoever I want.
And then that first training camp, he threw me no less than 500 balls throughout the day.
No, Pearsall is going to go day 2.
Throw me balls, make sure I do it because
he's good. He's good. He had a really good year.
Yeah, some lying punk wasn't going to ruin all that, and he made me better. He made me great.
What's the name? Well, what's the name of the holding camp? Is it like Laces Out? Like, what's the name of this?
So
thing?
it was his holder in New England, and he's a legend. Dude was so cool. Ryan, I don't know his name.
Yeah.
Okay.
I should know his name though. I just want to.
But he actually has.
He's Hollywood.
Actually has
no,
like
Ryan before Ryan Allen. Ryan Allen is lefty.
No, Jack's looking into it.
Ken Walter. The holder whenever he made the kicks, like the big ones, the Oakland one and everything like that. So I went down to his house.
Nice.
Stayed at his house. And he
Stayed at his house, doesn't know his name?
Yeah, no, bring him in. Hey, Kicker's just sending holders to this place from all over the country.
There's a lot of these young kids, you know, and I think 7
He's Hollywood.
wide receivers much better. Like,
Hey, you had me down, stayed in his house, worked with me, figured out how to do it. I don't know what his name is.
Kicking camps, punting camps, snapping camps, when they're like 10 years old, and it's like, hey, this is what you're going to do for a living. It's wild how specialized everything is kind of got. But no, that was not what I went to.
So Ken Walter, is that the name?
Ken Walter, yes.
Okay, there
Sorry,
you go.
Ken. Thank you. Bought me 5
Ken
subs.
Ryan?
I'll never forget that. That was the first time I ever had them. They were delicious.
So who's the one?
He remembers the food, but he doesn't remember the guy's name.
You did.
Yeah.
How'd that go over?
Well, no, great. Yeah, he sent me to North Carolina. Yeah, that's how it went. Legit.
Sean, thanks for the $9.99. Life has now unfortunately begun for me. Hope the 350 reps don't kill you. And that the Bengals pick who you want to. I don't have any preference on the Bengals. Rashawn, good luck with whatever you got going on. Appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Have you ever held before? And I was like, I gotta tell you something.
I'm on ESPN for fantasy.
Yeah, I sent me in North Carolina 3 days later. It was great.
Let me show you guys the team. Since we're talking about it, we got a lull in the action before the next group comes out.
If you're running the team and you get 50
all right, here we go.
with the player,
I'll show you guys football. I'll also show you guys baseball because we're about to get into that. Again, remember, I have multiple top picks. Okay. I have top picks. I traded away talent to get some of those picks. Let's just keep that in mind when we see the team, okay? Let's just keep it in mind that the team isn't great, but I have a lot of picks. I can't emphasize that enough. Yes, DTR is in there at quarterback right now. I have Baker Mayfield. Okay. My first pick, and this is a league where quarterbacks are prioritized because I didn't want to play in a league where running back was the most important, like, and even receiver. I want it to be like more like an NFL team, right, where quarterback is really the most important thing. Okay. Got Baker. I have Chuba Hubbard, Bijan Robinson, George Pickens, Jalen Waddle. Receiver's not super strong for me. David Njoku is huge. Elijah Moore, Josh Downs, Cedric Tillman, Demario Douglas, Dicker the kicker, Hookem. And then on the bench, I have Darren Waller, Roshan Johnson, Alec Pierce, Devontae Parker, Kylan Granson. I've got a lot of tight ends. These guys are not going to all make the team. Quentin Johnston was acquired in a trade to get Bijan. I didn't draft him. It was the only guy I could get. Darius Slayton, Pierre Strong, Eric Gray, Kadarius Toney, Zach Evans. These guys will not make the team. However, there is a saving grace. I have Anthony Richardson and Jelani Woods on there as well. You can't see. But Anthony Richardson was my second pick. That's a good fantasy quarterback. Rushing touchdowns plus an arm. I think we're moving to sleeper and going with a super flex instead of 2 QBs, but it will still be 2 quarterbacks essentially. You're just not screwed if you don't have to that week because of injuries or bye or whatever. But yes, Anthony Richardson saves it a bit. Anthony Richardson, Baker Mayfield at quarterback. Again, remember, I have the number 1 overall pick. I believe I'm picking also at 3. I know it's not great, but I had the second to last pick in the draft, and a lot of guys were already off the board that were really good. I felt like I got screwed, and we kind of hit the reset button. I traded for Bijan. I traded for Jalen Waddle. I want to have guys that I like. You guys know, obviously, I love those two. And yes, a lot of Browns, a lot of Colts. It's not ideal. I think I kind of started to meme it a little bit, kind of joke around as things got real ugly. So I got every tight end that I could. Pause. Every Colt, every Brown. Let me see. Standing here. Standings are ugly. But again, I didn't want to win. So I have my pick. I might have 1 and 2 actually. I have my pick. I have wrote me off pick. Magunski has his pick. Rayweather has his. I have Drew's pick. I have one more. I thought Drew, mine, Chang. I thought I had 4. Who is it? Do I have Mark's pick? I have Mark's pick. I have Mark's. So they're not all great, but I should have 1 and then either 2 or 3. And then I guess this one, is it 12 team? Yeah, so 12. So I should have 8 and then 12. or 11 or something like that. I'm not. I finished 12 in the regular season. I think I won the consolation bracket, but that stuff doesn't actually count for our order. Our order at this point. I've tried baseball first. I love fantasy baseball now. My team is absolutely unbelievable. It's a 10-man league. I wouldn't do it any other way than with Dynasty, complete control of the rosters. So we have 40-man rosters and 40 keepers. 40 keepers. So this is my team. I have a lot of prospects, but my team is absolutely stacked. Will Smith, Freddie Freeman, Gleyber Torres, Austin Riley, Francisco Lindor, Fernando Tatis Jr., and Ronald Acuna Jr., James Outman, Brian Reynolds, J.D. Martinez, not on a team yet, Jorge Soler, Anthony Volpe, Ellie De La Cruz, Nolan Gorman, Jordan Westburg, Colt Keith, Giancarlo. The draft is coming up. I have the #1 overall pick as well. I made some good trades, so I'm probably going to draft Wyatt Langford, but I'm really considering Yoshinobu Yamamoto recently. Brady House, Gabriel Gonzalez, these are all prospects. Chase DeLauder's been playing well in spring training. Christian Robinson might not make the team. Matt McClain, Sam Basayo is a top prospect. A lot of top prospects. And then my pitching's pretty good as well. Luis Castillo, Dylan Cease, Kenta Maeda, Freddie Peralta, Garrett Cole. I made some really good trades. Reese Olson, Josh Hader, Cole Reagans. It's a name to watch. AL Cy Young sleeper. Mason Miller, Andrew Abbott, Bryce Miller, and then it's being cut off a bit. The names you can't see are Bryce Miller, Brian Wu, Brian Wu, Jacob Mizorowski, Luis Severino, Jackson Jobe, Jared Jones, Brandon Pfaadt, Andrew Painter, Felix Bautista, and Max Scherzer. So I won the league last year. My team's unreal. 10-man league. But I made some really good trades. I made some really good trades. I made some really good signings. I mean, people just left a lot of prospects out there. I traded for Felix Bautista. He got hurt. I traded for Scherzer. I traded for Garrett Cole. I traded for Freddie Peralta. I signed Cole Reagans. McClain before the season, or before he got called up. I drafted Ellie. I traded for Lindor, Riley. Drafted Will Smith, Freddie Freeman, Tatis, Acuna. It's amazing I got both of these. I honestly cannot believe it still. People were scared about Acuna with his knee injury. He wasn't that good the year after the ACL tear. But I said, I love Acuna too much. I will be drafting him. And Tatis coming off the PED suspension plus the injury stuff. So I got both of them. It was unbelievable. I'm still stoked on it. And also, because it's a dynasty league, people let Freddie Freeman last for too long because he's in his 30s, but he's still awesome. Again, I was stoked with the draft, and then I made some very good trades and signings. Yeah, here's standings if you cared about him. Well, okay. Let's go to 2023. I went 16-5. Had the biggest differential. Easily. And this is really telling if you look at points for. I scored, almost 2,000 more points than the next highest scorer. So no one got to 20,000 points. I was at 21,000. So yeah, my team crushed it. And when you looked at points allowed, I'm like middle of the pack. So that's not even. I didn't get lucky. My team's just stacked. I have Colt Keith. I just showed the roster.
a chance for it, guys, because here's the deal. All these running backs we're talking about, cookie cutter is the wrong term, but it's hard to separate them. Who's your flavor? But this guy, look at that upper body and the ability to catch the football.
Is Charles Davis thinking that Marshawn Lloyd could be RB1? Interesting.
So let's break it down, simulcam. Off-tackle recognition between Corum and Lloyd.
I love how they don't run into each other in the scam.
I would hate to tackle either one of them, let alone both at the same time.
Do you want a little something there? Jim Harbaugh is the coach of the Chargers. He went and hired his running backs coach. He hired Kai McDonald from USC. So you got Harbaugh, who had Corum.
Did Johnny Wilson jump?
Who had Lloyd. Now maybe there's a debate of who's better in that simulcam between the guys that they had in
Remember,
college.
Harbaugh coached Toby.
Is he testing?
At Stanford. And you know what he used to tell Toby before every game? Feed him your pads, Toby. Feed him your pads. He wants thumpers.
All right, we can't wait. We are super excited for the quarterbacks and wide receivers in the next group you're going to see. Speaking of Michigan, J.J. McCarthy and also Bo Nix of Oregon. What are you expecting to see?
I like that J.J.'s competing. There's still a battle for who's going to be that fourth quarterback, and maybe J.J. says, forget fourth quarterback.
Moving to tight end. Yeah, Devin Funchess is actually a perfect comp. It's a tight end who moved to wide receiver.
J.J. McCarthy's like, give me the rock, let me prove it. And I'll tell you what, he measured in, did his size.
Devin Funchess he was a Panther, he was a Packer. Was Devin Funchess a Colt?
But if you dig the long ball,
I feel like Devin Funchess played on 3 teams. Was it just Packers?
McCarthy, by the way.
Was he a Bear ever?
Watched him play the last 2 years, and I still feel like we don't know enough about him as an NFL.
Carolina, Indianapolis. He never actually played a game for Green Bay.
He's been saying all week, I cannot wait to compete.
Interesting.
In the house that Peyton built.
I'm here for the 70-yard Joe Milton pass. You're right. Let's go.
70? That's a flick of the wrist, man.
Excuse me, would you mind?
I mean, I remember him making the Packers. I guess he just never played a game.
Problem. You need Verizon.
Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics.
So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of pen.
Dude, I was a big Devin Funchess guy out of Michigan. He was awesome. But 6'4", 225 is a lot different than 6'6", 230. That is a big dude. Johnny Wilson. Yeah, 35 3/8 inch arms. It's a really great receiver class. Do we know if receivers are going before the quarterbacks? I don't know. Only 2 quarterbacks jumped. Yeah, Sam Hartman's really just if any of us decided to test. Oh, the Colt McCoy comp. I love it. Turnovers pile up thanks to decision-making and overthrows. And he doesn't have a strong arm either. Frenetic footwork and mechanics hurt accuracy at times. Need to play with better eye manipulation to control safeties. Throws with closed-off hips as a rollout passer. Doesn't throw a very firm ball to the field side. Sam Hartman over under 4.8540. I think he gets 4.8. I can see that. Peyton Wilson's a stud. We know that. Dude, Jermaine Burton's going to be one to watch. Good route runner as well. He was a former 5-star recruit to Georgia, I want to say. Well, I know Georgia, but I think he was a 5-star. High 4-star. All right. But a lot of hype around him. Ends up transferring to Alabama. Plays pretty well. I think punches a girl on the field. 20.5 yards per reception is nuts. He's a good player. He really is. This receiving class is unfair how good it is.
Getting ready
for exactly that. Bring on the chattering helmets.
The website is NFL.com.
Here today, J.J. McCarthy, the national championship winning quarterback at the University of Michigan. You guys have been talking about it. He did not do either of the jumps, broad or vertical, due to hamstring tightness, but is letting it fly today. And I think it's fair to say he is one of the more intriguing quarterbacks in this draft.
McCarthy's up to 220 pounds. He looks like it. His face looks like it's put on some weight.
How much he can actually do. You know, guys, Schrager mentioned it. It seems clear now we have a top 3 of quarterbacks. There is a real chance that some teams consider him to be the third and consider him to be closer to the top 3 than maybe we realized. A good performance here behind me today potentially solidifies that. Meanwhile, Michael Penix Jr., the Washington
recruiting website do I use the most? On 3. He's on 3.
Top potential first-round quarterback. Had a lot of injury questions.
But, I mean, 24/7 too. I don't use Rivals. I don't use ESPN.
My understanding is the medical exams came out extremely positive for Penix. No issues going forward. A big-time check mark as he heads into draft.
Very good news on that front for the left-hander. We will see him later today in Group 9. J.J. McCarthy in Group 8. Stacey Dales, Jamie Erdahl. Let's check in with them down on the field. What do you have?
Hey, what's up, Rose? Actually, we have Jamie Erdahl. We stole her.
Yes.
Off of GMFB.
Combine somehow longer hours, but better hours because I don't have to wake up at 5 a.m.
Yeah, but you're back on air on Monday.
Back on Good Morning Football on Monday. And this is great. It's a good primer for the GMFB crew because we really like to drive towards the draft, and the combine is where it begins.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
it's
part of the job.
Quarterbacks.
Bo Nix.
Lots to talk about. Let's start with Bo.
Okay, Bo Nix. You've heard his name a lot. It's because he's played the most games in college.
Sure did, Grant. Been watching the combine all day. Already knew about Isaac Garendo. Thought he was going to test pretty well. He was a Shrine Game guy.
The NFL draft. I've known this young man since he was a freshman.
Very explosive.
First true starting freshman at Auburn since 1946. Bo Nix was. I was standing on a field with him at the Iron Bowl when Auburn beat them 48-45, them being Alabama. He has grown up so much in that time. And
Bub Mean sounds like a Bengal franchise guy. Does he?
He is a remarkable young man in his maturity and his preparation, and he does not knock the fact that he has played so much college football. He wants to take that, the fact that he's been in
Caleb
5
throws so many red flags out. No, he doesn't.
That was a lot.
Stop being dumb.
So it made me
no, he doesn't.
Back in preparation for the NFL.
Can't wait to watch him throw. I'm surprised Rich Eisen hasn't actually.
Yeah, I'll be live for the draft on YouTube, like I am every year.
J.J. McCarthy.
Maybe we should go rub JJ's elbow and then run up to Rich and do it for him.
I think that might make him happy because JJ, what a season he's coming off of, right? National champion, and I had an opportunity to speak with him. We're going to see him throw as well shortly, and he can't wait to show how he throws.
Combine's on NFL Network.
One of the things he also wants to do is show how he
you have TV, you can watch it.
Distances. We know he can use those legs a little bit, but that offense was just so versatile. They ran the ball, they threw the ball, and ultimately his big, I guess, sell.
Quarterbacks and players opt out of participating at the combine all the time.
Drake Nugent.
What is the drama about Caleb that he has caused? It's all just idiot media perpetuating this shit.
He's a teammate, but on 3rd and long, he always bailed him out.
What are we doing? Well, he said he didn't want to play for the Bears. Never said that. Never said it.
It's great to have you with us.
Thank you. When it's 3rd and
well, he cried after he lost. All right, I mean, whatever. Does that mean he can't play football? He said he wants stock in a team or he's not playing for him. No, he didn't. Never said it. We're just spreading misinformation. He opted out of the combine. He doesn't want to participate. He can't compete against his peers. He's competed his entire career. Actually on the football field. What are we doing? Malik Daniel with a 5. What result from a prospect so far decreased him slightly in your eyes? Obviously, it wouldn't be a lot. Just combine after all, of course. Audric Estime today ran in the 4.7s. That was a bit slow for him. Thought that was a bit slow. Bengal King continues to test poorly, the cornerback from Penn State. His offseason's been bad. His 2023 was bad.
Just my shoe. Like maybe shoes without laces.
He's going to move to safety, probably. But I already was down on him, but and then he came out and didn't test well either.
All white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or new
I think
Parmesan garlic.
Jeremiah Trotter was probably about linebacker 4.
I know you've been grinding.
He didn't run the 40. I thought he did agilities.
I wonder if you know that we can get help.
And it wasn't particularly amazing stuff.
Your mind.
I wear this shirt on game day, tailgates, home.
And for perspective, top performers in these drills all time at linebacker. I mean, you're getting some guys that push into the second range. I mean, you can see the bottom of the top performers all time at linebacker. 6'8" from 6'4" Anthony Barr.
Stream exclusive off-season coverage from the NFL Scouting Combine.
Even 6'5", 255, and he's running the 3-cone in under 7 seconds. For 20-yard shuttles, you have got some guys that push under 4, but it's rare. But mostly, you know, around 4.1 at the top end, 4.2, 4.3. So it's not like a 4.4 flat 20-yard shuttle is all that good, and it's not like a 7.13 3-cone is all that good. And there already I had concerns about him being stiff and, you know, not being so awesome in coverage. And you can see here, he doesn't qualify for an RAS score, but he's short. He doesn't weigh a ton for a linebacker. He's not particularly fast for a linebacker, and he opted out of the 40, I think, for that reason. Shuttle was below average. 3-cone was a little bit better than average, but not great.
Talk to your doctor and learn
Oh,
more at
sorry, this is super zoomed in for you guys, but you see it now. He's just, I think, purely a thumper, but it is not thumper type size. So I'm not like big on Trotter Jr. athletically. I think he's just going to be like an early down linebacker, but he's light. He's a little small to be that. I don't know.
Chris Carter's not allowed to talk to JJ McCarthy.
But I think the tape's pretty good. He just can't. He's not really a big cover guy. Merciful Ray with a 5. Who are your offensive and defensive sleeper picks in this draft? It's tough because it's still early. Like, it's February or March. Oh my goodness, it's March. So I haven't got to a bunch of different guys down the board yet. You know, you kind of work your way through it, depending on, you know, the consensus big boards and things like that, and the names you hear. So, I mean, I know some guys that are in contention to be, but I haven't seen all these guys yet. So I'll give you a couple guys that have impressed me here. Miles Harden from South Dakota was a name I didn't know about, and he's had a pretty good week so far. Gonna have to check him out. At linebacker from Wyoming, I was pretty impressed by Easton Gibbs. Ran 4.73, but looked really good in the drills. I thought he looked good. Trevin Wallace athletically tested really well. Jordan McGee is a good sleeper from Temple. His tape's really good. I have watched him. Tony Daniel with the 5. Bengal, do you think when all is said and done, could J.J. McCarthy be the best quarterback in this class? Also at CB, do you think Prince could be a day 2 Red fan? So yeah, now that's somebody who tested really well yesterday as well, and looked pretty good in the drills. I think he actually jumped almost as good as anybody.
Tight windows when necessary. A lot of underneath options in this offense, but shows you he has a skill set.
He do well. He ran 4.38. He ran faster. Good broad as well. As far as going day 2, I haven't watched him. Obviously, he has, you know, decent enough size and ran really well. But as for getting to day 2, that's going to be tough. And for J.J. McCarthy, here's what I would say, is that obviously the better prospects, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, for sure for me. However, quarterback success in the draft is as much about talent as it is where you go. So If J.J. McCarthy ends up in a better situation, surrounded by more talent, with a better coach, and a team that has a bigger history of success versus some of these teams that are always picking up near the top of the draft, that are mismanaged, to say the least, he could have the best career. Now, that's not me saying he will, or he certainly will, but there is a path to it. All right, we're about to get some receivers and also Sam Hartman going. I think Sam Hartman might be the only quarterback running with this group.
Well, he let the
looks like it's mismatched.
He trimmed it for the Senior Bowl, and now he's let it grow back out.
All right, you guys ready? We're about to see some very fast times and some very big, receivers going to run.
So here is Sam Hartman. I'll give you the floor on him.
Yeah, he's played a ton of football. It's a different style offense when he was at Wake Forest, that slow mesh where they kind of ride the running back for a long time. And then he goes to Notre Dame.
Yeah, I thought so as well, Alex.
Key plays and key moments. The question
if Sam Hartman runs faster than any receiver when we move over to Twitch later, I'll give 10 subs to the chat. If Sam Hartman runs faster than any receiver in any group, not just this group, anything. Yeah, maybe Counter-Strike later. There's a potential.
So here's Sam Hartman.
Here's Hartman. I'm expecting in the 4.8s.
Off he goes. It's a 4.8 flat. And the Notre Dame fans here are all excited. Look at Sam.
He's got some supporters.
And as expected,
South Bend, Indiana is not very far from Indianapolis.
And for those who are follically challenged like myself,
as you might imagine, it's north of it.
That's excellent. I feel like I'm watching the opening of Braveheart here.
Hold. Sam Hartman. There you go. JJ liked it.
Well, the number he ran at 4.80, that's a target. If you look at the quarterbacks with the most passing yards, the top 10 last year, the average 40 when they ran was 4.80, so hit it on the nose.
So they'll give Sam.
I'm just going to switch to receivers. I mean, Sam Hartman 4.8 doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I asked Sam Hartman, guys, this week what he anticipates at the next level, because it's been such a journey.
This is on NFL Network.
In terms of his transition to Notre Dame and Wake Forest and what he's been through and how many offenses he's played in. He obviously joined a pro-style offense. He said he just wants to make a team. He wants a team to take a chance on him and give him a shot and bring all that knowledge.
Surefire home run running back in this draft?
Have an opportunity at the next
no,
level.
Probably not, but there are a bunch of really good ones. I like Benson.
So, all right. What do you think there? How's that for a comp?
That's strong. Yeah, it's a great flow. Fabio,
listen,
they're crushing me in the truck for being a little bit older with my references. So
I think we'd all trade to look like Sam Hartman. I see it. Everyone's talking about it. Yes, I can admit.
Hair comp guy.
With me, you're definitely barking up the wrong tree.
Let's see here.
So, here we go again.
I lost it.
Go back. I like it.
Is this going to be 4.79? Nope. B. Scleeves with a 4.99. Do you think Jordan Travis has a chance to be drafted to a QB-needy team will have a chance to be the starting QB? Not right away, that's for sure. And I think he has a chance to be drafted. I do not think he's going to be a starting quarterback. Is he someone that could start at some point, get spot starts? Possibly, but I don't think he's a starting QB.
Very, Josh Brolin-like, right? What do you think?
Good pull.
He's Brolin down the 40-yard dash line.
Nice.
Okay. So it's a 4.8, and now it's time for the wideouts.
Now we're going to get rolling, starting with this very first one with Baker.
Javon Baker can run. Jermaine Burton can run. Jalen Coker could be impressive. He jumped really high. Haven't watched him.
First 40 of 8.
These are going to be different. A little bit different than Sam Hartman. 4.54 is not bad for Javon Baker.
Okay.
Thought he might run a little bit quicker than that.
For the wideouts, I can give you
Not bad. Anything around 4 or 5 flat is decent, depending on how good of a route runner you are. And your size, obviously.
The average was 4.47.
Merciful Ray with a 5. What are your top 5 quarterbacks in the draft? It's too early to say, for sure, but I have done more work on quarterbacks in a lot of other positions. I would say May and Williams are so close. Jaden Daniels would be number 3. Number 4 probably ends up being J.J. McCarthy. Number 5 for me,
I'm doing great. What's going on,
maybe
guys?
Bo Nix, maybe Penix, maybe Pratt. All kind of in that conversation. Michael Pratt's a good player.
I do. I think it was he ran fast.
Here's Jermaine Burton.
4.61.
4.46. That's what I like to see. I just needed him to stay out of the 4.3s.
Because I thought I just wanted to be in the 5s and didn't do it. So.
Did you see Brady's running faster now? Did you see that one?
You see that? That's unbelievable.
That's all I needed.
What do you mean? Is it legit?
Can do a lot of things. I've seen what you guys can do with technology.
Well, are you saying it's AI 12 instead of the TV 12 system?
You know what? I would not put it past him one bit. I saw the. I mean, wearing sneakers, turf field.
Okay.
Beating his time. Okay. I mean, put a pair of cleats on him.
Prize Picks had Jermaine Burton's 40 line set at 4.32. Ran 4.46. Jalen Coker. I'm interested to see what he looks like.
Here at the combine. There's Jalen Coker. All right, let's see.
Not as fast as you'd hope for that vertical.
I didn't even know the video. Yeah, here it is.
4.58.
See? Kind of looks good, don't you think?
I mean, he opened up that stride. I don't know about the 10 time, but the 40 definitely better.
I think that pliability helped him once he got about the 20-yard line.
From Tom Brady running a faster 40 at 46 years old compared to 22 is funny. All right, this is what I really want to see because Keon Coleman's a really good athlete. Kind of the question that's being thrown out about him, obviously, how well can he separate? But beyond that, can he run by people? We know he's a great run after catch guy. Does he have legit speed? Hey, remember, he is 6'3", 215 pounds. 4'5" would be amazing. 4.64 is a little slow.
It's been really good, man. I'm looking.
It's not awful. Remember, this is a big receiver. Big receiver.
Florida State.
Yeah, that was gonna be the question on him.
But a little slow.
Speed, but the catch radius, ability to go up and get it, that's kind of his deal.
So then let's try and make this a little bit, I guess, relatable for fans out there. What did you see out of Jordan Addison?
Cowling's going to be very different.
In these sorts of drills.
Jacob Cowling's got very legit speed when you watch him.
Yeah, he,
no question. 5'8" and 3/8. Came in at 168. So he is small, but he has starting slot receiver upside in the NFL. Absolutely.
We actually didn't.
Cowling is going to run fast.
You did not. Yeah, which
and he is moving. This is going to be a very good time. 4.41. That is our new highest receiver time. I think that'll get beat today.
I prefer more time with these guys than just
that is very good.
If you can. But even watching his interactions with the guys out on the field, not sure. I can't remember all what he did working out that day because I know he was working through some stuff that kind of ended the season early.
Ryan Flournoy is a name I did not know about. Has tested well, broad and vert. Interested to see what his time ends up being. Still recovering from being sick, so my voice is trying its best.
To have the year he did, but the way he did it, stepping in the biggest moments and really
4.44. Well, that'll work. That'll play.
About the year he had.
You mentioned Justin. I always pay attention.
Coleman reminds you of Kevin White from 2014. Kevin White was a freak athlete. He ran way better than 4.6.
That guy. Just seeing it every day. What is it?
Yeah, but it is important to remember, like Valkeem says, some of these guys are 180 or below. They're going to run much faster than someone who's 215 pounds.
Elevating himself towards the goal of being the best to ever do it. He wants to go down, as one of the guys that.
It depends what type of player you are. If you are a speed player on tape, running fast, you kind of have to. But if you can do other things, if you're a big-bodied, big catch radius, jump ball, great hands receiver, you do not need to run 4.4. 4.41 for Troy Franklin. People were thinking he might be a little bit faster than that. Still quite a good time. But I mean, there's a reason why I didn't take Troy Franklin's over-unders, higher lowers on underdog. Just wasn't quite sure if he was going to get 4.3. I think Xavier Worthy will. I think he will.
I'd like to use my one Kirk Cousins,
but we'll see.
If I may.
4.41 is still very fast.
Well, here it comes.
Gold is moving a little bit. He's a player a lot of people like. 4.4 flat.
With the new league year coming up,
it's really good.
In about 10 days.
Slot receiver.
You know, the combine just kind of gave everybody else an opportunity, even whether they're supposed to be or not, to maybe have some conversations. But I've been having kind of the dialogue that
I need Lad McConkey to get sub 4.5.
Relationship we've built up over a long period of time.
I'd love for that to happen.
I know Kirk, you know, where he's at in this whole process. He's earned the right to be a free agent, and you know, he's played really good football.
4.45.
I think he's
Griffin.
you know, 18-7, whatever his record.
I'm not sure about which group these guys are in. Like, I don't know when Roman Wilson's going. I know his last name starts with W, and this is done alphabetically. So I would say not with this group, but
with guys like Jordan,
I don't know how they've separated it.
I know Kirk's going to go through a full process.
But I would say not in this group.
And, you know, hopefully we continue to be a strong part in that process, and we figure out a way to keep him in.
And we don't say these times seem slower, because we've only seen a few receivers run, or I guess several at this point. But
thank you for.
No, we're gonna get some guys that run in the 4.3s. Roman Wilson will be in the 4.3s. Xavier Worthy is gonna be in the 4.3s.
Not even physically here, so we have actually come up with a gift for you to actually be at the combine. It's wrapped. Did we really just put it in a plastic bag?
That's a laptop.
Jaquan Jackson staying low. Head came up after the 20. It's pretty good technique.
Don't be concerned.
Ran 4.54, which kind of makes up a little bit for his bad testing otherwise. Another slot receiver.
What do we have here?
Let's see. We've got the NFL and
okay, and
you know what? This is awesome. What are we talking about? This is phenomenal. What size did you guys go with? We went small.
Extra medium.
That was for McVay, but he wasn't here size-wise. So
Sean would absolutely tell
like
you.
4.4 flat is very fast.
I think there's a coach 2 or 3 boxes.
Let's not mistake that. We already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 receivers who have run at 4.46 or better. That's fast.
Understood.
I think we should throw him back on the TV.
Cornelius Johnson's a pretty big dude. Getting into the 4.5s would be impressive for him.
See if we can hold it up, Mike. He thinks this is going to be your size. That's for you.
That's for him right there.
Because he's here.
I might go hand deliver. There you go.
4.45 is really good.
No, appreciate it, guys. Coach, good to see you, man.
Very good time for a bigger receiver.
Minnesota Vikings, we're running 40s.
They're really going to commercial
Really talented receivers will show you what you missed.
when Xavier Leggett is about to run. That should be a 4.4 guy. Maybe even better. And then Adonai Mitchell might miss because of commercial break. We'll see him after. We'll get caught up. But come on, man. Let's see if anyone's going to tweet him out. This is a lot of faith in my homepage here. We'll see. I mean, you got guys tweeting him out, but I don't know if they're watching on TV or if they're actually there. I definitely have people that are there, but I wonder. Yeah, the worst time to go to commercial. You just can't do it when the receiver's about to run.
Don't allow yourself to get in a position where I know dudes get overexcited, like when you come out here, because you want to put that best time up. And like you come out and the first thing you do is bring your head up. Yeah, trust your technique, keep your head down. I mean, you'll find out the time once you get to the end.
Peyton got out.
Peyton Wilson did run pretty well.
4.44. The
ended up being 4.43.
He got out the gates.
Wow. A new leader of day one is Peyton Wilson.
Don't allow yourself to get in a position where
Am I an anime guy? No. I don't know if you could have guessed from everything about me, but no. Cornelius Johnson. 990 unofficial RAS. Great for height, weight, explosiveness, vertical with the broad. Great. Splits are projected, I believe. Yeah. But great for the 40 time. And he's a bigger body as well. Let's see if anyone's tweeting these out. Doesn't look like it. Very interested to see Guarendo's athletic or agility testing. I don't know if he's going to do it. We'll see. Are these what packs look like? All right. Oh, this is a concept. This is not even real. It's just he made it. It's probably going to look better than what's actually in MLB The Show. All right, we're getting caught up.
Xavier.
He can run.
He got moving, but he didn't get out great. Still ran 4.47.
All right. Now the number to beat is Christian McCaffrey's 4.48, and Luke.
Oh, 4.47.
Bragging rights.
Oh yeah.
Luke McCaffrey running a bit.
Bragging rights aren't official yet.
Sub 4.5 for Lad. Come on.
He is fun.
Get down there, Lad. 4.43. Fuck you. Oh, no way Lad runs in the 4.4s. And he's white. 4.43. I told you. I told you. Sub 4.5 for Jalen McMillan's a good time as well.
Trio of Huskies here running.
Bub Means really staying down. 4.49.
And we're back live now here with
Adonai Mitchell. Come on. Get in the 4.4s, AD. He's a big dude. It's going to be tough to run in the 4.4s. Probably more of a 4.5 guy. But he's a great athlete. He's moving a bit. Didn't get out great. 4.35! 4.35? No way!
and he is the fastest receiver at present at 4.35. Look who's joining us right now in the booth.
Oh my God.
As you call him, our friend Puma right here, a pro football.
He's not getting to the Giants at 39, that's for sure.
Always good to get on your guys' turf for.
He's not making it.
Appreciate coming off the streaming broadcast for the moment to come on up here.
4.35 for 6 foot, nearly 6'3", right? 6'2", 6'3", 205-pound Adonai Mitchell. And he played probably closer to 195, 200. He puts on more weight and runs faster.
And I'm sure it's a medium. There's no doubt.
That is an amazing time for Adonai.
Von Baker of Central Florida running his second 40, trying to beat his time of 4.54.
Love it. Obviously, I want him on the Giants, but
And all these guys can run, can't they?
I know.
it's unlikely to ever happen. He was probably, I mean, I've had him in every first round mock draft, but 4.35 is exceptional.
Unbelievable.
So, what's your impression of the quarterback group now that you've grinded as much tape as you've probably grinded over the last couple weeks? Huh?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I think it's a good class. There's lots of different guys, different skill sets.
Love it.
Love
it, dude. Love it.
Progress. I think Daniel can tell you as well. I always have a hard time watching these college offenses and try to figure out how it's going to translate. So
The next group of receivers is going to be really interesting to watch as well, guys.
looks really good. And then I watch the
Brian
next
Thomas
tape,
Jr.
I can't tell anything from this particular tape, but I mean, you got Caleb Williams at the top, who we all know the skill set is there. There's some games.
Xavier Worthy, Roman Wilson.
You put that skill set with him playing the game, and you're really.
Who else do we have that I didn't just name that'll be in the second group?
A couple games on tape that you're just like, could he have played?
No Neighbors, no Harrison. Odunze, obviously, of course. Rome Odunze. Is Malachi Corley not running, or is he just with another group?
To me, there's some inconsistencies there.
Because that'd be a time I really wanted to watch. Malik Washington's going to run fast. Pearsall could get in the 4.4s maybe. Tez Walker. We got a lot of receivers left. Again, I don't know what the groups are, if there are only 2, but we got a lot of really talented receivers left after this group. But it won't be immediate. because these guys are going to do field workouts. It's a long day. We got a long day.
So I'm interested. I know there's a lot of buzz about him. So where is he going to end up? So I think it's a
See, Coker stands up immediately. That's just not the technique.
And then we get to see where they're going to end up in April.
I'm curious where you're on this one, Kurt, because this is something that's the most challenging thing to me when you're evaluating these quarterbacks is the job, if you're a general manager or a decision maker, is not to evaluate necessarily just the performance, but if there's the projection of what you see. And that's where it becomes so difficult because you go, man, this guy clearly had a better season. He put up better numbers. He, quote unquote, played better. But then I also have to project, what does this look like when we get to Sundays?
Exactly. And that's why you do what you do, and I do what I do. I analyze games that happen on Sunday and not
4-3-2 projected for Burton with the lines makers.
Especially when you don't know what environment they're going to walk into.
Right. And so when
Coleman got it down slightly, 4-6-2.
One thing that I believe can always transfer is the ability to process. In other words, I look at a play and go, okay, how would you read this play? And, you know, to see that play out. And
so live on YouTube reacting to
that's where I say
40 times
I believe that can at least translate to some
and
level.
field
The
workouts.
athleticism part, I don't know. We even had the
Just to
conversation.
remind
You see
people.
some guys that are so athletic in college, and you say, okay, can it look the same at the NFL level against these better players? Are they that dynamic athletically or not? And so then it has to always, again, fall back to...
Let's see if Jacob Cowing can get 4-3.
I still believe this game is won inside the pocket. So that's how I watch tape.
Keon's battle was always going to be pushing to be 4-5. He's not a 4-4 guy. He doesn't have to be. 4-3-8 for Cowing. He's a fast player on tape. He's going to be a slot receiver. That's a good time.
Jacob Cowing of Arizona just ran a sub 4.40 right there, 4.38. That's as close as anybody's gotten to Adonai Mitchell. I'm being told you now need to go back down on the turf.
I gotta go watch these guys.
I didn't know if they need you down there for the broadcast to go find her.
Lad McConkey was already a second-round pick. He's someone that could potentially push into the first.
So here's Ryan.
Lad McConkey is a very good player.
Good run.
Of Southern Missouri State. That's a Red Hawk up on the screen.
Chad Johnson was always a technician as a route runner. 40 times don't matter if you could run routes to an extent, obviously. It depends on the type of player you are, like I've said.
Part of the broadcast when the quarterbacks spin it.
Only one quarterback in this group ran the 40. It was Sam Hartman. He ran 4.8 flat. I think Penix is in the next group. McCarthy is in this group, but he didn't run. I think Marvin Harrison would be somewhere in the 4.4s would be my bet.
You don't just want a low price. You want the lowest price. Did you say lowest or lowest price? It's basically the same thing. If you find a better price somewhere else.
Lad probably over Keon now. It depends on the team that's picking. What are they trying to get?
We got you. The all-day, everyday pad by Public Rec.
Why is Adonai Mitchell not on the NFL website?
More stylish than sweats. With the all-day, everyday pad, you can choose your waist and length sizes to guarantee a perfect fit. Now comfort looks good.
Well-changing question. Are you keeping as much of your investment gains as possible? High taxes can erode returns quickly, so you need a tax-optimized.
It just depends. If you want a deep threat route runner, you take Lad McConkey. If you want a run after catch jump ball monster, you take Keon Coleman. All of these receivers are talented. In this year's class, receiver is stacked. It depends on which type of player you want for your offense. Neighbors, explosive run after catch deep threat. Great after the catch, but can get down the field. Harrison Jr., he's the jack of all trades. He can really do everything. Run after catch may be a bit of a concern. Odunze, also very polished, good route runner, pretty good deep speed. I'm going to be interested to see what he actually runs. Technician as a route runner, great hands. Brian Thomas Jr., electric speed. He's an outside receiver that can really burn down the field. Touchdown machine, great hands. Troy Franklin, a little bit on the slimmer size. Also a deep threat. Big time speed, reminds me of Will Fuller. Adonai Mitchell. He's someone that is a crafty route runner at his size. Very fluid in all of his movements. can go up and high point the football. Really go up and get it. Ladd McConkey, deep threat. Can play on the outside, probably a Z. But is a really good route runner. Really crafty, but has the speed to back it up. Malachi Corley, big time speed. The probable best run after catch player in this entire draft. Maybe with the exception of Malik Neighbors. Also has pretty good speed. Could burn down the field as well. Roman Wilson, probable slot receiver, electric speed, could potentially play on the outside sometimes.
Anthony Gould.
Keon Coleman, obviously, good after the catch, but big-bodied jump ball receiver, makes some of the biggest highlight reel catches you've ever seen. You have so many different flavors of receiver in this draft. It depends what you want.
Tulu Griffin with a 4.44.
Jaquan Jackson. I thought he'd, hit 4.54. I thought he had a little more in. There you go.
4.42 for Jaquan Jackson. Okay.
4.42. Wow,
that is a. Do you see the difference?
For the Tulane Green Wave.
Leggett, he's just not exploding out. Still 4.39. God dang. He gets into that extra gear. Adonai Mitchell might not even run again after the 4.35.
They'll stick with that. The whole family can run. Well, I mean, the official time is going to be big.
There will be another group later, yeah.
For Christian?
Yes.
Ladd McConkey.
This time looks pretty good for Ladd. Whew. 4.40. I told you. I told you about Ladd McConkey. He's not just...
Second round, but God forbid the Chiefs take him at 32.
He's not just a white slot receiver, crafty route runner. He's a great route runner with great speed.
Final runs here for the first group of receivers is a better run for McMillan. We'll see Adunze coming up in the next group.
As well as Polk, all three of those Washington receivers.
Here's Bub Means.
Antonio Pierce.
And I believe
6 receivers taken in the first round. It's a possibility.
40 here.
Adonai Mitchell's going to sit on the fourth. What does he have? A 4.35?
Yeah. Adonai Mitchell not running again.
Bub Means. He is strong, dude. Tracks the ball really well. Can high point it. Changes gears once
And,
the ball
you know,
is
beyond this,
4.43
for Bub Means. There's a big variation in some of these times.
I don't know. I will rest.
And obviously I'm a big Adonai Mitchell fan. I'm a huge Texas fan. We all know it. But beyond just running freakishly fast, Adonai Mitchell in these field workouts will be incredibly smooth. He tracks the ball incredibly well. He doesn't drop the ball.
Underrated in my mind. But you were once here. Was it 2014, A-Rob? 2014. Out of Penn State, second round.
If you thought Ladd was running 4.5 today, it's just because he's a white. You didn't actually watch him. That's why I took him on Underdog Fantasy using code Bengal to make money. At sub 4.5 was free. It was free. I missed on Quorum. He lost a step after the knee injuries. He ran 4.4 coming out of high school. I was off by 0.03 of a second. But every other pick, I've been dead on. They've been free.
So you're gonna jump over to NFL Plus, work with those guys, break some stuff down. I mean, you're still playing ball.
Which Wilson runs faster, Roman or Johnny? I would say Roman, and it won't be close. It'll be by tenths of a second difference. It'll be, I think Roman Wilson's gonna push to be low 4.3.
Players you're looking at?
Or in the 4.3s at least. Johnny Wilson, if he runs in the 4.5s, I'd be impressed. I think he's a 4.6 guy. He is 6'6", 230 pounds. Roman Wilson is 5'10".
When we're finished, Rich will go back up to you.
Can't be 200 pounds. Got 180.
There's Luke and Christian. Again, Christian ran a 4.48 official in 2017. And
Who were we talking about? Roman Wilson?
Looking at the numbers comparison here.
Is got 447.
185.
Unofficial though. So there is one way, however, to tell who's faster, and that's the simulcam.
So same broad jump too.
Christian had the vertical, Luke had the broad, so this 40 really is for the tiebreaker.
Let's see. That's one big ball of McCaffrey.
I can't tell difference.
Luke McCaffrey pulling ahead.
Oh, boy.
Luke McCaffrey faster than Christian. Confirmed.
It does appear to be so. When we
Adonai opted out of his second 40.
By the way, Big Bro crushed at in 2017.
Yes, he did.
Also, Keon Coleman should look pretty good out in the drills as well.
Receiver drills in a moment.
Man, it's so like, I know it's easy to like offensive players, right? Especially in this fantasy football culture. But this particular receiver class is so unbelievably stacked. It's so easy to get super excited about these guys. I'm excited to see these field workouts. I know I can't show it. Obviously, I can't broadcast NFL Network. But I'm super excited to see how these guys look. I mean, you have so many incredible players. Usually, it's maybe a couple that you're excited to watch. There's so many. Worthy's going to be in that second group. These guys are separated into multiple groups right now. It's done alphabetically. So we have only seen A through M. Adonai Mitchell is the last of the group, I believe. So, no Neighbors, no Harrison Jr., but of the actual receivers, we will see Rome Odunze. We will see Brian Thomas. We will, I guess Malachi Corley's not doing it. I don't know what his deal is. We will see Roman Wilson, Malik Washington, Ricky Pearsall, Tez Walker, Xavier Worthy, Jalen Polk. I don't know who's all opted out. Brennan Rice, I'm not sure. Some guys choose not to do it, but those guys will be in the next group. So we've seen McMillan. We've seen Jaquan Jackson. Aniyah Smith, I know, is actually not able to participate today. Xavier Weaver, Johnny Wilson, Taj Washington, Jamari Thrash. Again, not sure who all is actually going to be participating, but those guys are not in this group. Adonai did not run twice. He said, I ran 4.35. I'm good on that. I'll take it. Yeah, it's going to be very tough to get into the 4.2s. I mean, that's a very different type of speed. If you look at top performers all time at any position, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 players ever have run in the 4.2s. Ever. Now, if you count hand times of Bo Jackson in 1980, I can't help you. But in the modernized combine, which I don't believe, by the way, I'm just going to be honest, we have almost nobody runs 4.2. It's very tough to get there.
Watch the wideouts. That's going to be the focus here as we start these drills.
Of receivers, even fewer, obviously.
Georgia, and this is a great example of the test.
Can Xavier Worthy get in the 4.2s? I think there's a possibility.
And when you watch him on tape, the stuff that jumps
but
out, just that route
it's
polish,
going to be very difficult.
Tempo routes, change speeds. He gets in and out of breaks so cleanly. And watching all the top corners in the SEC, I think he got all of them. And double moves. There's a real polish and poise to his game.
Yeah, Ladd is so good.
Catch, you saw the low 4.40. It doesn't come as a surprise when you watch him on tape change directions and get up the top speed and running away from one of the most athletic groups of competition that anybody saw. Brandon Stokely in this building here was someone who could play outside as well as inside and had the same route polish. Now you get a little more juice, a little more speed with McConkey, but I think some people have labeled him as he's going to be a slot rich. I think he can hold up outside.
That's why I said he can be a Z.
Now, did you say, did I see a tweet recently where you were studying the corners?
Correct.
And then what flashed while you're watching the corners was him?
That's what happens when you're just watching corner after corner after corner after corner. I'm like, man, he played really well, except God, McConkey got him. And
997 RS for Mitchell.
McConkey, And that tells you a lot about him. As we go to another wide receiver who
pretty good.
Made some DBs look bad. It's
pretty good.
From Texas.
11 out of 3,063 since 1987.
Here he is at Georgia working against Michigan. You see the double move. He showed up in big games. Here he is in the SEC championship game. Contested catch. Being able to finish down the field. And then at Texas, Kool-Aid McKinstry, he got him a couple times in that game. The ability at that size to be able to get in and out of breaks is not normal. He was flying, just ran a 4.35. It felt like we did pause this, but it did feel like he hung up in the air forever when you're watching that game against Washington. And I love it when we
Javon Walker, okay.
Look at the DNA match here with him and
that's a fun comp. Very similar height, weight, vert identical, 40 identical.
That's right. The back when Favre was a quarterback, right?
Yes.
4.35 he
wow.
ran here, huh, in 2002. So Texas is going into the SEC. Let's put Adonai Mitchell into the SEC for the moment. Julio Jones in 2011. A.J. Brown in 2019.
Adonai Mitchell ahead of all of them.
Rolling, man.
I know Julio ran on a broken foot apparently, so.
Big time speed.
Still.
So, there's that. As he's going through the instructions along with the rest of the wide receiver group.
When we catch that ball, we want to
listen
stride, all right? 3/4 speed for 15 yards, and then now we see the ball. We want to catch that ball on the outside shoulder.
Adonai Mitchell's going to be great in this drill.
Track it. Do not leave the ball inside. We want the ball caught on the outside shoulder on the technique catch. All right? Let's go. Numerical order there, brother. Below the five.
Adam Henry of the Buffalo Bills going through the over-shoulder adjust drill. It's the official.
Hold that line. Track.
Do we have Charles down on the field with us here?
To the outside. All right.
Yeah.
There he is.
Hello.
All right.
CD, I wanted to get
Obviously want everyone to catch the ball in these.
impressions of the group watching him run.
It's not the end-all be-all if they don't.
It's exactly
Tape
what
is
you would
king.
expect.
But
And the interesting part is, few that did not
let's just see who looks the most natural tracking the football. That's what this drill's about. Again, I know you can't see it unless you're watching along with me, but
the drills, the hands, the movement, all the other stuff. And I know you talked about trying to separate running backs. Good luck with the wide receivers.
I know, man. I mean, I got 12 of them in the top 50, and then you're watching this, and I'm seeing a handful of others that are, they're worth a mention.
Keon Coleman,
The 12 real quick,
he should look pretty good in this.
that
Yeah, he's a beast.
Have taught me along the way. How many of them are touching each other in terms of wide receiver?
Yeah, a bunch of them they're traveling.
50.
Yeah, they're traveling together at this point in time, and see if they can separate a little bit. But they make it hard.
It is tough when you have Kellen Mond and Trace McSorley throwing you the football.
Trace McSorley delivering these footballs. The quarterbacks in this group will be going through their drills shortly. It's Tony Franklin of
Not his name.
Yeah, Franklin, 107.
Troy Franklin is not Tony.
Just under 6'2". But you see him run away from everybody in the Pac-12. Lots of home runs. And I thought he tracked the ball really well on tape when you study him, Charles.
And that Oregon-Washington thing is real.
They don't like each other.
They really, really don't. But remember the two games they had this year, Washington got them both times. And Franklin believes he should be up there with the Washington receivers. So you know he's coming here on a mission.
There's Cornelius Johnson, Roman Wilson later from Michigan.
I want to see how Leggett looks.
And Johnson, his deal was the 50-50 balls. He'd go up there and fight for those. And physical.
I mean, Leggett is built, dude.
Touchdown. I think Blake Corum, would they say he vultured a lot of the touchdowns for the receivers?
Well, I mean, once they got inside the 10, it was pretty much, a wrap.
DJ later
Ooh,
on.
Ladd drops the football.
I won't jump in too much now, but later on, McConkey, please let me have a turn with you. I learned something from him that I'd not heard from a receiver in a long time.
Well, give it to me right now. Well, actually, we'll get it on you.
I've also received a report from inside the NFL Network building, if you will, staff.
Yeah.
The Michael Irvin is in fact wearing a Smeedy.
Nice.
Of an NFL Plus.
Adnan Mitchell was just underthrown so severely.
We'll find out, but we'll try and peep in on him on the field.
He basically he caught the ball with his chin straight up in the air.
All right, fingertips yards, catches, and of course, kids of all ages getting, well, at least some kids are throwing, right?
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets. All white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or new Parmesan garlic. Hurry in. Wing joint flavor is at DQ.
Oh, gotta mute. Yeah, this class is super. I mean, look at Bub Means, dude. This is a 947. Because he's 212. How is that so good? Here's Lad McConkey's 832. This is going to get even better, though. And he should kill it in the agility testing if he so chooses. Ellie hit one 470. I need a clip. Tweet me. Tweet me. Need a clip. Leggett 966. And okay, so this is my point about Keon Coleman, right? Him not running particularly well does nothing for me. When he is the 90th percentile height, basically 90th percentile weight, 90th percentile broad jump, and close to the vertical. He is not a speed receiver. Cornelius Johnson, though. Whew. 990. Jaquan Jackson's going to change. He's undersized, but he ran better his second time. Updated Keon Coleman. Unofficial 10 was very good. And is he going to run by you down the field? No, but look at the 10-yard split here. 87th percentile 10-yard split. If we go to combine results here, and that's within 10 yards, obviously, how explosive is a player? Keon Coleman has the same 10-yard split as Jacob Cowing. Same 10-yard split as Xavier Leggett. Faster than Troy Franklin significantly. So that type of thing, I'm more worried about, you know? All right. Everyone tweeting me. Got Jacob in here. How you doing? Let's see this. These guys, they're doing a fucking gauntlet. Hold on.
Posting. I mean, he caught a pass, Rich, in
I gotta wait. I gotta wait.
Games in college. Never
pull it up in a minute.
5 years.
I like watching the gauntlet drill.
That's called reliability.
Right below what's your best ability, right?
Availability. It's Troy Franklin. Stay on the line. The hard thing is when you bobble one of these, you got to get on to the next one.
Anthony Gold looks like he has pretty big hands for a smaller receiver.
Working today, or give him a little more oomph than we did with the DBs going through the gauntlet drill. A little more faith, a little more trust.
There's Griffin.
Griffin looks natural.
That ball almost caught him.
Yeah, as I'm looking down, it's probably because we have the combine quarterback.
Also, Jaquan Jackson's wearing pants. I don't think I've ever seen a receiver wear. I don't think I've ever seen a player at the combine wear pants.
I see McCarthy.
They're tight, but
Is that Nick's out there too?
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
McCarthy. That one's from Nick's. That one's from Hartman. Sorley and Bond.
Yep, got Devin Leary.
And Wyatt Langford homered, or is that
DJ,
from a couple days ago? Leggett loves a body catch.
That ball is out in front just
God,
enough
that looked
that
bad.
it's not getting into their body. They can actually catch it and not have to fight.
He didn't know where the ball was coming from. It's always the other side.
Two at once.
I know. The bar's been set.
After last night.
That's beautiful.
Nice McCaffrey. Again, family business. They can all run and they can all catch.
Lad McConkey should look awesome in this. He's staying right on the line.
McConkey, let's go back to 2021.
Right on the line.
That offense was George Pickens, Adonai Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Darnell Washington, Brock Bowers. Wow.
I want McMillan to show a little bit more juice in this too. Kind of running at half speed.
Were they good? I think they were pretty good.
Mitchell plays fast. He's just so smooth where it doesn't look 4.35, but he runs by you. He gets down the field in a hurry. He's a long strider.
He said, I had to learn that first year, but after that, they figured it out.
He's one of those guys that's a line counter. When he first shows up, you're counting the line to try and get to go up against
Oh, Mitchell, he fell. That's all right.
You want to avoid Ladd McConkey in one-on-ones.
That's right.
All right, we just watched this drill here, the gauntlet. Let's go back to last year. We discussed this a little bit with the DBs, but best in show was Puka Nacua. Think about the year he had in his rookie year with the Rams. Not only catching every ball,
he's just so fast.
Can time it. And he was the fastest through the gauntlet. So do you trust your hands? Can you run through the football? Well, if you've watched the Rams last year, you know the answer to that question.
See ya.
Outstanding on these crossing routes. Can catch the ball over either shoulder. Doesn't have to gather when he catches it. Just explodes and runs right through it. Which is why you see so
well, you can still practice the drill and make a mistake. But yeah, like Xavier Leggett just looked lost.
I mentioned it yesterday. Marvin Mims did some really good things, and Ronnie Bell in his opportunities made some things happen as well. So here's McCaffrey, and as you look at the MPH, he's kind of a nice, steady number there for McCaffrey. Here's McConkey. Again, 17-18 seems to be the number where most of these guys settle in.
Yeah, Ladd looked amazing in that.
Be a problem at this level. Right?
Is that hilarious about the Chiefs, though? The teams are already going like, oh, no, don't let him go there.
Well, how many times did you say back in the day would be don't let the Patriots get him?
Yeah.
Right?
I said it last year on the draft.
Yeah, tripping I can get over, Elijah. I don't know why you think that's such a red flag. People trip sometimes, but not looking smooth and not catching the ball is more of a red flag. Keon Coleman just looked great. Oh my goodness. He just looked great. And that's about play speed. Not all these guys are 40 guys.
Cowing's a fun player. He's going to be just so quick in the slot. Over 5'8". You can pitch him the ball on some of those little shovels and let him make things happen with the ball.
Flournoy looking good too.
Because you can see how straight down the line they're running, right down the 30-yard line here.
He's weaving a little bit more.
Yes.
Franklin's all over the place. All over the place. Swiss cheese with the $4.99. Thoughts on Akron Zips legends Ulysses Gilbert and JT Brubaker. Yeah, those are names I didn't expect to see. Ulysses Gilbert, is he like the fourth? Ulysses Gilbert IV. And JT Brubaker, I think he's a pitcher for the Pirates.
Defensive back more time.
They got room to go get the ball. Cut you off.
Thank you for the $4.99.
Tulu's a great name. Tulu Griffin's a great, that's just a great wide receiver name.
Tulu?
Okay. Rolls off the tongue. Jaquan Jackson.
Jaquan Jackson going out and plucking it outside his frame, too. He's a smaller guy, so you're going to have to do that. Pretty good.
Johnson leading to Leggett.
Let's see Leggett look a little bit better.
He is a powerfully built guy. Ran really, really fast.
Nice double catch.
He catches a lot of 50-50 balls too. Those jump balls.
I mean, it was better.
Really builds
it's just it's so different to see the guys, and this is not the end all be all. This is the underwear Olympics. Let's keep that in mind. This is not actual football, even though this is. I mean, on-field drills are football, right? But you know, it's such a stark difference when you see somebody at full speed, containing that speed, just really getting through the drill on a line, catching everything, like Ladd pretty much did there. Bobble at the end. But just the guys that look so smooth at full speed, like Jalen McMillan is not full speed. Drop the ball.
Are really, really hard when you're running full speed here.
That's why it's so impressive to see the guys who do it naturally.
See the name means, I always think of Berman's.
Natro means business.
All right, no trip this time, Adonai. Come on. Pretty good speed.
Whoa, that one got away.
I don't know if that went through his hands or over him.
gauntlet's done. Quarterbacks now get
Not perfect. I'll tell you what, one of the most impressive guys in that entire thing was Keon Coleman.
Coleman didn't run the fastest 40. That's not his game, but he's got excellent hands and ball skills, and you saw it in the gauntlet with how fast he was running. He's full speed.
I'm telling you, he's a game speed guy. 19, 20 miles per hour, 21. 21 miles per hour in the gauntlet versus Troy Franklin here, who's got up to 18, 16. That's what I'm saying.
McConkey's straight as an arrow, right down the line, and just holds his speed.
McConkey got up near 19.
Pretty much the whole time. Didn't quite finish that last one.
Yeah, Troy Franklin, I hate to say it, I think Troy Franklin looked the worst in that, for sure.
I'm getting a lecture on the gauntlet on how to do it right from Jerry Rice.
That's a pretty good guy.
He was telling me you got to hug that line. It's awesome.
You got to hook that line, and you need to be able to position your hands in the right position.
Is there a guy that's like cooler than Jerry Rice?
If you zigzag,
he just seems like a cool guy.
So the flatter you are, the better chance of you having that reception.
I could just
He's got a 7-Eleven chain.
But you're here, Jerry, in a different capacity than usual. Your son Brendan is working out in the next wide receiver group. Why is he ready?
Brady with a 5. How do you feel about Giants drafting Wisconsin legend Braylon Allen in the later rounds of the draft? I don't know if he's going to be available in the later rounds. Giants may, in fact, need a running back. He's a good player. I'd be for it. Depends on when. Worthy's in the second group of receivers.
They say to me all the time, don't be so critical and stuff like that, but only if he should ask me information is when I would pass that information on to him. But I'm just here as a parent, and it's going to be a great opportunity for him, so I'm excited for him.
Will this be a nervous stretch for you as a parent?
Can I run a faster 40 than Tom Brady? Very easily. Very easily. Even now. Let me do it right now. No chance. I'm slower.
But, that's just like when my daughter was singing a national anthem. And,
I was fast when I played. We talked about this earlier. I'm not going to go over it again. I'll answer that very quickly. Frequently asked questions. Played a little bit of football in high school. I was undersized. We ran the ball every play. Didn't catch a lot of passes. And then got hurt and then quit. Started doing YouTube. Definitely a good decision for me. But I ran 4.7 flat. Back to back. I was a 4.7 flat guy. I don't know if I could have been faster if I kept up with it, but 4.70. And I think if I ran it now, there's no shot I'm slower than 5 seconds. I'm light and I'm tall. I'm going to run fast. Fast-ish. Not NFL fast, obviously, but regular person fast. Regular person.
You'll see it. The ball jumps out of his hand.
But there's a reason I'm not playing college sports or doing the NFL Combine. I'm not trying to flex. I know that that's not what this is. And I don't know about Malachi Corley. I thought he would be with the first group, right? With the C. But yeah, I'm not really sure. See Joe Milton throw. Guess he opted not to run.
McCarthy at Michigan for a bit.
Joe Milton.
Now he's obviously got time.
Joe Milton's got a cannon.
He might be a double glove guy, CD. If you're playing receiver, you might want to throw another pair of gloves on top of your regular gloves.
Kind of like Vita Blue.
Joe Milton throws.
They cut out another catcher's mitt.
100 miles per hour.
To the first catcher's mitt for his catcher to have to deal with him.
I mean, would we get to the deep balls with him? He'll get a chance to show off.
Joe Milton was going to throw it 80 yards.
61 career collegiate starts. That is a record.
So the comparison I had with him was just as a kid, and what you're buying to me was Jalen Hurts. In that Jalen Hurts, both sons of coaches, both guys played a lot of football collegiately. Both went through adversity at their first school and really thrived at the second school. To me, there's a grittiness and a toughness that he brings, CD. And
Milton does have generational arm strength, no question. He is an absolute cannon.
What they had to go through, and both of them went through it with great class.
If you were trying to rate arm talent, well, arm talent is accuracy plus arm strength, but if you were going to rate just throw power in Madden, Joe Milton is in the 99 range. No question around it. No question about it. No doubt. He will instantly have one of the strongest, if not the strongest arm in the NFL.
Yeah, one of the things.
Is he accurate? Can he read a defense?
On McCarthy, as I said, I loved about him is he never gets bored.
We'll not be taking questions at this time.
Hey, if they're going to give me that, I'm going to take
but
it.
He can throw it over those mountains. No question.
There you go, Rich. You've been paying attention for all these years.
Well, I mean, there's also somebody who's got a statue outside the building here who likes to say that. You know what number he wears? 4? 18.
Yes.
How many Wolverines are here?
I was wondering where you were going with
one
that.
of the 18 QB5.
We're getting a commercial? Sounds like it. All right, let me see this Ellie home run. 470 is pretty far. This is not a great angle of it.
Oh. Goodbye. Woo.
Just let Ellie have some consistency this year, man. I beg. Is this the only video of it? Oh. I mean, the sound is different. Joe Milton is the Tennessee quarterback. I think he's a Michigan transfer. All right, let me hit the bathroom real quick. Yeah, tell me Wyatt Langford's homer, too. I'm interested. I am a home run guy. Never get tired of watching homers. O'Neal, please, with the O'Neal Cruz clears. Wrong. I'm thinking about potentially changing these jerseys out in a bit. I mean, especially if Saquon changes teams. He's out of here. I'll probably keep this, though. I like this. But I got a new... I got the Ricky in the background now. I'll probably change. Maybe throw Champ Bailey back in there. All right, we got out routes here.
Every time I watch him
Looks
throw,
like. Well, actually, maybe more of just corner routes. Yeah.
Yeah, he has a ranch.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, making his way into the city.
Sounds like you watch a lot of Hallmark Channel. I'm not going to lie, but I mean, that boy, you really sounded oddly specific.
I enjoy the Christmas season.
Sign me up anytime.
Thank you, Charles.
Anytime you want to throw a Hallmark on, I'll be there.
Yeah.
It's Devin Leary.
DJ, quick question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The top 3 quarterbacks by consensus, not throwing, obviously, right?
Correct.
The next 3, McCarthy, Penix, Bo Nix, that separator and their ability to jump into the fray right here, that's big. That tells you how much they all want to try and get into the
Poop, thanks so much for the $20. Your favorite color is black. Okay, interesting.
And I think you probably think Nix is there as well. They're trying to all be that next group.
Appreciate that.
And be the top of that food chain.
I'm glad you brought that up because I actually had this looked at here. because Rich and I were talking about this maybe a month ago about who's going to throw, who's not going to throw.
Ricky Pearsall is a good player.
I'll pause my story. Go ahead.
No, I have no idea that we'd be throwing this up here right now, but
Charles, you got to rock the vote, man.
This apparently is happening inside the stadium. So, wow. All right, so you were saying?
Yeah, your quarterback's throwing routes to receivers.
Ripped it last year, right? He came out here, threw it so well. And we talked about being as good of a throwing session as he's ever seen. We know where he goes in the draft. We know the success he goes on to have there in Houston. But looking back recently, Bryce
Roman Wilson is in the second group of receivers. They have not gone yet.
You go back, Burrow did not throw.
There will be another group of quarterbacks as well. Michael Penix is in that group.
Kyler Murray did not.
He's going to put on a show throwing.
So it's been a mixture every year. Some guys throwing, some guys not throwing. I was hoping
Did I do a Texans rebuild? Yeah.
Of it favoring one way or the other.
It's on the channel in the rebuild playlist, and it was one of the first ones I did, actually.
There's an eye in the sky that doesn't lie, and that's part of the evaluation. And you know, straight up, I am biased because I love doing this broadcast, love being part of it, love being part of it from jump. I mean, we're the first network to ever do it, and so obviously I want to see everybody throw. But C.J. Stroud just completed.
I think Adonai Mitchell will be a first-round pick.
The greatest rookie quarterback season.
Run maybe starts for him at 18 to the Bengals.
You know, into the, if I'm not mistaken, AFC Championship game when he first came in, and Stroud.
Brady, thanks for the 2. Yeah, Cody Bailey be a steal, dude.
But what Stroud did in terms of the way he looked, the way he was developed by
Keon Coleman's looking sharp in the drills.
For D'Amico Ryans.
Hoop again with the 5. Thank you. Still same favorite color. Appreciate that.
Rookie seasons we've seen at quarterback, if not the best. And he threw here. And part of throwing here, just I don't know. I don't know if that's what did make him the second overall pick. Obviously, Carolina wasn't going to get off of Bryce Young. So I don't understand the not throwing, right? I mean, like, who would get downgraded?
Well, Troy Franklin's having a rough day.
You know?
You're not. You might get nitpicked by, you know, people watching or things like that. There's nobody, having been in 3 personnel departments, I can't recall ever anybody's grade being moved.
Some kids refuse to even be measured here.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
And Rich, Jaden Daniels did not get measured here.
Yeah, I mean,
and left. And
I don't think Neighbors did either.
And by the way, he had the opportunity.
Adonai Mitchell, 4.34 official.
And he chose not to get measured.
Yeah, I
mean, Caleb Williams, you know, I understand he didn't want to throw it, and
Lad McConkey, 4.39 official.
Knew we're going to be that guy more than not, having thrown. At least he's here. You know, he's here being part of the mix. He stayed the entire time. He's mixing it up with, there he is.
Yeah.
You know, and so I don't understand the other concepts of it. And
Bryce Young was here last year. He stayed through as well. Just did not throw.
Caleb Williams was at USC's bowl game in San Diego, and obviously wasn't going to play in that bowl, but he was there in attendance.
Nice ball.
Lions rebuild. It'll happen, Jordan. Appreciate the 2. Hoop again. Appreciate you.
I know I might sound like man yelling
at black. Good color. Good color.
Not at all. It is a heck of a conversation. And sometimes, DJ, as you said, you're not going to.
I was going to say I'm a black guy myself, but that's not exactly what I mean.
But I do know you get a boost.
It's a good color.
And it wasn't just Stroud's throwing. It was his ease of movement, the footwork in the pocket that he demonstrated. And by the way, I had a few of their games this year.
Yes.
First game we had, Rich, I asked
Adonai Mitchell hasn't brought in the last couple of these.
CJ Stroud. And
Ball's been a little bit high.
You know what he said? He said, we would have elected him captain of this team on the second practice he was here. So that tells you a lot more about him besides just did he throw, did he not throw, all those things. It's the full makeup of the player.
He was phenomenal.
We said it on the air last year. I said it was as pure of a throwing session as I've ever seen at the combine. Every throw was the right pace and velocity. If he needed to lay the ball up, he laid it up with touch. When he needed to power the ball, he powered it. He was always on balance with his feet. It was just really, really smooth.
Oh man, Adonai is not catching the ball right now.
To bring up really bad memories for the
caught in between there.
Here. The first throw he threw in the de facto playoff game against the Colts, it looked like this very throw, right? to Nico Collins.
Yep, home run ball.
That was over the middle of the field, but it looked like he was just throwing in shorts in that game to start off.
Look at his feet.
The Texans march to the playoffs.
You talk about a quiet base, quiet feet. Everything was just effortless. So little movement.
See how he turned his body to open up those shoulders to make that throw to the out on the opposite side. Everything was so easy. He wasn't reaching for it.
Peter?
The big argument from the agent side when you talk to these agents or from the players side is that, well, it's not his wide receivers, and as you go to the pro day, he'll be able to throw to his wide receivers. The counter is that is everyone knows it's not your wide receivers. You still throw the ball, you could still go out there and wow everyone. If the ball's dropped, it's not going to be some great condemnation of you as the quarterback. So I'm with you.
Well
guys.
said. Well said.
We're biased. We're putting on this event. We love watching everyone compete. I think a lot of the quarterbacks who don't compete, they come out after the fact saying like, yeah, that would have been kind of cool to do that also.
Right. And again, I honestly don't know if Stroud would not have been the second overall pick if he didn't.
Don't get Subway. It would be Jimmy John's, but I'm a Jersey Mike's guy.
I mean, you could keep going back, right? You go back to his last game at Ohio State, or with Ohio State, damn near beating Georgia. He was phenomenal.
It was a strong closing argument.
Oh my goodness, right? And then, in his final game against Michigan for Ohio State, he was terrific at every step of the way, and he threw here. So,
Rich and DJ, can you think of one of these throwing sessions that we've had over the years where someone really elevated themselves in the throwing that maybe there were question marks before? I'm going to throw one at you that I remember.
Sure.
Pat White at West Virginia. Because remember, Pat White
didn't go especially high.
To do with him, and he came out here and threw, and had a heck of a day throwing the ball, and ended up going in the second round.
Was he a second round pick?
That prior to that throwing session.
Pat White.
I guess then let's talk about the guys who are throwing while they're throwing. I guess that would be the point, that they are throwing.
Yeah, he was. Wow. Okay.
What do you think about what we are seeing?
Didn't have a good career or anything, but
yeah, we're watching J.J. McCarthy here, and to me,
I
want to see just how the ball comes out of your hand. First of all, you're seeing drops, which a lot of these guys haven't done a ton of. McCarthy's done a little bit of it there at Michigan. To me, he's a pure thrower. He's very loose, very smooth, very fluid. So kind of going through the list of guys,
luring away with a drop.
See more than anything else how it comes out of your hand. I don't, we talk about guys having great dates here. I say it's not going to hurt you if you don't perform well. I haven't necessarily even seen it like you're not going to be a rocket ship and all of a sudden you got a 6th round grade and you have an unbelievable session. I don't want to overstate it here that you're going to launch yourself up the draft board. Everybody in the stands just wants to watch the ball come out of your hands.
And these are the types of throws here, DJ, for you.
Yeah, Worthy, I think, is going to run with the second group that hasn't gone yet.
Right?
We got a long day today.
I just want to see him get away from
We're about halfway in. Not quite. We got a long day today.
He's got to get a little more pace in his drop, but you're trying to time this up, so it's new.
Let's talk Bo Nix now.
Yeah, you watch him throw the ball here. I think his arm, some people questioned his arm because he takes a lot of underneath throws. I don't have any concerns. I've seen him power the football. I know he's got enough arm. It's just in this Oregon offense, it was what was asked of him. His adjusted completion percentage, so we know he broke the record for the completion percentage, but his adjusted completion percentage when accounting for drops was something like 85%. It's ridiculous.
45 touchdowns, 3 interceptions his last season.
Ooh, nice catch from the get.
Here's Hartman.
Sam Hartman. Again, his is just going to be the horsepower. Does he have enough velocity that he can generate there? He's going to rely on touch and accuracy, but just can he power the football?
Glad with a drop.
At the Senior
Tough
Bowl
throw
CD,
from Hartman to handle, though.
Because we had quarterbacks
that weren't going to play very much, so he ran 3 quarters. I think he played 3 quarters in that game.
Another tough throw.
Competed. And quick question, DJ, with all these most of these quarterbacks are transfer guys.
Yeah, so Devin Leary was NC State. Hartman was Wake Forest. Nix was Auburn. Penix, we'll see later, Indiana. Joe Milton, I think, was Michigan.
Obviously, 4 years at NC State.
J.J. McCarthy might be the only non-transfer QB in this draft. So he can't connect with Adonai Mitchell.
Did you just take one, Charles?
I took one, and I thought I had it, but
Here's
the
Keon
microphone
Coleman
and the sheet in my hand conspired to show my DB hands once again.
I gotta see a replay on that in a second.
No, you don't really need to do that.
I'll tell you what, Devin Leary's throwing the ball well in this session.
Certainly is.
Little wobbler there from Bo Nix.
I think he was just saying hello to Charles. That was all.
Hey, we go back a ways, so known Devin a little while.
Nice adjustment there from Lad McConkey.
Yeah, it was, and you know, that spatial DJ understood where he was on the field. See how the feet automatically clawing to stay in bounds.
What do you think of Devin Leary?
Well, he's been the one that's jumped out to me a little bit. The grade that I had put him kind of as like a 4th, 5th round guy. Rhythm, timing. You know, he's got some good athletic ability.
I haven't seen Adonai Mitchell catch the ball in like 10 throws. The throws are either bad or
interesting, which is
the timing's off.
Watch more of this kid, and he's done a nice job out here today.
All right, let's take a break. We come back.
Never seen that before.
Drills. And there's this medium on Irv. Yep. See, you got Steve Smith Sr., Irv, Kurt, and Allen Robinson, all part of the NFL Plus streaming coverage.
Remember that little kid we showed in the stands yesterday?
Yeah, sure.
He wants his shirt back.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, those quarterbacks were a little off, that's for sure. All right, let's see. Did someone send me the Wyatt Langford home run? Where is it? That's just a picture of Nick Bosa. Where is Wyatt Langford? Now we gotta search for this. All right. Here we go. 10 seconds ago, MLB Home Run videos tweeted out. This is a real overhead shot.
The 0-1. And that's hit
Woo!
high into the air, deep left field.
Woo!
What will the wind do with this? Benintendi is back to the track. He is at the wall. He leaps and he can't get it. It's into the Chicago bullpen. Wyatt Langford with his second home run of spring training. He hit his first yesterday in Scottsdale.
Call him up.
He's almost passing Foscue on his turn around the bases here.
Call him up. Let's see if we have any verticals or broad jumps for the other receiver group yet. Doesn't look like it. Yep. Same names. I'll be back in just a second, guys. Looks like this might be coming back.
From the NFL Scouting Combine, the NFL Draft, free agency, and more.
The fence was like 10 feet. There's no way he was robbing that.
Drills. J.J. McCarthy getting out there and throwing it around. Stacey Dales, yes. I believe you have a special guest.
I do. I feel very small beside Drake May, North Carolina quarterback. Drake, welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, thanks for having me on. Shoot, good out here to watch these guys.
Okay, so what goes into the decision to not throw? Because I know you just said you're itching to throw a little bit.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I think the big thing is just get in front of these teams, kind of let them know, who I am, what I'm about, and just watch these guys and kind of do it all at Pro Day at the end of March. Get ready for that.
Sweet. In terms of the meetings, the interviews this week, What's been the big takeaway for you?
Yeah, just be myself. I think that's the biggest thing. I don't think be somebody I'm not. I think if they like me, they like me. If they don't, they'll draft somebody else. So just try to be myself and in there and go in there with confidence.
I know you're such a competitor. What are those assets? What do you bring to the table? What's going to translate to the National Football League?
Exactly, just a winner. I think you can do it all. You can play inside the pocket, play outside the pocket.
Also heating up a bit more food. We got a Drake May interview.
You're one of 4, right? 4 boys?
Yes, ma'am.
You were the runt?
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like the runt right now.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
How did those guys get you ready for all this?
Yeah, just being, littlest brother, youngest.
What's he saying, chat?
And pushing me around, so it kind of got me some toughness, and at the same time, kind of, 3 of my best friends still, so they've been awesome.
Drake, toughness is a big part of this process. There's always going to be critiques. What do you think you need to work on at the next level? Whether you hear he's got to be more consistent, he's got to do this, he's got to do that. What in your mind has to shift a little bit? NFL ready.
Yeah, just I think transition my game to the NFL. Whether it's the offensive stuff, kind of new terminology, or even just footwork, playing under center a little bit and stuff like that. But I think it's one of the most explosive offenses in the country, and I think a lot of my stuff translates in the NFL.
One of the things I love about you is that I was a hooper.
Yeah,
that was your first love, right?
Exactly. Yeah, big hooper family.
Drake May.
State North Carolina, shout out North Carolina, especially Charlotte. So
His brother, I think, is Luke May, played at UNC or Duke. No, UNC also. No, Duke. Did they both go to UNC? Maybe they did.
Kind of happened to be me, and then kind of the rest is history.
Just as we wrap up here, Drake.
He plays quarterback,
what do you want to take most from this process and give to a franchise in the NFL?
Yeah, just embrace it. Just enjoy the.
He sounds nothing like Thad Castle.
Excited to come to a new city.
You crazy?
Ready for a fan base and ready to come, play on Sundays.
He's a good one, Rich. I mean, the energy. What a great guy.
I got to tell you, I'm closing my eyes here, and I hear the guy who he's apparently working with, Phillip Rivers.
Yes. It's eerie.
I mean, my God. The only thing missing are like the ostrich boots and the bolo tie just coming out like he's shot out of a cannon. That was one of my favorite Thursday night football moments when the San Diego Chargers beat the Denver Broncos late in the season in Denver, and no one expected him to do it. And he came on our set post game. The interview instantly went viral because he just came.
He was on an 11.
He was on Spinal Tap 11. Yeah, he was. He sounds just like him.
Yeah, and everybody, the feedback I've got from being in the room.
Yeah, the May family's pretty athletic.
Talking to personnel guys said
brother played baseball at Florida. Whole family played at UNC.
Ton of energy.
It's pretty good.
And loves.
He's a real good Southern boy. He's got the accent on him.
He was talking about working under center, and if you look at that group, that top 3 group. When you think about him, Caleb,
Sam Hartman,
Jay Daniels, pass attempts under
get ready to hold a clipboard, buddy.
May had 29, Caleb had 28, Daniels had 14. These guys in college, they don't play under center. And the interesting thing is, it used to be such a big deal, but now most of the NFL's not playing much under center either. So it's not unique to just Drake having to work on some of this stuff. Nice throw by Sam Hartman.
That was nice.
Yeah, he finished strong. He bounced one, and the last 2 were good. Quick question, DJ, since they're all right-handed throwers.
Dude, I will say, Sam Hartman's going to be great on a college football pregame show in a couple of years.
It makes it an easier throw.
That's a nice throw there.
Yeah, Devin Leary's the one who's just he's piquing my interest again.
Same camp as Kenny Pickett, same quarterback coach, same training.
That's interesting.
Ladd McConkey to the Chiefs would break records, no question.
So and a one hitch is a good ball, just a little bit out front, but you want that ball out front, not behind, working to the sideline.
See how Jackson ran that route though from Tulane, DJ? He ran it like you'd run in the game, show something, make them think you're going one way, go the other, even though everybody knows exactly what you're doing.
I think McCarthy's feet are really, really clean.
Yes. It's easy.
Good pace. He's getting away from center. He's got good pace. Joe Milton's got a huge arm, and let's see. That's a better drop for him. Watching the feet, and then
these are the throws.
He can do that.
These are the throws I think everybody's looking to see with Joe Milton. Those intermediate ones, we'll touch with him.
He's taking. You can tell he's taking steam off the ball.
Yes.
There's a lot more club in the bag there, trust me.
Last 2 have really looked the part. That's 3 in a row right there.
Good ball.
Jamie?
Charles, DJ, I'm going to pick your brain on this with Joe Milton. He said yesterday that everyone knows my arm strength. This week, I want to show people how smart I am in terms of the quarterback position, but also the fact that he's been working on his footwork and treating his lower body like the trigger it needs to be for his throw. So
if Joe Milton could get accurate.
Yeah, I thought even just from the start of the workout today, Jamie, to where he's gone, CD, I think his feet, the thing is when you're sitting there, you're worried about the route and where I'm going to get this ball out, when do I get it out? Your feet slow down. And I think as the workout's going along, he's starting to cut it loose a little bit with his feet, getting a little more pace in his drive.
Keon Coleman continues to impress me in the on-field drills. I know he didn't run as fast as some of you wanted, but I would have loved to see him in the 4.5s.
He's a lot more comfortable, and that training that Jamie's talking about, he's not thinking his way through it now. It's becoming a little more natural.
And getting into his legs a little bit, too, with the throw, because he could just sit back there on his back foot and let it go all arm.
Okay, we're going to take a break. When we come back, go routes. Oh, baby, let's air it out. Let's air it out.
So if Deuce Staley has a drill named after him, is this the Josh Allen drill that's coming up?
It should be called that. That's coming up as we return. We're spinning it on this Combine Saturday.
I'm ready to see the deep balls. Joe Milton's going to be very impressive. Sam Hartman, probably not so much. Hartman's going to have to get the ball out early. Nope, Odunze's in the second group of receivers. Hasn't run yet. Penix, same deal. I don't know who all is running. I think Odunze will. Let's see if they've got broads coming out for that second group. Not quite. Not sure if they're on the field yet. Again, it's a long day today, as you can see from the time here for the allotted time. You got a lot of time left. It's a lot of time saying the word time. The Combine is a marathon, not a sprint, ironically, with the 40-yard dash. What else can we look at? Let's see top performers, 40-yard dash ever. We can sort by year, actually. See what it was last year. That's right, DJ Turner did get into the 4.2s. Currently, we have nobody in the 4.2s this year. Jacorian Bennett almost got into it. But we had actually quite a few players running the 4.3s, including a linebacker, too, really, if you want to include Nolan Smith. Include Owen Papo as well, of course. See how linebackers compared this year. We had 5 that ran 4.4 or better, or in the 4.4s. 2024, not quite as fast of a group, but not slow, that's for sure. Peyton Wilson 4.43, we know about that. Let's see 10-yard splits. So that's this year. We had 4 players have a 1.54.10. Last year, it's 2022. Last year, I mean, that was pretty much the same. Papo got a little bit better. Where did Anthony Orji go? I think he's a brother of Alex Orji. He's on the Saints. And I'll be honest, I don't really even remember the name Shaka Hayward. Do I remember you? I don't know that I do.
That's what we've been doing. Not like, you know, the ice with the sweeping. Curl routes during the break.
I was promised deep balls.
Bo Nix throwing.
Yeah, Wiggins did get 4.28. That's right.
He's
That's right.
always
That's right.
got quiet feet down there. Just you can tell he's put in work and on balance. CD, you haven't got hit with another ball. You're around right down there, aren't you?
Still here. Still here.
Oh, no, you're right around a 50, man.
Got a flesh wound.
We see you.
Watching the ball come out of Bo Nix's hand, what have you seen? I think he's throwing it pretty well.
He really is, and I think you'd made the point before that some people were questioning the arm because, and a lot of it because he takes those completions underneath. I don't think he has any problem after today, showing that. We'll see.
There's a second group of receivers and quarterbacks that have not gone yet. They'll go later. Xavier Worthy's in that.
This is why you call the go routes the Josh Allen.
Odunze, Penix, Thomas Jr.
I mean, this is jaw-dropping, man.
We had fun that day.
Yeah, I think Alex Orji could be Michigan's starting quarterback this year.
A deeper drop, and then he would sit there.
Did they get a transfer player? I'm not sure.
He must have a big arm. He's going to wait that long. Yep, he does. And we've seen it on an NFL field. You'll see corners give up on plays just because that kind of internal clock just goes, nobody throws it this far, and Josh Allen does.
That's why you trade up twice to go get him. You trade 2 twos to go in 1. Then you trade an offensive lineman to go at one more spot. And you go, either I'll get fired or no one will give an S. That's what Brandon Beane said this week.
Pretty much once he got settled into that position, the Patriots signed over ownership to that division.
Fastest 40 ever for a tight end.
That's the way it's gone.
Vernon Davis, maybe?
Stack finish, stay nice and straight. Don't fade unless the ball fades you. Okay, if it does.
Doran Dickerson, maybe?
Throw this one the best, you think?
Milton, yeah. I mean, if he wants to show off, this is his chance to do so.
I mean, why not show off?
Doran Dickerson and Vernon Davis are joint highest 4.40.
You're going to see
4.4 flat.
In terms of distance.
Well, this is the drill where they stop running the cone drills and the shuttles on the other side of the field, right?
Be careful.
Clear
Heads
out.
Up, heads up.
It's a clear out. All right. Devin Leary's first up.
There we got go balls.
Nice air. We're gonna.
He's got great understanding, doesn't he?
I might be speaking out of school, but I think we're gonna have a chance to get some tracers on, or some elevation on these deep balls to be able to get numbers on how high these guys throw it comparatively.
It's not too bad.
Hopefully, I didn't overstate our capabilities, but I'm hoping that's the case.
Well, way to speak it into existence. About 50 yards in the air, each one of those.
Get up a little earlier.
There's J.J. McCarthy.
That's it. You don't want to underthrow these.
Loft and let them just run underneath it.
J.J. McCarthy was with the best deep ball so far. Coleman couldn't track it down.
Dig the go routes.
K right with the 199. I mean, I didn't think Adonai Mitchell would run 4.34.
Because you're trying to learn the speed of guys you don't know. So getting it up early and high. Like he can just get that up with a little.
You know, it's better to overthrow a deep ball than underthrow it. And oh, congrats, they caught it. You need to get the ball out there. That's what this is showing. Obviously, accuracy is important too, but you don't really want a receiver slowing down on the ball.
Okay, get ready.
Fans loved it. We got their popcorn ready.
DJ, you think he'll take the extra step?
All right, Joe Milton, here we go.
He might crack open a book. Just let him get 5 yards.
He waited.
He let him get 5 yards. Took the ball.
Obviously underthrown because he put 50 yards in front of it.
He literally gave him a 5-yard head start.
There he goes.
Just turn it loose.
Yeah, that's easy. That's effortless. That's perfect.
That's the best deep ball so far. You want him to run through the ball.
This is fun.
Think about it. If you're a quarterback, better to underthrow or overthrow the deep ball?
The last one was the show-off throw.
Oh my God, Joe Milton. Woo! Woo! How do you follow that? Oh, what a snag. Jaquan Jackson. As I said, Joe Milton's got the most ridiculous arm.
And he throws a nice deep ball on tape. That one, he's got to get it out there. Yep.
That was a duck.
You see him and Troy Franklin connect
Bo
on a lot
Nix.
of those when you watch the Oregon Ducks play.
Gonna have to get it out there because Leggette's gonna track it down. He's slowed down.
Get that up a little bit more.
But yeah, need more loft.
Want to see if Sam cuts his drop and turns it loose quicker or not.
He's gonna have to. He doesn't have the arm. Yeah, ball's out early.
When I would do this, Charles, crow hopping.
There's a very big difference between the ball being caught at the 40 versus about the 20 when Joe Milton's throwing it.
Did you do that and then throw a crow hop in at the end?
Joe Milton's got to get the ball out early.
Look out. It's not a bad ball, though.
Is that McConkey?
Yeah. What's this, Sam?
There you go.
That was a nice ball.
Better to underthrow so you get a pass interference call. This league is cooked.
I'm excited to go watch some more Devin Leary. That was a little bit underthrown. Got to get that up. Get it up a little bit earlier. They're giving him one more here as we go through, I guess.
Here's JJ. Oh, nice ball. Jeez.
I think at some point in human evolution, somebody could run in the 4-1s, Don. I do at some point. If we can get 4-2-2, we can get 4-1-9. How long will it take for that to happen? I don't know, but it is humanly possible. Will anyone ever run in the 4-0s? I don't actually think so, but you never know. Joe Milton's throwing it to the fucking pen, dude.
That was Cowing from Arizona.
Cowings can fly.
Well, hold on a minute. I think we might
You're kidding yourself. You think JJ is hurting his stock throwing here?
Look at how leisurely he is in his
That's a
drop.
joke.
I'm hanging, waiting. Good.
Joe Milton's arm is insane. Oh my god. We knew this, but still. He's releasing the ball on the 10-yard line to the 19.
On that, Rich. He was launching it from the 10, right? Oh, we got the distance right here. There you go. Yeah, this is what I wanted to see on the distance here. It's got to be upper 70s, right?
Good lord.
70 yards. Good night.
This is the longest throw of the day.
Oh my goodness.
It's like the yodeler from Price is
He's
Right.
throwing it 70 yards.
Wow. That's fun.
Yeah, I agree. The professional, like, actual Olympic runners could be in the 4-1s for sure. But 4-0, that I'm not sure about.
There's still a buzz in the crowd in here, right?
Well, there's a huge crowd.
I know.
You know, if we want to really get this crowd going,
yes,
we tried Anthony Richardson back out here. Throw one more.
That was fun last year, too. And again, Stroud threw that beautifully as well last year. It looked effortless, too, right?
On balance.
Wilson or Worthy will run faster. I mean, my Texas bias says Worthy, but Wilson can really run, too. It's going to be tough.
There, okay. I apologize.
Left bump? Get the fuck up field.
Pick things up. So.
All right, this is an out route. Or they're running comebacks. Excuse me.
This is something that a lot of these guys don't have experience with in terms of the route runners.
Finish your super? Oh, yeah. Okay, right. Sorry about that. Any wideouts really improved their draft stock.
Where the wide receivers are kind of
it's tough because, you know, if you know someone's athletic or fast, them running fast doesn't do a whole lot. But, I mean, Adonai Mitchell's tested off the charts. I think Keon Coleman's been really good in the drills. But it's usually not the guys that are fringe first-round guys being first-round guys, right?
Why is it important that the feeder
As Keon Coleman drops the ball. It's about some of these guys that maybe they're a late-round guy that gets pushed up a little bit.
And also, if you have quiet feet, you're more deceptive to the cover man. Because if you're pounding and
But we still have only seen one group of receivers. The second group of receivers and quarterbacks is later. I don't have an exact time. I don't know. I'm not organizing the combine. But it's not now. I know that.
You're getting it right now. Not bad.
Nice job getting back out. Once he stumbled a little bit, was able to work right back down.
Archie3 posted a video of someone running 4-1-2. Laser timed or hand timed?
That was. How about the control there? Did you see how he broke down? He's already compact.
Maybe 4-0 something would be possible that in the future. That seems ridiculous, though.
That was nice.
Nice catch, too.
Yep, yeah, I appreciate it, K-Ray. I appreciate it. Rome is in the second group.
Step and a hitch, and that's a perfect throw right there.
And that you would expect from Jaquan Jackson, Tulane, slot receiver, that type of control.
I think the running back class is good. Probably a little undervalued.
For a big dude.
That's not bad for a monster like that. That's not bad at all. Now, these next two, you would expect it to look the part, wouldn't you?
Yeah, McCaffrey. Nice hands catch.
And here comes McConkey. He played hot quarterback in high school, and I asked him if that helped him as a receiver, and he laughed. He said, I should say yes, but truthfully, not the way I played quarterback. Most honest answer I've ever gotten to that question, because he usually say, oh,
you guys, if you want me to see the video, you can tweet at me. At Bengal YouTube.
Better on the second throw from Milton that time.
Take a look.
He's trying to find his timing on this route.
All right.
Tell you, some of the bigger receivers we've just seen have done a nice job with that. Was that Bub Means there, wasn't it?
He's a strong dude.
No, he means business. Right?
Adonai Mitchell there at the end. Hey, CD, you know the testing numbers on Ladd McConkey? When you look at the closest comp of recent memory with all the running and the jumping and the sprints, it was Garrett Wilson.
Oh, it's pretty strong right there.
Offensive Rookie of the Year, once removed. All right, 2 more sets of routes. We'll be back to check it all out.
All right,
nice
so
day for Devin Leary.
2 more routes then. We're going to have post corner.
Sam Hartman.
And then maybe just a straight post. Or maybe those are the 2. I think they already ran corner routes, so maybe post corner and then post. What have they not done? They haven't. I don't know that they've run. They may have run ends already. Skinny post. And it's tough to say. Tough to say what's up next. But and after these 2 routes, we'll have the next crew.
Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you.
Okay, right. Thanks for the 199. Giants would trade for L'Jarius Sneed. I mean, they could use a corner. The Giants don't have a ton of ammunition if they're planning on moving up for a quarterback. And they're going to need everything they can get.
Falls perfectly into place. We strip away everything but the essential. And what we're left with are thoughtful bedrooms for modern living. Thuma.
At 85% effort, apparently, according to RG3 on this. Christian Coleman running a 4.1240 at 85% effort.
We thought we'd try something new.
I don't know how you define 85%, but
Struck out with the cheap seats.
you'll see him in the 60 meter.
At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and
Noah Lyles was the name to beat. Woo. That is so fast.
Okay, Christian Coleman, we see you baptizing the field. Okay, baby.
By Americans, 2 of the best to ever represent USA in the middle of the track in the men's 60 meters.
I do love watching track. Seeing fast people is just awesome.
Okay, Christian
Now I will say, like, Noah Lyles, I think, is the 100-meter guy.
You really don't want people to think
And he was gaining ground. Bigger dude, too.
good, real food.
I think he's also the American anchor in the 4x4.
It's what dogs are supposed to be
The
eating.
4x100 meter
No living
relay.
being should ever
I
eat
watched a little bit of
processed
track
food for
in
every
the
single meal of their life.
in the summer.
Amazing to me how many
And I know
people
the
write in
they're
about
getting
their
ready for the
dogs
Olympics.
changing for the better. The farmer's dog is just our way to help people take care of them.
They got the win.
Back-to-back Super Bowl champions.
Now,
Yep, there's another group of receivers and quarterbacks.
have won the Super Bowl, and you can get your hands on the official trophy collection at NFLShop.com.
Kansas City.
Including the Super Bowl T-shirt, hat, and celebration towel. They wore it on the field. Now you can wear it everywhere.
Woo.
Shop now at NFLShop.com.
It was a fun drill.
Yeah, so they're running the post corner
Nicely done.
first.
What are we checking out here, DJ?
Yeah, Nicholas
Well,
Arbor is
this
huge.
is a big-time test throw for quarterbacks. Look at these wideouts. One of these deep corners. It's a ball that requires
Wilson, thanks for the
touch
5.
and pace, the combination
Is
of
it
the
a
two.
secret? I stream it, but on
McCarthy
Twitch.
certainly did it on the last 2.
Yeah, 2
I
good
see
balls.
you're close to top 1,000.
They want these receivers
I would
to
say
really
you got to
dig
carry me, but
without looking back.
It's not how Counter-Strike works.
Be able to locate and track the ball over your shoulder. And
I mean, maybe a little bit, right? But hey, if you ever want to play Silver 2 with me on Mirage, you know where to find me.
That was nicely done too.
Fucking hate Mirage. Thanks for the 5, though. You gotta get a Twitter. I tried to follow you like months ago. Couldn't find it. It's good. I know you built up a good following on YouTube, but it's good to diversify your portfolio. It's like, what if YouTube doesn't work out? Right? It's like, what if something happened? You gotta have a Twitter, you gotta have an Instagram, you gotta have a Twitch, you gotta have a LinkedIn, so your fans can hire you. Maybe not that.
Nick's here. His feet look really. He looks really comfortable in his drop.
Good ball from Bo.
He's got good pace.
He's put the time and work in, hasn't he?
It was Jalen McMillan.
David Morris.
Any QB standing out so far? Well, we know Joe Milton can throw the ball over those mountains.
He does a really good job. His ball.
Devin Leary has looked good. I mean, JJ and Bo Nix have looked pretty good. Sam Hartman's had his moments.
Everybody throws this a little different. He's trying to put a bunch more air
It's
under
tough
it. But if you're gonna put air
in
under it,
just on-field throwing drills with no pass rush to look bad. Now, with Sam Hartman, I hate to keep hating on him, but he legitimately has no arm talent. He's not very accurate, and he can't throw it far or hard. And arm strength, right? We talked about this before. It's not about how far can you throw it. It's more important for the intermediate throws in tight windows. And if you don't have true, real arm talent, you're going to struggle. Because those windows close very fast in the NFL.
Able to get his feet down.
All right, tweet at me or follow me, Wilson. I'll hit you up.
We saw how fast he ran. Beautiful ball. Here's Bo Nix.
But Hartman, you see, he has to get the ball out so early, because if he's throwing it 40 or 50 yards, right, but doesn't have the arm strength to get it out there, you've got to throw it a lot earlier. So you have to throw with a lot of anticipation. Obviously, in these drills, they know the route. They know there's no coverage. But he's really over the top. He's got to get the ball out so early to get it where he needs it to be. Which is tough. It's on NFL Network.
He had some amazing fade.
Yeah, Worthy's going to be in the second group of receivers.
Yes, that was.
He's going to be in the second group. Worthy, Penix, Odunze, Thomas Jr. will be in the second group. It's coming up. The second group. We're in the first group now. It'll be in the second. Roman Wilson too. Good.
So now here's the fade.
One zone fade.
So just catch, rock, and throw if you're the
Oh, nice snag from Burton.
Nicely done there.
Evaluate these receivers more so than the quarterbacks on this one. There we go.
Floating up there.
Jalen Coker from Holy Cross elevating.
Keon Coleman, we know what he can do. The roll.
Ran a 4.57 40 a little bit earlier today.
Oh, nice snag. Is that Cowing?
So that should show up pretty well down here.
Jacob Cowing, love it.
The fade from Joe Milton is a lot more of the firm variety, isn't it?
Yes.
But
He's number 14 with the receivers.
The ability to try and change it up, didn't he, DJ?
Like
today?
wearing number 14 in the drills.
Then he let the big dog eat a little bit as we went along.
As he should have.
I don't know. We'll see. I'll let you know when I see him. We're at number 9 right now.
You gotta get that up a little more.
Bumpa. I thought I said Bubba Gumpa first. Thank you for the 199. Your second group, I think, is today. Yeah. Up next.
Nice catch.
Ooh, nice snag. Jaquan Jackson's made some nice catches today, but he looks like he has small hands, and he is small. Here's Leggett. That's number 14. Yes, about 14. Xavier Leggett, South Carolina.
Xavier Leggett. Here's McCaffrey.
A little high.
Hopefully the guys that got overshot get another one in line.
Ooh, Ladd with the double catch.
Jamie?
Devin Leary having a very comfortable
Yeah,
day.
Leggett is absolutely built.
Him a lot. The one quote that
He's
stood out for
huge.
me yesterday in listening to Leary was, through all the adversity that he faced and injuries in his time in North
Combines
Carolina
on
State,
NFL
when
Network.
he transferred to Kentucky, it would have been very easy for people to say, don't you just want to be like Will Levis? He said, no, I came to Kentucky to be Devin Leary because we were all thrilled to watch Levis here on this stage last year. Now, Leary likes to watch Drew Brees. He feels like body-wise and the adversity that he
It's
faced
so
with his
crazy
size
that
and his
Adonai
style,
Mitchell's coming in at
that's who he likes to model his
6'2"
game after.
ish. Makes me think that I'm like 5'11". All these guys are always shorter than they're listed at.
Give McCaffrey another one here. Nice.
I'm probably closer to 6'2" than 6'3". I think I know that.
Looks like Hartman's going to get one more. Is that Leggett going to the line?
It is.
What is an elite 40 time? Depends on height, weight,
Did he
position.
get a couple squats and curls in before that last rep there, CD?
I think when he goes in the back of the line, he gets about 5 each before he gets back to the front.
That appears to be it. I think they're all running to the end zone now. Hartman's leading.
Oh, here we go.
Under McCarthy. So is it a designated leaper?
Jermaine Burton.
Whoa, hey now.
Back handspring for Jermaine Burton.
Another one. I think it's Joe Milton that just did that.
Did Joe Milton do one?
Is that the first quarterback flip we've seen?
I think so. You know what we need right now? One of the offensive linemen tomorrow to try one of those. What do you think?
The challenge has been issued.
Hey, somebody's going to score a thick 6 at the combine. We need to see it. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Okay.
Here's the first one.
Show me Joe Milton's.
Finish.
And then there was another one right after that one. Good. Nice.
Do you have another camera?
Milton?
It was Milton. There he is.
Off camera, but a lot of fun.
We gotta have an angle of it. They gotta have an angle.
What's up at D?
I'm gonna go heat up some more food. I'll be back. Did Langford homer again? Woo! Did I remember to mute it? Have commercials been flying? Nice. All right.
We got players only. Hall of Famers working the field. Michael Irvin's down there.
If Neighbors doesn't run into Dunze does, wide receiver 2 is locked up. That's not how it works.
From the Pittsburgh Steelers as they're watching the quarterbacks and the wide receivers. So go get it now. Little bench press. We're putting up 225. How many times?
We got the DB bench. 14 for Sainer still. He's short though.
He understands how to manipulate that bench press quite well, but boy, what a good player.
Quinyon Mitchell with 20. Woo! That's freaky.
Like, here we go. One last taste. This guy had an amazing weekend. Maybe the winner of the weekend as so far.
20 for Zioni Vaki. It's not a surprise.
Out there from the DBs on 2 Utes. Put it up 20 times.
The combination safety running.
Malik Mustafa, 22. He's a big dude.
Right there, Commanders. He's helping them out here. He's one of the best in the game.
Yeah,
getting these guys going.
We'll keep pushing. We'll keep pushing for Malik Mustafa.
Nice to see Malik Mustafa getting it done. 22 reps. He's put some time in.
How about the quarterbacks being able to...
Oh, quarterback Velo. 53 for Sam Hartman. Oh my God, he's got a laser. 58 for Nix. 60 for Leary. 61 for J.J. McCarthy. 62 for Milton. 1 mile per hour off from Milton to McCarthy, by the way.
Very much. It's Peter Schrager, Charles Davis. I am Chris Rose. We're in between groups 8 and 9, so still to come. Michael Penix and all of his Washington Husky receivers.
Very interested to see what Penix has in that,
still coming your ways.
by the way.
With our live coverage here on NFL Network. Why don't we take you through some of the wide receivers, the drills, and
all right,
what we saw.
My food's ready.
Out there. And,
be back in a second.
Overall, you were down on the field.
Yeah, it was a good day, and it started obviously with the 40s and the speed and everything, but watching them go through their process, watching them go through their craft, you're seeing a lot of guys who put time in on the route running. And Keon Coleman, Florida State via Michigan State, Peter.
Good case study here. So he was the slowest 40 in the group at 4.61. Guys, he was so fast in these drills. Next Gen Stats measured him up. Fastest speed of all the Group 8 during the gauntlet drill, 20 miles per hour. So you kind of look at, okay, well, does the 40 matter? Yes, of course it matters. But they're looking at all these numbers. He was the single fastest wide receiver out there while catching the ball during the gauntlet.
And you know what that tells you, Peter? That he's confident in his hands. Because if you're not confident in your hands, you don't run fast in the gauntlet drill.
Dude, I leave
We also saw Lad McConkey do his thing
for a combined, like, 6 minutes in the last 4 hours, and the chair's already coming for my job.
So you see the
This is
speed
crazy.
he's going, and what did you see how he just stayed right down the line? Nice and square, but look at the route running. An absolute technician in what he's doing. And
I haven't had much to eat today. I just had the chili.
that's what a lot of people see. It's a lot fast.
It's tough. I woke up like, I'm like, okay, I gotta go live.
On top of a route. That little extra, Peter.
Did you say fast? Did you say fast?
4.34, Adonai Mitchell. Nuts.
Everyone thought he'd run fast, and he confirmed it when he got out there.
It was actually better than that. It was 4.3.
39.5-inch vert.
39.5 on the vert.
11.4 broad. I mean, he's a freak athlete. Missouri City, Texas's finest.
So this is going to be a fun day for those Longhorns.
But watch the hands as well. Okay, you can do all those things with your receiver, Peter. Catching the football is the key, right?
I was told 4.4 for him. He blew that away, and then he did the drills like this. And
Coleman was never going to run a fast 40. He looked really good in the drills. He's got great hands, great jump ball ability.
Now go with him.
I think Keon Coleman is going to be good. Is he ever going to be an elite wide receiver 1? That's a tough question to answer. But he's a guy who plays faster than he was ever going to run. I like Keon Coleman. I am a Keon Coleman truther. Now, at the same time, yes, you'd like to see more separation as a route runner. You question the deep speed. But how many guys are going out there and actually, like, truly running by a corner at, 30 or 40 yards down the field? That's when the jump ball ability comes into play. He doesn't have to be the big deep threat. If he can go up and get the football, he's going to be a deep threat just based on that.
McCarthy had an outstanding day out here. Charles, you were on the field. What'd you see?
Coleman can move. He's great after the catch.
Entire package. When you said being ready, that means that guy can go on the board and tell you everything you need. Call plays.
I'm a Keon Coleman guy.
Would call plays out on the field, in and out of the huddle, under center, all of those things. But I also thought Bo Nix had a nice day as well.
You guys were talking, you and DJ were talking a lot about his footwork. Did you see improvement?
Absolutely.
Is he going to be a first-round pick? Tough to say. Is Adonai Mitchell? Tough to say. Is Brian Thomas Jr.? Tough to say. Here's the thing. I think they all end up getting in because I think receivers are going to fly off the board. How many of those guys are they going to let get to the second round? It's easy to give all these different teams, oh, well, you know, they should go with an offensive tackle or a defensive end. And it's a great offensive tackle class, but, oh, they need a D-tackle. If I'm a team like the Cardinals, stay with me here. Stay with me. Stay with me. I haven't done this in a mock draft, and maybe I wouldn't. But if I'm a team like the Cardinals, and this is a stacked wide receiver class, and it's the best receiver class that we've seen in a while. It's top, the top's great, and it's deep. If I'm the Cardinals with 3 and 27, and my receiving core is currently nothing. It's Michael Wilson, who has a history of injury problems. Hollywood Brown, free agent. Rondell Moore is going to be a free agent, right? Would I consider taking Marvin Harrison Jr. at 3 and then double dipping on receiver at 27? It's an idea.
Of note, some of the quarterback coaches.
It's an idea.
Shane Tierney from the Giants, Todd Downing from the Jets, Davis Webb from the Broncos. Some quarterback needy teams, perhaps, down there watching firsthand and working the drills with the guys.
And even beyond that, do the Cardinals have their pick in the second round?
That's going to be fun. And then Sunday, it all wraps up with the big fellas.
I can't remember.
One of these guys is going to
I think they do, right?
At the conclusion of their group. So I don't know. I mean, we've got some serious athletes. I can't wait to see. But first, round 2 of the quarterbacks and receivers. Rich and DJ coming back. Hold tight.
Is KFC's new pizza?
Fried chicken?
Right. Harrison Jr. goes at 3. We'll take Neighbors.
It's
same exercise.
It's pizza.
Okay, we get to 27.
Only at KFC.
Some really good players still available.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear
But
anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
Would you take one of these speed guys? And they do have 35 as well. They do have 35.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, like, there's nothing to be ashamed
So what about this?
So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine.
What about
But if you're not,
future starting
okay.
tackle?
Thank you.
Marius Mims if he gets there.
Need support? Don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at
And then Lad McConkey. Or if you already took Neighbors, maybe it is Keon Coleman. And now your receiving core is not Adonai Mitchell. Now it's Keon Coleman, Malik Neighbors, and Michael Wilson. And then we can fill out some of those other needs down the board. I mean, Junior Colson, I think, is great value at 66. Upgrade at linebacker. Jerry and Jones, you guys know how I feel about the Florida State corners. Andrew Phillips is here.
So why should I care about myself?
Chris Abrams-Drain, great corners available at 71.
Even when I'm with my friends, I feel alone.
Let's go with Andrew Phillips.
Every day. These are the stories of kids.
And then all these guys are not going to be here. You want a big upgrade on the D-line? Tavondre Sweat. This is the best mock draft of all time for them.
Millions of kids feel alone. We can show them.
And honestly, we can go out and get another corner if we want as well. What's the edge class looking like at this point? Some good options, honestly. Some good options. Let's get an explosive designated pass rusher in Muhammad Kamara. Can never have too many DBs. Ooh, the corners are still good. Let's get Dwight McGlothern in the mix. Still have picks. And this is a team, when you have this many picks, you could consider a trade up. Anthony Gold could be another receiver down the board worth taking. Totally revitalize this offense. You need more depth. Gold could be your slot guy. Or a slot guy. Still more picks. Get another running back in the mix. There's some still good ones available. Jawar Jordan, Carson Steele, Jaden Sheridan, Rasheen Ali, Isaiah Davis. You have another pick. Probably offensive lineman at some point. We'll go with the center, Andrew Rame. So many picks. And then look at this.
That's strong. It's a great flow.
Tell me this Cardinals team isn't significantly better. Wide receiver 1. Future starting tackle. Maybe Paris Johnson moves to left tackle. Mims stays at right. Keon Coleman, big jump ball receiver who's good after the catch. Starting Mike linebacker. Starting slot corner. Starting nose tackle. Great rotational pass rusher. Big high upside corner. Future starting slot receiver. Rotational running back. Depth on the O-line.
Doing the important things, but you really just are eager to get.
This is a team that might trade up. They have so many picks.
And then it's all about just getting out there, completing passes, and they can watch film and see your intangibles and all. But when you got here, you just want to be sharp, make sure you complete all of them.
Now, speaking of your film, you have 61 games.
Am I doing a Cardinals?
Coaches can look at it.
Franchise
your
next year?
meetings. What did coaches and teams want to know about you, Bo Nix, as a quarterback?
I think they just wanted to get to know me on a personal level. And experience what it's like maybe to be, in a meeting or in a room with Bo and see what he's like. But I felt like that was important, same way it goes for me and them. It's important to be around NFL.
I'm looking at Twitter for this Wyatt Langford homer.
Before you get in a room with a bunch of them and you're having to lead a franchise, and I think that's really important, because that's one of the things that I personally can't wait to do. And I think it's just, filling out your moment, making sure that when you get it, you do really well with it and don't take it for granted.
We were just having a memory from your freshman year at Auburn, covering your game at the Iron Bowl with a huge win over Alabama. You've grown up so much since then. I really like listening to you talk about your maturity of your game. Why do you think that's important and valuable for the NFL?
I think it's simple. Just every year there was a lot of personal growth. Every year I got better. Every year was something different, and capped it off with an incredible year this past year. We were really solid. We were really good, efficient, and it just starts with making the easy play over and over and over, and just being as consistent as I can possibly be.
That boy can hit.
It's my job to go out there and be efficient. The offense and make sure we have an explosive team, and so that's what we were able to do. But it took every year leading up to it, a lot of growth. But it was an incredible journey, one that I do all over again.
All right, well, you got this journey, part of the journey done at least. Good luck on the next step.
Thank you.
Stacey Dales, over to you, my friend.
Yes, Jamie, and we are anxiously awaiting.
All right, Group 2 getting ready to kick off here.
Named Michael Penix Jr. We've all been wanting to
Not
see him throw the football.
right this second, unfortunately.
Of Washington. He prides himself.
I'm going to be honest, it probably won't be Cardinals franchise because they're...
Of his preparation and resiliency, that resiliency is
I don't
a
know.
big word. This guy is tough.
People always like to see a drafted quarterback. I've learned this past year.
Season-ending injuries over the course of his college career, spanning from Indiana to Washington, came off an incredible season. Look at the lower third. Look at those yards. Look at the numbers he put up. When I asked him what he wanted to showcase here in Indy, here today, he said 3 things: his confidence when he throws the ball, his poise when he throws the ball, and his accuracy. And the biggest thing he wants to leave these teams with in terms of his interviews during the process this
like the
week
actor Notorious?
Resounding confidence that he exudes because of all Chris Rose that he has been through in his career. We cannot wait to see Michael Penix out here shortly.
Stacey, thank you. Of course, it's a career that started just down the road in Bloomington, Indiana, and concluded up in Seattle, Washington. And now he is back in the Hoosier State. Time to check in right now with Ian Rappaport. What's going on, Raps?
One of the receivers we will not be seeing on the field behind me, one of the receivers we didn't see earlier, Marvin Harrison Jr. from Ohio State. The uber draft prospect, believed to be by many, not all, but by many, to be the first receiver taken in this draft, is not doing drills, did not participate in his media session, which I know was a disappointment. My understanding is did meet with several of the teams who have a receiver need, several of the teams in the top 10, and I think most people believe right now, we don't really know, that the Arizona Cardinals will be among the potential landing spots for him
Monty Ossenford, the general manager, looking for big-time building blocks for Kyler Murray, their franchise quarterback. Ossenford was asked earlier in the week basically to give us a scouting report of Marvin Harrison. Did not quite go there, but clearly mentioned him as a player they are going to
have Joe Milton backflip video
information on. Meanwhile, one of the other players we are not going to see here today, Ainias Smith, the receiver from Texas A&M, electing not to run drills today because, and we had this happen yesterday with Kool-Aid McKinstry, the combine doctors discovered a stress fracture in his shin, something that he had been dealing with, discovered it during the routine medical evaluation. He is going to meet with a specialist next week and figure out how to proceed from there, guys.
Whoa! That's my tight end right there.
Four-day combine, and it is all coming your way right after things from Indy. Heard a little bit about Michael Penix. What about his favorite receiver out there at Washington, Rome Odunze? One of the top receivers.
That website was Pro Football Focus.
You'll see it coming up.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets. All white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or new Parmesan garlic. Hurry in. Wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Why did we choose Safelight? We were loading our SUV when crack. Safelight came right to us, and we could see exactly when they'd arrive. With a replacement we could trust. That service the way we want it.
Safelight repair, Safelight replace.
I know you've been grinding. I know things aren't easy. I wonder if you know that we can get help. Love your mind.
Families affected by disasters urgently need support. Help the American Red Cross provide help and hope to those affected by disasters.
We have Burton Broad for the new receivers.
Small. Please donate to Red Cross Disaster Relief.
We're building a better postal service.
I can see.
All parts working in sync to move your business forward. With a streamlined shipping network and new high-speed processing and delivery centers.
Malik Washington, 42.5 vert.
More reliability and more on-time deliveries. The United States Postal Service is built for how you business. And how you business is with simple, affordable, and reliable shipping. USPS Ground Advantage.
What I thought was a complete life was nowhere near complete. But it is now.
Keon Coleman reached the fastest speed of Group 8 during the gauntlet drill. That's when you stay in the line and catch the ball each side. 20.36 miles per hour, despite recording the slowest 40 time, 4.61.
Might not see it coming.
Ricky Pearsall,
pre-diabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults.
42-inch vertical jump. All right.
Take the 1-minute pre-diabetes
yeah, Ricky Pearsall, I'm guessing,
and prevent or
will be a second-round pick.
Be your own hero.
10-9 broad jump for Ricky Pearsall. Jordan Reed, you don't know, great NFL draft guy for ESPN.
Sometimes I imagine what I'd write today for my dear friend Martin.
Tweeting these out. Brian Thomas Jr., 38.5.
Thrives on one thing.
Big dude.
Silence.
39 for Rome.
Who change the nation are those who speak out, who refuse to be bystanders, who raise their voices against injustice. When we stand up to silence, we stand up to all hate.
We're back in Indy, and Caleb Williams might not be throwing today.
Ooh, Jordan Reed says draft range for Adonai Mitchell starts with the Colts at 15.
I heard a rumor that Caleb Williams likes sour candy.
Yeah.
So we bought the sour candy.
Caleb Williams down on the field.
You ready to go through these?
Let's do it.
I want to see if you're fazed by any of them. If you're such a sour guy.
Okay.
Okay. What do you think these are? Lemon head?
I believe they said lemon drop or something.
Okay. I'm like a little scared. I'm a little scarred after that last
Lemon
one.
is always a little bit more
pungent. Oh my.
Pungent is smell-based.
That's so gross.
I'd say.
That's so gross.
I don't know. That's and I spilled on me, but it's salvageable. It's not too bad. Just green beans.
Are you okay?
These are amazing.
My eyes are literally watering.
It's not that bad.
I'm weak.
She's overdoing it.
I am not.
She's overdoing it.
We can't just always be unfazed, okay?
Oh, another one.
You want another one of those? Disgusting.
Next. Let's knock this last one out.
Do you think this one's wild? Do you know what this one is?
No, I have no idea. It said hazardous, though.
Hazardous was on the packaging.
I believe so.
What color are you going to rock?
I'm doing blue raspberry.
Okay,
always.
You do yours. I don't know which one I should get. Maybe the pink.
I'm going to go 2.
2?
I'm going to go 2.
You're full-blown crazy. I'm going to do one. Ready?
3, 2, 1. No way.
Not bad at all. That's actually good.
You're really good.
No, it's coming. It's getting.
These could be a little bit more entertaining, I would say.
A little more potent.
So when she spit it out?
Killing the game.
I'm officially weak, but you killed
NFL
this.
Network's killing the game. Shout out NFL Network, like I said before. My mouth is watering because it's so sour, but it's really good.
Okay, well, why don't we get you some water? You can take all of these with you as you continue to enjoy the combine today. Yeah.
I'll take these. I'll take these.
Are you only taking those because I like them?
No, they're actually pretty good. I don't want to take these.
Yeah, those were aggressive.
I'll take these. You can have those too.
You know what? You can take all of them. I'm so straight on all of that. But Kayla, we wanted to bring some sour and some sweet to you. Hope we made this a sweet process.
Pretty sweet.
Okay.
A little sour and sweet. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Woo, let's get water now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Good sport. There's some sweet and sour story.
Right, I didn't care for that segment.
To get our hands on that guy right there. Peter, what type of week has it been for him?
He was delightful right there. And I want us to be cautious.
The next group of receivers is getting ready to go
he didn't get the
pretty
medical,
soon.
and he didn't compete. He's out there. Charles, you're down there. He's cheering on these other quarterbacks. He's participating with Kimmy. He was over here yesterday, and one of his defensive back teammates was working out. And he was up here trying to say, where? And I said, hey, can we interview you on NFL Network? He's like, I did my stuff, but nice to meet you. Introduced himself. You read things, you start going through your head, and you maybe want to start painting a picture. Caleb Williams is a good guy. And I think he proved that in a lot of these interviews on these teams. They're like, he was nothing but pleasant, awesome, competitive as heck when he gets on the field. But I think this is actually a win this week for him, despite coming into this thing where I think a lot of people were trying to tear him down.
Yeah, and listen, people do things their own way, and sometimes they set a new way to do it, and we look back later and realize, oh, okay, that's fine, because we just always want to do things the same way all the time. It worked out well for John Elway when he forged his own path coming into the NFL. Worked out well for Eli Manning forging his own path into the NFL. And now Caleb Williams is doing the same thing. And he's not even talking about saying, I won't go to a certain team. He's just doing it a different way. And by the way, he didn't say he's not going to do medical. He just
I mean, that last one did have a little bit of a weird energy to it, no question.
Anything wrong with that.
No, and I think people got a little up in arms about the whole NIL stuff that the guys made between $10 and $12 million over the last couple of years. But who cares? This is the world we live in. Like, maybe we're the ones that should adjust instead of a guy like him.
Quarterback at Georgia has a Lamborghini dealership, NIL now. Listen, sign me up, okay? I'm in.
And I'll tell you, Ian's talked about this a lot extensively. Doesn't have a traditional NFL agent, kind of goes about things differently than what we've seen in recent years. So our initial reaction might be, that's uncomfortable, it's different. The world has changed. Yes. That $10 to $12 million that he's making from all those brands, that's all legal.
More power to him.
That is all legal, and that's what so many people have fought for over the years for him to get that.
You know what we are? Jealous. And I understand.
Yeah, neighbors will not run today.
I want to be Caleb Williams, okay? I want to be that guy. And the bottom line is he's going to do it his way. By the way, Lamar Jackson didn't do it traditionally.
No.
It's worked out pretty well again.
Well,
so let this young man find his own
And by the way, I asked the general manager, I said, have you looked at the film on Caleb? He said, have I looked at the film? It's unbelievable. The guy is unbelievable. So it's not like the product on the field is a question. So we didn't do the drills. It was cool that he just ate sour sweets with Kimmy. I like that. He's participating. He's a part of the week, and that's cool too.
A lot of number one picks did not do drills here.
We just saw a shot of Ryan Poles, the decision maker there with the Chicago Bears. Any question that he's going to end up there?
Not choosing.
There has been a little traction.
I can't even believe I'm going to entertain this
Daniels this week.
dumb argument I'm seeing.
Every year, whoever the
not choosing
one is, when we hit
to participate in the combine
about 2 to 3
says
weeks before the draft,
nothing.
There's a lot of chatter that we run
That's what it says. Nothing.
We get tired of them being the number one.
The most important thing
before the draft,
is not what they might look like
in
in drills. It's what they look like on the field during a game. You don't change your opinion based off of anything that happens today. Maybe a guy gets a slight bump or a slight bump down.
I haven't heard a ton of buzz of this team is hot on Justin Fields or that there's been a big offer for Justin Fields.
But
so
it likely really should not change anything.
And I certainly don't think they're looking to get rid of Justin Fields 60 cents on the
this guy's better than this guy now.
No, not anytime soon. And look, the draft is just less than 2 months away. Oh, I cannot wait.
It's great. And does anyone want him signed before the draft anyway? No, everybody wants him to go across.
More quarterbacks and receivers coming up, including Washington's Michael Penix Jr. and Rome Odunze. Also should get Jalen Polk and too many receivers to name. Malik Washington, Ricky Pearsall, Tez Walker,
Live from Lucas Oil Stadium. It's a scouting combine.
Brian Thomas Jr., Isaiah Williams.
We just toured so
Jalen,
nonstop,
37 and a half
money.
is a
Taco
good
Bell
bird.
was like the one place where you could actually stretch that money.
Jamari Thrash will run. Washington, potentially.
Introducing Ned's Plaque Psoriasis. He thinks his flaky red patches are all people see.
Otezla is the #1
No
prescribed
broad
pill to
jumps
treat
for
plaque
those guys yet.
psoriasis. It can help you get clearer skin. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla had depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur.
Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla.
I know you're going through a lot. I wonder if you know that we
Jaden
can get
Daniels
help.
not worth #3 based on game film
Let's see how far
plus
we can go.
statistics plus precedent,
Love,
whatever that means.
you're mine.
His stats are better than any quarterback in this class. The film was really good this year.
You want
I
the
don't know what you
lowest
really mean by
price.
precedent.
Did you say lowest or lowest price? It's basically the same
Is there a
thing.
If you find a
precedent
better price
against
somewhere else,
Heisman
we'll
winning
match it.
quarterbacks?
Get the lowest price with our lowest price guarantee.
Who
You got this. We
are
got you.
unbelievable dual with red studs who can throw the ball down the field as well as anyone.
Everybody feels like a winner today.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Things football.
That play made me jump off the couch.
Good Morning Football. Monday at 7 on NFL
I
Network.
think Worthy breaks the 4-2s. I don't think he breaks 4-2s. Could get into them though. Breaking 4-2.
These are the prospects
Maybe, I
hoping
mean,
to become the face
could
of
he
a
get to
franchise.
4-2-9? It's a possibility. I think he's going to be in the
just stole the
4-2s.
spotlight tonight.
Worthy can fly, but 4-2
Your
is...
team's been working on this for so long. It's all
The odds just are not in his favor of doing that. Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible, but
it definitely.
I wouldn't bet on it. But also, if Adonai Mitchell can come out and run 4-3-4, it's kind of where I thought Worthy might be. So Worthy, I mean, who knows? But Worthy can fly, so, I mean, we'll see. The problem with streaming and trying to eat at the same time is I end up doing neither well. And now my food's cold. Daniels is a great passer. His numbers down the field are as good as anybody's.
All over at the combine for J.J. McCarthy, who's kind enough to come up from the field and hang with us in the booth right now from the University of Michigan. J.J. McCarthy, good to see you, man.
My man, great to see you as well.
My man as well. Good
What's
to
up,
see
man?
you.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you.
So, what's your impression of the day? What do you got?
So much fun. Obviously, you know, personally, there's a lot of things that I would like to get back, you know, the shuttles and a couple throws here and there, but just had a great time being around the guys and around the coaches, and it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
It looked like you really been drilling down on the footwork, man. The footwork looked clean today. Has that been a focus for you in training?
Yes, sir. That's been a focus for me ever since I stepped into college. You know, Coach Harbaugh, that's, you know, working from the foundation up, and that was something we harped on for a long time.
All right,
Worthy near 11
we're going to
feet.
show yourself here. We're going to go first.
Well, there he is first. Hold on a minute.
There he is.
Okay, very good.
There he is. All right, let's go watch you with the pads on. Then we'll get to what happened.
41-inch vert for Xavier Worthy.
But when you study this guy right here, J.J. McCarthy, the things that jump out to me, first of all, is the arm strength. The ball jumps out of his hand. be able to drive the ball in the seams. You'll see him drive it outside the numbers as well. Velocity,
oh my goodness,
accuracy.
You know, he's sitting right here.
I know, but I'm speaking to the audience. I feel weird telling him about him.
I mean,
but the athleticism.
No, let me do this.
Go ahead.
This was awesome.
Yeah, we needed this.
I know you needed that
sure.
one. And now you can do
more Texas tweets. Let's go.
Why don't you walk me through what you're seeing from yourself here in your performance today?
So right here, I'd say, good foundation like we talked about with the footwork, timing everything up, playing in rhythm. And, big thing I've been focusing on is putting some touch on the ball and, giving more catchable ball. And felt like I did that today a little bit.
And of course, here's the go route right here inside Indianapolis, inside the place where you kind of call this home a little bit. What was the genesis of this photograph here?
This was, I want to say it was against Army.
Okay.
I went there on a visit, and David
Can I not find the question mark on my keyboard?
Known photographer was sitting right there, and his mind's working. And he sees that frame in his mind, and he's like, "I got to get this one. You guys do the same thing." And we did that, and the
41-inch vert is wild.
A couple questions for you, and then we'll get to the here and now. What struck you about Harbaugh when you first met him?
Just his obsessive love for the game. You really don't see that or feel that right away when you meet with coaches on the road and during the recruiting process, but he was just all about ball, and you could tell right away he was a competitor. He's been there before, and it was just somebody that I wanted to play for from the get-go.
And what did he instill in you?
I would say, he instilled a lot of the wisdom that, he had to learn over the years so I didn't make the same mistakes. And obviously, toughness, grit, dedication, blue-collar mentality, and ultimately, building the process and the thought process of winning is everything. We talked about stats early on, and he was telling me the biggest thing they look at is the wins and losses. And, learning that at such a young age and becoming, he talks about, what's good for the bee is good for the hive, what's good for the hive is good for the bee, and adopting that mentality at a young age was something that, I appreciate more than anything.
And then these rituals where he just starts pounding on your chest?
Yeah.
What is he saying?
He goes back to his playing days when he was playing with Walter Payton. And, he was super nervous before the game, and Walter was just like, yeah, I am too. But once he gets that first hit in, then all the butterflies goes away. So he tries to get that in before I get hit and maybe risk an injury. So he does a great job with that.
You've got 18 guys here. I've heard that once or twice from this guy right here. What was it about this collection of guys that made it so special for you guys to run the table and win a championship?
I would say it's, ultimately the love we had for each other and the single mind focused on winning the national championship. That was something that, we didn't really have our sights on freshman and sophomore year. And, that was
the actual
something we worked for every single day, and we stayed in the moment.
Coleman was one of the fastest players of the first group of receivers.
Each workout, each practice, each
third on the slant,
and,
fourth on the dagger,
took care of itself.
Was it you guys
second on the go,
like, even from the summer,
and second on the
this
spot
is the
strike.
one goal, and that was center of mind the whole time?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we had guidance, and we just had to stick to the plan and follow it.
So let's talk about you. Who'd you meet with this week? Which teams brought you in?
11 teams. It started off with Washington, then I went to New Orleans, then Denver, and then Atlanta. And then the next day it was Minnesota, New England, Vegas, Tampa Bay. I want to see something here.
That's a lot.
Yeah, but
the hometown Bears?
Yeah, the Bears were one of them.
Okay.
There's a couple more. I'm totally blanking.
Here's a list of teams, and here's a list of quarterback needy teams.
Yes,
well, there's a bunch.
Did the Jets and Giants?
Yes, the Giants.
Okay.
Let's go through here. Yeah, I believe that's.
How about the Jets? Did the Jets meet with you?
Jets did not. No, I had a lot of informals and had a great conversation with the Jets, but that was also great.
But the Patriots did?
Patriots did, yes, sir. I believe that's it. Yeah, Tampa Bay, Chicago, Washington, New England, New York, Atlanta, Minnesota, Denver, Las Vegas, New Orleans, and Seattle. Seattle. That's
Seattle met with you too. Oh, so Mike McDonald?
He wasn't in there, unfortunately.
He wasn't in there.
Yeah. Can't wait to see him.
A little bit of a reunion tour.
Well, let's see a little bit more of yourself here. You got a chance to show off the arm a little bit when you're pushing the ball down the field. This This is the fun part of the day. You talked about backing some off because I know that's what you've been.
Do I
working
care
on
that
with,
Worthy's
but
165
today, on
when
these deep balls, how fun is
Hollywood
it to
Brown was
let loose a little bit?
166?
It's amazing. I love that, you know, the ball went out of the screen for a second.
I care more about it at
That's
corner.
something that I've been working on
No one
definitely
cares
too,
that Nate
but
Wiggins is
could've had some more
173,
on it, but wanted to see
Xavier
the
Worthy
completion.
being 165 is a
This
huge
one,
problem,
you know, the
apparently.
post corner that you rarely see in football, but
Do you know how many of those were completed in the NFL last year?
0?
3.
3. Okay. Got you. But yeah, just, you know, let the receiver get a chance, see his angle coming out, and, you know, put enough touch on it.
Okay. So what happens now? Where do you head now? What's going on?
Heading back to Huntington Beach, California to work with John Beck and 3D QB.
John Beck. Do you guys remember John Beck?
And then head back to Ann Arbor.
John Beck was an NFL quarterback for the Dolphins.
You get your pro day? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do we have privates set
You
up
working
yet?
with John Beck?
We do have a couple privates.
BYU second round pick.
To be honest with you, I don't know if I'm allowed to, but you know,
we
I'll
used
just
to be
keep
able to
it
say
as
that
there.
when guys would come in, we'd say, "Who are you visiting with?" They would say the Giants, the 49ers, and a team I'm not allowed to mention. We'd say, "Have fun in
Okay.
New England. Have a great visit out there." But now it's a little different.
Okay, yeah.
And then what would you say to anybody out there? I'll ask you the two questions I asked Sharon Moore when he was sitting in that chair.
Yes, sir.
That you didn't have to carry the team. I asked that of Sharon Moore. I'm like, you're the one who called 28 straight running plays, and he goes 32. So what do you say to those who are like who look at your body of work at Michigan and go, well, you didn't have to carry a team, and obviously you might have to in the NFL. How do you respond to that?
You know, based off the system I was placed in, being a pro-style system, we're not dropping back 50 times a game. So just naturally, it's not going to look like the same numbers as guys in the Pac-12, guys in the SEC. But at the end of the day, it's all about winning football games, and that's all I cared about. And, you know, Coach Moore had this smash-mouth mentality. We obviously had 2 amazing running backs, an amazing offensive line every single time I was there. And like you said before, we're getting 6, 7, 8 yards a pop, so why wouldn't we keep doing what's working? You know, it can't go broke taking a profit. And, you know, at the end
there
of the
you
day,
go.
this is another valuable lesson I learned on. You have to rely on the run game. You have to, because it sets up everything else. And, you know, it worked for us. And, you know, I was very fortunate to be part of such a special group.
And then the fact that there's 18 Wolverines here, and you were one of the
I don't get the J.J. McCarthy hate.
That there's nothing left there. That the cupboard is dry and bare for Sharon Moore. What do you say to that?
Keep thinking that. Keep thinking that, because I got a feeling that there's a lot of hungry dudes that are hearing that every single day, and it's only fueling them even more. And, you know, I know the type of intangibles that program, you know, creates, and it's going to be a fun year for them. Definitely excited to watch.
Okay. I'm told we want to take a look at this on the screen. Yeah. Stay with whoever looks at you. Guilty as charged, man.
Love you, Rich.
Guilty as
That's
charged.
awesome.
Hey, right back at you. I love being in this chair when I get a chance to say something like this on behalf of so many other Michigan Wolverines, which you helped lead and what you helped bring about, along with so many other leaders and best. Thank you. Honestly. Thank you. What a heck of a ride.
Hey, we couldn't have done it without.
I think Michigan had a pretty good quarterback.
And you're definitely a part of that.
I appreciate
that.
that.
Retired
I
recently.
I had something to do
I'm
with it.
blanking on the name. Can anybody help me?
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you as well. Thank you so much.
I just want to let you guys both know that I call Charger games. So
not Chad
the
Henne,
three of us,
by the way.
Nobody's got it better than me. Going into next year. Try that right now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's J.J. McCarthy heading off into pro days and beyond. We've got yet more NFL Scouting Combine to come. Oh, man. What a night in Houston. And now maybe there's more to come for everyone else involved.
He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by
I knew somebody was going to say Chad Henne. I knew it. Devin Gardner. I think he's playing football in Japan right now, I swear to God. I thought he was. He was for a little bit. He played for the Nojima Sagamihara Rise, of course, of Japan's X League. And he was 2016 X League Rookie of the Year. Yeah, who could forget? And look at their look at the players we know about. Ernest Thomas III, remember him playing at Texas in the Legion of Boom for the Seahawks? He was pretty good. Do I know any of these guys? I don't think I know any of these players. Philip Redwine sounds familiar. Probably just saw him at Oklahoma State. But am I thinking of Sheldrick Redwine, the Miami DB? I didn't think I'd be looking at the X League today. Let's look at the Panasonic Impulse. A lot of first place finishes. Okay. Do we know any of these guys? Jabari Williams is a maybe. All time. Dude, I'm not. What about the Tokyo Gas creators? I'm not recognizing a lot of these names. Shoot. All right.
Backs have already gone through their day.
I want to know like one guy.
Running out of daylight on this day.
Let me recognize somebody.
Blast. Just hanging out with Kimmy Checks on our
cornerback. Jason Smith does not help me.
He seems to be really relaxed and hanging out, even though obviously he will be working out. I'm assuming it is pro day, right?
Oh,
and then for other teams, maybe privately.
Yeah, I think he's got his private.
What about the
workouts
Dentsu Club Caterpillars? Okay.
Honestly, Rich, I don't know that he needs to do more than one. Caleb Williams, to me, is the best player in this draft. The ability to play from the pocket. People have talked about that. When you watch his tape, you'll see examples of him working within the confines of the pocket, the deep touch.
None of these names are ringing a bell.
That shows up when he's on the move. Whether he's rolling
it's
to the
so
right
bizarre
or
to be
this,
looking at
to the
football
left.
where I
Watch him
don't
just
know
snap
anybody.
his hip and get the ball out there. Another example here. This is like freaky stuff.
Well, that's the
when you're talking about
people keep.
That's what everybody gets.
I don't think I've known one player outside of Devin Gardner.
How about getting thrust into the action?
What about IBM Big Blue? I'm a Giants fan. I love Big Blue.
The production scores there. You see with the USC quarterbacks, quite a few of them that have gone on to the National Football League. His is significantly higher than all that came before him. So this wasn't the year that he wanted, individually or collectively as a team, Rich. But the ability is
this
all
guy's
there.
name is just Ponce de Leon. That's a last name. That can't be true.
He had Jordan Addison, a first-round wide receiver. The guy.
Roman Wilson?
Heisman Trophy and had USC within
but not the Roman Wilson in this draft class, a different one?
We've been talking a bit about quarterbacks who come in after having a starburst.
I actually did see him the other day, but that doesn't count. I only found out about him
years before they enter
because of the current Roman Wilson.
That list in
that
front
does
of you.
count technically, but it also I don't feel good about
Jordan
it.
Love coming into the league, his best year was
the
year before.
I don't know any of them.
Bryce Young, Justin Fields had better years the year before, and then we have guys who kind of
emerged. 2 teams left.
Emerged. Jaden Daniels emerged.
Maybe
so it's not conclusive of which one of those is better and is going to predict success at the next level. It's just we've seen it before. I think people sometimes it's like I can't believe this. He was so good, and then he didn't play. His numbers weren't as good this year.
What about the tie-dyed ears?
Whereas I guess Stroud he crushed it in the 2 years before. I mean, we're all just looking to try and find anything.
There's no cheat sheet. Everybody wants a cheat sheet.
These
and they want to say,
teams?
well, this happened, which means since this happened, that has to happen, and it does not exist.
So
seems like they are, but we don't have a roster.
Junior spin it workout starting in just a couple of moments.
All right, I'm done with the X League.
Unpack him for a moment.
So we just had J.J. McCarthy in here.
We did.
And he was talking about the fact that he's been training with Michael Penix, and John Beck and that group there at 3DQB that does a wonderful job. Have been working with Penix, and I said, give me an example. Let's talk about his arm strength a little bit. And he said, DJ, when you just watch him work out, we have Justin Herbert comes through here. He said it's that level of arm strength. That's what we're talking about. The pocket movement was the question. Much like we had a little bit of that on C.J. Stroud, he showed it in a playoff game. You saw it with Penix showing it in this Texas game, his ability to move. Throwing the ball over the top, not an issue. Driving the ball, I mean, the ball explodes out of his hand. This ball is just ripped. He'll sit there, hang on his back leg. He doesn't even need to use his lower body. He can just sit there and just all arm it and generate ridiculous amounts of velocity.
Well, watching him, since he had my nerves in his hands on that national championship game night. He has just an uncanny ability neck up to
They're about to run
defenses already.
We're not
right?
far away.
I don't know how much of that shows up on tape or film or anything like that.
So one of the cool things about their offense, and I'm learned about it, is there's multi-level concepts. He's got to be able to see combinations where receivers have options both underneath and up top. That takes incredible vision and incredible mind, and that's something he's been able to excel at.
Well, and obviously that's something he's going to be able to bring into the next level. That's a plus, obviously.
Absolutely.
So we're all going to Detroit at the end of April for the draft, when we'll finally get all the answers to questions we're still asking right now, all the way up until that draft. When we come back, we're going to get some 40s and start finishing up our Saturday.
Let's go.
Okay, someone just did laundry. No, I add Downy Light, so the freshness really lasts.
Yeah, most Senate stuff gives.
After commercial. Oh, yeah, we'll see if any of the other quarterbacks did anything. Michael Pratt, the new highest vert. Rattler, Slovis are additions to this list. Looks like Penix is not doing anything. Is Penix running? I don't know. We'll see. He's going to throw, I think, but he might not run. Joe Milton, of course, highest broad. Slovis, Pratt, Rattler. And Rattler, listen, if you've never seen Spencer Rattler before, he's got a good arm. He absolutely does. He could be a name that rises today. Absolutely could. Tez Walker, worthy of this new group. Jalen Polk, Ricky Pearsall, Johnny Wilson, 10-8. Malik Washington, 10-6 on the broad. For the new highest verticals, Malik Washington, 42.5 is insane. He is small, too, so that's a guy that can really go up. 5'8.5". Decent-sized hands for a small guy. At 9.25. Okay. Malik Washington's really good. He put up like 100 yards a game for Virginia. Pearsall 42 is nuts. Not expecting that. Alex Erickson for a comp. What a pull. Do you guys remember Alex Erickson? He had a long career. Wasn't particularly productive. He's still in the NFL? That I did not know. I remember him with the Bengals. Tez Walker. People are down on Tez Walker because he dropped the ball a lot at the Senior Bowl. But he didn't really drop it during games. He can really get down the field. He can get open. He's a really good athlete. Rome Odunze, I think he's going to do well today. I mean, he already has started. A 39-inch vert, very good. 10-4 broad. And when your NFL comparison is Larry Fitzgerald
the hand timer. He has been
You might be pretty
damn
good.
near spot on with the official times.
All over it. Doing a nice job.
Sometimes, you know, I'll hear from people like, well, the official times are so far off.
When you're being compared to a
Great job, Mark Ross.
Hall of Fame receiver,
so we don't want to give him a little
first
bit of,
ballot, no
and
question.
His, forefinger.
You're in pretty
no
good
shot.
company. Quarterback's getting ready to go. Looks like we're going to start with Spencer Rattler.
Quarterback who's running.
What is the neighbors comp? I'm curious.
Plus ago, Sam Hartman
Justin
was the only
Jefferson.
one who did.
That's pretty good.
See, he ran once, and then we had to wait for him to catch his breath.
And Harrison
to run one more
Jr.,
time, and
C.D.
then off he
Lamb.
went with the wide receivers.
I'll tell you,
I don't think we
Lance
have
is
a
a
lot.
little
I
bit all
think it's
over
just
the
3
place
guys.
with these comps, but
So
they're two good players.
here we go. Mark Gorsick, the man who runs a 40-yard dash line for the combine.
A lot of
giving
same
them
school guys
their instructions.
in these comps. Is
What'd
this
you
going to be
make of
Debo?
the list of teams that J.J. McCarthy told us that said 11 teams? Now,
All right.
he might not have told us
Second
all
group of
11,
receivers
but
and quarterbacks getting ready to go.
What'd you make of that?
The one that jumped out.
Brian
to me
Thomas
was
Jr.
the
is
New
in
England
sweats
Patriots.
right now.
Obviously, there's a Michigan quarterback. There's that element of it that's kind of interesting.
My son Cooper would go nuts if that happened. He'd go crazy.
You know, there's a lot of options in there for him.
Yeah.
When I was looking at him, I thought, okay, I really felt like 8 Falcons, and then you get 11.
Well, that's in your mock draft.
That's where I have it going in the mock draft. But the teams
There's
for him,
Jordan
I thought
Whittington
were-
on the
that made a
field.
lot
That's
of
my
sense.
guy.
Falcons.
He's
I looked
also
at Vikings, Broncos.
wearing a hoodie.
One of those
Doesn't
three
look like
to
he's
me was kind of, I
participating.
thought, that's his neighborhood. He's, you know, in that neighborhood. But shoot, maybe he's moving up in price and going up to, you know, being in business there with New England at 3.
Is that Turkish?
Spencer
I don't
Rattler.
speak that.
He's everybody here talking to scouts. He's
Jalen
everybody's favorite mid-round guy.
Is that right?
Quarterback. He's the name. We talk about the top 3 and I go, who do you like in the middle rounds? And this is
Spencer
name
Rattler
comes up more than
moving.
Why is that?
He's intriguing.
4.96
because,
for
you know,
Rattler.
He goes, he transfers, he gets beat up by Caleb Williams. He goes to South Carolina, who's a 2-year captain
Yeah,
there.
didn't expect him to run all that well.
They get decimated with injuries. He never complains. He handles himself
Got a big
with
arm,
class.
though.
He can really rip it. Like he throws a beautiful
Brady
ball.
ran in the 5.
Was a big-time recruit. You know, he was on the Netflix show coming out of high school, and there was some immaturity there, and I think people
He was so
you know,
immature.
thought that's who he was. He's just a kid.
Super
he's
easy guy to
grown up.
hate.
He's become a real leader. They rave about him at South Carolina, and he can.
That's the old Rattler.
Introduces to Austin Reed.
I think basically
Austin Reed
being
from
run out of
Western Kentucky,
Oklahoma
but they
humbled
love
him.
to throw the ball. He's going to be a 24-year-old. He can drive the ball well. You'll see a lot of back shoulder throws.
4.83 for Western Kentucky's Austin Reed.
He got a little bit up and down. That was what you wanted to see a little bit more from
Jerry
him.
Jones
Jerry Jones watching from the Cowboys.
getting
suite.
booed.
Oh boy.
He's getting booed.
Yeah, come on now. He loves that, right? Cowboy fans.
Just get a reaction either way. He's
Soak
happy.
it in.
Keaton Slovis, he's 3 schools, right? Started out at USC, then to Pitt, then to BYU.
He's been all over the
Kurtz
place.
worked with him a little bit.
Very much so.
That's a
4.6
good
flat.
time.
That's a great
4.6
time.
flat for Keaton
He's now the
Slovis.
fastest quarterback that's run here.
Be exciting to watch him throw. You know, just the pure.
He
pure
looks like
velocity.
somebody. I
That's
can't
the
put my
only,
finger on it.
You know, that's one of the concerns or questions that people have. So we'll see him rip it today. Big hands, 9 and 7/8 inch hands. Keaton Slovis.
So Spencer Rattler will.
If
run
Odunze
again.
can
Again,
run
he's
in the low 4.4s, that'd be sick.
Only 3
If he's
guys
faster
in
than
there.
that,
Get a lot
that'd
of
be
break.
Well, I mean,
unreal.
talk to Sam Hartman. He's the one holding their beer.
If I had to bet, I'd put
He's the only
Odunze
one in the
high
previous group.
4.4s.
And then we all know
4.47,
Lincoln Riley turned to Caleb Williams.
4.48.
Rattler goes to South Carolina.
But that's just a guess.
And then Riley goes to USC and brings Caleb Williams with him.
There's a carousel of quarterbacks in college football.
Off he goes. When you say middle
just
round,
so
you
slow.
watch him.
Yeah, I mean, like, to
4.97.
me, like third, fourth round. Like that's a
So like the
interesting
Russell
option
Wilson
there.
area is what you're saying, pretty much. 75th
Yeah,
overall.
I think you had
like
Cousins in that range.
Sure. Uh-huh.
I could try to raise this slightly.
Yeah, Rich, I actually
I don't want to get too
Riley
crazy
today
because I'm
about
not getting my stream
his
taken
now
down.
former quarterback Caleb Williams, and I just simply asked him, you know, what did you love about coaching Caleb Williams? And he told me
I'm
his
not showing
hunger,
more than
his
that.
willingness to
Can't
learn
take
and
the risk.
improve. He said he was
This is
constantly
already a little
asking,
risky.
like, what can I do to get better? What can I do to improve? he was always fixated, he told me, on weaknesses and how to get better at them. And really just showed his natural confidence.
You can't see anything.
As Lincoln described
I
it,
got to keep
players
it like
without
that.
They typically want to focus only on their strengths. So I thought that was interesting. And then the other thing he noted to me, guys, is just his growth, and really still thinks he's so young. He told me COVID wiped out his senior year in high school, and then he only played half the year at Oklahoma.
Get into the 4-5s.
You know, obviously they were there together, and people just forget how early this is in his career and how young he still is. So, you know, for as mature as maybe he comes across, or, you know, some of the noise that is going on the outside, Caleb Williams is still growing, and he's still young, and certainly believes he'll be the first overall pick in the draft this year.
Well, noise on the inside just got Mark Dorsey's.
None of times aren't particularly important. A 10-yard split for a quarterback.
He's Brett Veach.
4, 5, 6. God dang.
Okay.
Not particularly important either. Can they throw the football? Can they read a defense? Can they process quickly?
Okay, sorry. 4, 5, 6. Then I guess the current version of Brett Veach.
Yeah. I'm gonna have Jack look up his pro day. I think he ran faster than that.
Is that right?
Yes.
There's Dave Canales looking on to watch
New
the
Panthers
wide
head coach.
Group. Final one, and
he came up from Tampa Bay.
A bang.
No, Seattle.
A big
Tampa.
Big time wide receiver, Rome Odunze.
All right, first receiver off the board here.
Favorite player in the entire draft.
In this group, I should say.
It's my number 3 overall.
Yeah, he's a Bucs coordinator,
but
he was also with the Seahawks. Okay, I knew I wasn't being crazy.
The completeness.
Come on, Rome. Future Giant. He stayed low. He's really legging it out. 4.47. Is that what I predicted? 4.47.
He can run even faster than that too. I think he can have a little bit of a smoother start.
Yeah.
But he can
start
play any
labored.
of the receiver positions. This was the comparison. I don't make that willy-nilly here. This is what he reminded me of watching Larry Fitzgerald come out of Pitt. Now, he's cut weight to 212, but he walks around closer to 220. So size-wise, they are very similar, and speed-wise, and look at the numbers. It's eerie when that stuff matches up.
4.47 is a good time. You guys are underrating how good 4.4 is.
Ricky Pearsall, 4.41.
Okay.
All right, so the first 2 40s of this wide receiver group.
Ricky Pearsall's going early.
Certainly looking good.
Pearsall's my 48th player. I feel like almost every other guy that runs you're going to say he's in the top 50 for me. I mean, this receiver class is awesome.
Well, had Malik Neighbors worked out here, he would have been right in front of Odunze. They would have been alphabetically next to each other.
Well, here's Jalen Polk, what I'm really excited about. Don't think he's going to run all that well, though.
And here's, I don't want to say that the other wide receiver. Is the third Washington receiver we're seeing here today. Jalen Polk.
4.53 is pretty good.
Number for him.
Okay.
I'm a big Jalen Polk guy.
As if I don't feel old enough. Here comes the son of Jerry Rice, Brendan Rice. 12 receiving touchdowns this year.
I mean, Jerry Rice was in his prime in the 80s and 90s, right?
Prime targets of Caleb Williams.
I know he played into the late
NFL
90s,
legacy.
almost the mid 2000s, but
physical player.
It shouldn't be weird that Brendan Rice, Jerry Rice's son,
much more brute force,
is doing the combine here in 2024. It should feel weirder that Frank Gore Jr. is here. That should feel weird. Brendan Rice, come on. Of course, they got Jerry Rice on camera.
His GPS stuff is awesome.
You had that flinch. I'm a hair trigger. Some of these guys else may be hair triggers. So at least we see things now. You know what I mean?
The GPS numbers that you get from the school project that he's going to run really fast.
So when I read someone talking shit about the 4.47, it was 4.47 is meh.
4.51.
He can run better.
Doesn't really help him or hurt him. 4.47 is not a meh time. I'm not making anything up. I read from the chat. Thank you, Don.
You draw a lot of pass interference penalties.
Nah, that's actually some attitude I'm annoyed about.
Must have given him some
See
sort
intent.
of a look or something. Of course, he
Yeah.
told him to apologize, saying that there was a twitch. Reason why he does that, because somebody might start their
Brian
watch
Thomas about to get
otherwise.
out here.
Trying his best.
Top 20 pick.
Freak
rolling
athlete.
right here, Brian Thomas. He's rolling.
4.34. Oh my God,
That was
dude.
easy. Easy 4.34.
Brian Thomas Jr. is
We
a
are
freak.
rolling a break. Don't worry, we will show you what you missed.
We're gonna miss Tez
when we
Walker.
come back. Quarterbacks and wide receivers. The final group: Rome Odunze, Brendan Rice, and more. Off and running.
What's my safe flight story? I see inspiration right
But
through
now
the
that's
glass.
not a
So when my
super
windshield
surprise,
cracked, I chose
because
safe
he is a big deep threat.
They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That service I can.
He is a big deep threat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where all these receivers are going to go. I got to get Thomas into the top 20. Got to get Mitchell in the top 25. Where are these receiver spots actually? That's the toughest part of this, because all these teams need tackle. Teams need receiver. Are teams going to move up? Let's think about it here. Let's just speed run this where we expect guys to go. Not really putting a ton of thought into this. This is not an official mock draft, just firing guys off the board. We'll go Neighbors. Go Dunze. That's a tackle all the way. Okay, so now we start to think, is 8 a receiver spot? Even with the Dunze off the board, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe that's Brian Thomas Jr. That's a little early, right? And if not 8, maybe 9. Again, this is just an experiment, because obviously 9 is early for Adonai Mitchell, but that's a receiver spot. Jets could be a receiver spot. Broncos maybe. Saints maybe. Colts. Troy Franklin, I'm going to have a tough time putting in the first round. I don't ever do that, but I'm going to continue probably to not do that. Falcons, it's tough because they need a receiver, and the receivers could be gone. The top group. So then you're settling for the next group. Or is that Dallas Turner at 8? And do the Bears take Brian Thomas Jr.? All right.
Thrash from Louisville.
Jamari Thrash.
Remind me a little bit of Romeo Dobbs.
4.46. Not bad.
I see him with the Green Bay Packers. A little shifty, can make you miss. Hits a bunch of home runs down the field.
4.54 for Devon Vella.
This is going to be fast.
Utah, Devontae Walker.
Tez Walker.
Tez Walker's rolling a bit.
Look at him go.
4.36.
We all know his story. It's good to see him here at a combine and crushing it.
Malik Washington's moving a bit, but he's small. 4.47.
Isaiah Williams from Illinois.
He looks like he's moving. Slowed down a lot.
4.64.
I would say his 10-yard split is going to be one I want to watch.
So
Johnny Wilson.
Johnny Wilson is an enormous wide receiver.
6'6".
4.53. That's very impressive for Johnny Wilson.
Now we're back live for another Michigan Wolverine, one of the best.
Oh, here we go.
Roman Wilson.
All right. Wilson and Worthy back-to-back.
See how fast he can blaze.
This is going to tell us whether we get a 4-2 at the Combine this year, outside of Nate Wiggins. These are the two that have the best chance to do it.
We shall see.
These are the two.
Just had his quarterback
Will they do it?
Moments ago saw
Do we get a 4-2? Let me know in the chat. From either Wilson or Worthy.
Roman Wilson.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to be a hater. I just think
Jim pretty much
it's
knows
that's
he's
so
got away
fast.
coming at least 18 times during this combine. There's 6 offensive linemen to maul.
Like even 4-3 flat is unbelievable.
A lot of Wolverines. By the way, I just got a text from the general manager of the Super Bowl champs.
Yes.
Brett Veach.
Oh no.
Tell Rich I was second in the state in the 200 in Pennsylvania. LOL. But I appreciate you having my back.
I meant now, Brett. I meant now.
I love it when they're locked into the coverage. I love it.
It's great. It's great.
You guys can slightly see Roman Wilson on the screen. I'm getting nervous about that.
Let's see.
They're up to 3 now.
Roman Wilson.
He's really getting that track start. He exploded out. 4-4-1. I thought he was going to be 4-3.
Tells you everything.
Yep. Sure. Well, there's a second run to come.
He's just got to hold it for a little bit longer.
Jaden Reed was who he reminded me of. And now you kind of look at the numbers, the 40. I thought Rome would be a little bit faster, but the same play style and toughness, quickness.
Xavier Worthy gets the whistle. I mean, Jaden Reed and all the Packer receivers that are so
Xavier
young,
Worthy is thin.
You know, and
we
that
knew
was
that.
the conversation in Rodgers' final season there is how there wasn't much of a chemistry and there weren't a bunch of guys that knew his hand signals or was up to speed or anything like that. And obviously a lot of them
Come on,
grew up
Worthy.
fast. And
Come on, X.
added some
Come on, Zay.
A couple tight ends, too.
Yeah, tight ends, too. And then
he's moving.
like this year.
He's moving. 4-2-5. 4-2-5, baby. Woo.
Round of applause. Whoa.
Woo.
Yeah, that startled me, Rich. When he ran, I got startled. I was like, whoa.
There goes that man.
All right, we got Roma Dunze up right here. And when I was talking to guys that were working out with him from Washington, they said one of the things for a big guy, he's just got such quiet feet. Like, you'll stand away from him when he's running routes towards you, and you can just, it's so easy and so light when he runs. So I thought it'd be fun as he kind of runs the 40 here if we just kind of listen to him run.
That's one of the fastest 40-yard dashes of all time, unofficially. God dang.
Second run of Roma Dunze.
Get your horns up. Get them up.
Yeah, he stumbled. He stumbled on the first one, too.
Stopped again. Try it again.
Give it to him. Oh my goodness. Take them off. Yes, I will. Take them cleats off.
That was awesome.
Come on, man.
J.J. McCarthy dapping him up.
We knew that shit would happen.
Chicago Bears contingent looking on.
Unreal. Unreal. 149 10-yard split.
Wayne's World, we're not
I
worthy.
mean, look at this, dude.
He got out better, it looked like there. Didn't stumble this time.
4-4-5 for Odunze. Very good.
Stacy?
Rich Odunze was a media darling this week, but one thing people might not know about him, he actually grew up working alongside his granddad and his granddad's brother on a dairy farm in Utah. He's told me 100, 150 cattle they worked with. He said he shoveled poop. I milked cows. I dig ditches.
4-2-5, dude. What are we talking about?
And he said
Pearsall's moving as well. 4-4-2.
So I guess part of his
I think Worthy's going to be done.
toughness comes from those days on the farm.
Not with everything, but I don't think he's going to run again. I hope he does, because getting 4.24 would be
You've
sick.
been talking about him, Daniel, how he's sneaking up into your top 50. Pearsall just did a 10.9 broad jump, one of the best route runners in this entire class. I'm excited for the drills with him. I think he's
Good
gonna put on a
Lord,
show.
dude.
A lot of executives excited about
4.25 is
second-tier wide receivers
so
after the
sick.
big blue chippers are gone.
Wide receiver in college of the current quarterback here in Indianapolis, Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, Peter, he is silky smooth. And his catch, we'll show the video later today. His catch against Charlotte is the best, one of the best catches in the history of college football, but for sure is the best catch I saw this year. It's incredible.
Polk gets the whistle. Again, moments ago, a 4.25 run by Xavier Worthy.
I mean, but we have such a, and J.J. McCarthy was saying you guys have a great view. We watch, you know, hundreds and over thousands of these 40s. That one, I jumped back. It startled me how fast he got out. He was rolling.
And then, as you pointed out, in the 21st century, when we first started the combine, guys, you know, would have to wait till get back to the hotel to see it one more time. They weren't showing it on the screen and not having it in their hand with their phone.
4.25 is just absolutely
Now they know to
ridiculous.
take the shoes off.
Selfishly, I want to see another run, but it's probably best if he doesn't. Jalen Polk moving. 4.52, I'll take that.
Runs, essentially. Jamie?
Rich, Polk known for this Washington offense as a consistent and dependable part of it. I spoke with one of their offensive coaches this week. He told me he didn't have the targets that Odunze had in this offense, but that doesn't mean that 2 or 3 of his catches, because of his explosive capabilities, would go for over 100 yards. He's known within this team as a building junkie, and I have confirmed with several of his teammates that he oftentimes would bring his air mattress and sleep in the building. And this is not just a training camp thing. This is because Polk
See if Brendan
legitimately
Rice can get
loved
into
being around the
4.4s.
building.
He's a real good athlete.
Second run for Brendan Rice.
4.50.
That's a good nugget on Polk. I love that. Sleeping in the building. He is tough and physical. And
Love Jalen
tell you
Polk.
what,
I keep saying
Steve
it, but
Smith
he's a
does
beast.
Wonderful job for us in evaluating wide receivers. Obviously, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. But when I was talking to him about him, Polk is one of the guys he's a fan of.
Right next door to us, GM of the Colts. Checking things out. Earning a nice little round of applause from the Colts faithful. We see you.
Jamari Thrash got out pretty good.
Thrash.
4.48.
To reset on the wide receivers, the number that you're looking at for top 10 guys in the league last year in receiving yards, they averaged a 4.47.
Just wondering, because sometimes our unofficial time is a little bit, just a hair off.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if the official time comes in that John Ross's 4.22 might get threatened. I mean, he would be 3/100ths of a second. I don't think he's going to run.
Worthy, is he in line?
Close to the record, I'd take my swing.
Then he wouldn't be listening to his friends.
4.48 for
Don't
Vele.
take his shoes off.
You tell him it won't take long.
Does it lace him back up? 4.48. That's an improved time right there.
Big improvement.
For the Utah Ute. Stacy?
I just talked to Xavier Worthy. Guess what, guys?
Is he going to do it again?
He's going to do it again.
All right.
Guess
Yes.
All right. All right. Why?
He wants the record. 4.22, baby.
I love it.
Nice.
Well, then I wouldn't move
Lace him up tight,
if I were
Zay.
you. Just wherever you're watching. I like it. Sense of competition here. Taz Walker with a 4.36.
Which is a great time for Tez Walker, by the way.
That was a clean start.
And he got out. Yep. 4.41 though.
And
Worse.
somehow-
Still
How is that
flying.
not faster? He
I don't
got
know.
out of the gate.
That looked like a great start.
Okay. All right, Xavier Worthy. We see ya.
Malik Washington getting ready to run here. He's a fun one to watch.
110 catches this year.
I'd like to see Malik Washington get it down slightly.
Strong. A lot
I think, again, he's going to have a pretty good start.
He can adjust. I was curious to see how fast he was going to be, and that's a good number, 4.47.
He's moving.
He's going well here.
Yeah.
How is that
That
slower?
last 5 yards, I guess.
Caught him up a little bit. Yeah, it looked like he's rolling, but we'll take it. That's 4.47 first time. We'll stick with that one.
Isaiah Williams. So we're making our way towards Xavier Worthy. Worthy of you sticking around. Ran a 4.25 and thinks he can do better.
Dude, oh man, I want to put out a tweet. I don't know if it's in bad faith. It was a hand like sticking out of a grave, and it's Al Davis.
He runs a 4.64
DNA match there, 4.64, 4.64.
Johnny Wilson. 6'6" wide
Johnny Wilson
receiver
running
from
4.53
Florida
is
State.
wild.
That's a big dude, man. It's kind of like a huge slot for them.
I mean, it's a different body type. But remember Kelvin Benjamin?
That's exactly. We talk about him, yeah, even in the Senior Bowl, just watching him move around. We're like, okay, he eventually made the move to tight end, and we'll see what's in Johnny Wilson's future.
That's a good start. 4.58 though.
All right, so Roman Wilson's first run at it. As you can see, he's 6'6" at 3/8. He's taller than Darren Waller. My goodness.
Roman Wilson, I thought, he's got faster in him, but think about this, he's 20 pounds heavier than Xavier Worthy. Little different body types there. But you watch him on Michigan tape, he is flying.
Some big catches in the final game-tying drive in the Rose Bowl against Alabama.
4.40 for Roman Wilson. All right, I'll put out the tweet. Whatever.
The Wolverine fans here in Indianapolis, and warm smattering. Okay. So
you guys better juice it then. You better juice it.
Moments ago, ran a 4.25, and you hear the fans here appreciative of him running again with the unofficial 4.25. The record.
Let's
is
break it.
4.22 by
Let's
John
get lower.
And he gets the
Did it
whistle.
again.
Oh, listen to the crowd.
The groans.
They groan.
Wow.
I've never heard a crowd groan over a whistle.
Yeah, Mark took some heat there.
Okay, so let's set it up again.
Take your time, man. You're chasing a record. Don't rush this thing here.
An unofficial 4.25 in his first run, and he's going to run it again to try and get John Ross's 4.22.
He got out. Carrying it. 4.22. He's running out of the building.
He might just keep running right out of the stadium.
The roar of the crowd.
That is awesome.
J.J. McCarthy and Roman Wilson greet him. A 4.22 unofficial. John Ross, wherever you are. Caleb Williams is there, and Stacey Dale's taken away.
Woo! I'm not going to talk. You go ahead.
Hold on, time.
That's right. Man, I think you need to talk for a second, Stacey.
Hold on. What a moment, Rich. I mean, he just had told me before he ran that. Let me talk so he can get a breath here. He was going to go for the record, and so he wasn't satisfied with the 4.25. So I said, "Are you doing it again?" He said, "Absolutely. I got to get the record." I said, "What's the record?" He said it was a 4.22. John Ross said it, and now, Mr. Worthy, it is yours.
Man, it's crazy. I watched it come out my whole life. As a kid, seeing John Ross run that, man, I never thought I'll be able to be on the stage and do that.
How did you do
He's
it?
gassed.
What have you been doing? We knew you were fast, but what were you doing to train for this moment?
Man, my trainer at Excel prepped me. They told me just be patient. You would peak at the right time. Time's now, so it all came at the right time.
I mean, he
How
was
about your
flying,
like,
dude.
What was? Watch the B-roll down here on the monitor. Take us through this. Can we roll it back one more time, guys?
Sure.
Here you go. Take us through it.
What was my 10-yard split?
We don't, what's the 10-yard
That's what he
split?
cares about.
10-yard split.
Pop it in my ear if you can.
149.
But that was tremendous.
Man, really, I just been working on my start a lot. My start's kind of been my flaw to my 40. Coach Nick, he got it down for me, and I just took over from there.
149, 10-yard split.
Yeah, what was the back end?
Man, I can't give you that much information. Come on. How about the get off though, the jump? Like, how did you go from a 4.25 to better that? Because we thought you couldn't top the first.
Right. I feel like the first one I would have hit on the first one, but the setback kind of got me a little first time jitters. So I feel like once I settled in, I could do it.
Lastly, what message does this send about you, Xavier?
If you feel like you could do it, just do it. As you can see, I ran the first one 4.25, could have stopped and just set it down for the rest of the day. But I really just wanted to go.
We won't get the official time for a little
you got
bit.
It. Go on with the rest of the drills, bud.
There is a
Fresno,
chance
California to Austin, Texas,
that it is an official 4.23 or 4. There is a chance it's official 4.22. But there's also a chance it's a new record at 4.21. They've been 100th of a second slow on some of these times. Like for Adonai Mitchell, there is a chance that was a 4.21. But also it could have been slower. Could have been slower. Holy. That was pretty quick. Pretty fast. I would love to have that be a 4.21. We shall see. Still haven't even updated it to 4.22 unofficial. Yeah, so I don't actually know what that does for a stock. This is not official. I know they just updated it. This is not an official time yet. Because he was like a potential fringe first-round guy. Maybe he gets in now. And we already knew he was fast, so it doesn't really change a ton, but I mean, that 4.22 number is absurd. 165. Yeah, he is light. Hollywood Brown, same deal. He was a first-round pick. And he had a decent career, too. You know. And I'll tell you, Texas bias aside, and we'll see what Worthy looks like in the drills. I'm taking Xavier Worthy over Troy Franklin. If you want a big speed guy, we're Roman Wilson.
Once again, moments ago, after running a 4.25, Xavier Worthy decides to go for the all-time record of John Ross of 4.22. And he matches it and then just goes on a run all the way around the stadium. What a moment.
That's when he sees the 4-2-2. I love it.
Fans here.
That was awesome.
To react. And he looks up, he sees it. And off he goes.
That is so cool.
One of my favorite moments in the history of the combine, right?
Awesome.
Horns up.
For him to say, I can do better.
He could have transferred. He didn't. He stayed put.
Awesome. Eric DeCosta's reaction, the Ravens general manager. Yeah, man. That was it. Trying to figure it out. And of course, the Raiders coach, back in the day, Al Davis would have drafted him before he got back to the
He'd already traded up.
Patrick Mahomes. The first tweet was
Can I get some
crazy,
horns in the
and
chat?
The second one, he's like, my bad. Yeah, Patrick, we're all...
That is awesome.
We are all updating. No kidding. Wow.
What a moment.
What a moment. That was just awesome.
That's my line.
Again, for fans to be in the building, to react to it and have that moment. And again, his first attempt at it got whistled by Mark Gorsuch, eliciting groans from the crowd.
Audible groans.
Oh, Marcus Rosemary-Jack Saint did not run, but is doing the on-field workout.
Because sometimes our unofficial time is just a titch slower. We have been off by about 1/100th of a second, and that's all it would take for Xavier Worthy to stand alone.
How about the decision to run again? Could have sat. Everybody, you were joking about it. You know, everybody's like, "Hey, take the cleats off." The guy's down there. Hey, you're done. 4.25. You posted your time, and he wanted to chase a record, and I think he just got it.
Wow. That was awesome.
The check mark means official time. We do not have them for the second group of receivers yet.
Okay, now we go to the on-field drills. But, of course, this is equally as important. And that's just that burst of energy was really awesome. That was quite a jolt in this stadium here.
That was pretty cool. And then we'll get to see him go through the workout as well as all these great receivers.
He can move. He's quick.
Worthy is he's
a good route runner,
as you can tell. But he had some drops the previous year.
Broken hand.
His drop rate just about in half.
Played with a broken hand.
Good job catching the ball. So
in 2022. And
DJ
DJ knows it.
That's right.
And now concentrate and catch the football through the rest of the workout.
Well, especially since this drill, Charles Davis down there, right? The drill is you're not supposed to run as fast as possible. You're supposed to.
You're supposed to throttle down.
I didn't think he'd get into the 4.2s just because it's so ridiculous to do that. He almost got to the fucking 4.1s.
16,000 fans here. What's been interesting since Xavier Worthy ran that, we've seen the reaction. There was great shots, the Bills Mafia, Eric DeCosta, the whole crew. And now it's like a collective adrenaline drop. And I don't mean that it's bad. It's like everybody's like, did we just see that?
Yeah, right.
How great was that? And by the way, take a look at the stands right now. Everyone headed to the concession stand because everybody needs to be fortified again after what they just watched.
Yeah, right. That really was just dynamite. Because when John Ross said it, there were no fans in the building.
No.
And I remember when CJ2K came in the old RCA.
Oh, is Worthy done? Is he not running routes?
The reason why Worthy didn't run, I guess, is he done for the day now? Because the players only.
The backpack is on.
They're you know, look at this. Irv wants to know. Steve Smith wants to know. Allen Robinson wants to know.
Seems like he done. Tony Daniel with the 5. Comms for AD are...
Over on NFL Plus.
Okay, your comms for AD, R. Wilson, Thomas Jr., Worthy in order. Martavis Bryant, Doug Baldwin, playmakers in Michael Irvin, and D-Jax.
That's awesome. Great. While we're setting this up, can you show that one more time? Because let's give Richie a shout out here. Okay, let's give him a shout out here as we're getting ready for the gauntlet. Just show that one more time.
I love the gauntlet.
Richie Leibel's one. He's the one with the Steadicam.
Yes.
Some of our terrific camera folks that are here. You'll see him chasing down.
He was on his horse. He was rolling.
Here's Roma Dunze with the gauntlet.
Nice job.
showing everyone how
He's
it's
got
done.
outstanding hands.
Yeah, Dune's a stud.
We'll get to that in a second, I guess. Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, he's
Pearsall
got
should
some
look pretty
momentum
good here,
going
too.
With what he did at the Senior Bowl week of practice, ran fast. Now he'll
Wish he was a little bit faster down the line, though.
Field workout. There's Polk. Interesting how we got a lot of guys from the same school here. You know, we've got the Huskies.
Longhorns.
We've got some Florida State
Got the
guys.
Longhorns?
We've got Michigan guys.
Got the
There's
Longhorns?
A lot of pairs of receivers here.
Got the Longhorns.
And that's only because their names are close in the alphabet.
That was a nice gauntlet there by Rice.
Oh, in this particular group, maybe? Okay.
Correct. Be fun, but it's just amazingly enough that's how it worked out.
Here's Georgia guys.
Marcus Rosemy-Jackson, who we did not see run a 40.
No, he's a real clean route runner when you watch him on tape, and he'll win on a lot of overs and crossers as well.
Here's Brian Thomas Jr. He's such a stud as well.
Too. That's the thing, is he ran a crazy fast time.
And it got, you know, and all of a sudden it doesn't exist now.
Jamari Thrash.
He rolled at the Senior Bowl, didn't he, DJ?
Yes, that was the one I hit you with. Romeo Dobbs was my comp on him. CD.
Very good one. See Keaton Slovis throwing in there. He had a great East-West week.
Nicely done.
That was Bella. Now here's Tez Walker.
This is big for Walker because
didn't catch the ball well at the Senior Bowl.
Just the consistency catching the ball. The Senior Bowl, he just struggled. That was a perfect run through.
That was really terrific.
Perfect.
Yep.
He just got, I think he got in his own head a little bit in an all-star game and just was dropping some balls, but I didn't see it as a big issue on tape, and here he just ripped through the gauntlet like it was nothing. Good for him.
Ooh, nice catch from Malik Washington.
We have to stay neutral.
Yeah.
Here we don't have to. I want that young man to have a big workout because that week I don't think it was demonstrative of who he really was. I think it's just what you said. He got in his head and just kept going. I want Devontae Walker to have a big night here.
He's off to a good start. Taj Washington from USC. Oh, he's a competitive receiver. A little quicker than fast. But, man, he does a good job. Did a great job for Caleb Williams. A lot of big plays.
Isaiah Williams didn't run fast, but he looks great in the gauntlet.
Isaiah Williams. Johnny Wilson.
Johnny Wilson will be interesting to see. Just so big. 6'6", 250 plus.
CD, he ran well.
Looks
for
good.
His size. Johnny Wilson ran a little bit faster than I expected him to. Good for him.
There's Roman.
That's a tough one on the back shoulder when you're running full speed. 2 balls on the back shoulder.
Yeah, it looks like Worthy is not going to be going through drills, Stacy.
Hanging out with Jay Witt.
Yeah, Rich, just to clarify real quick, I just talked to Xavier Worthy, who's just delighted, by the way. He had never planned on doing the drill work. So not only did he want the record, but he was going to go for that second one because he wasn't going to do anything after the 40. So, man, that worked out in his favor. We are not worthy, Rich.
Penix did not run.
Nicely he is, though, right? The Cheetah has chimed in.
Nice.
Yeah, it is crazy. It is crazy, Tyreek. Sheesh. So, all right, we mentioned Richie Lible, right?
Let's get the official times. Come on.
That's Richie in his normal pace, right? But he was on it. Let's check that one out. Watch him. Watch him on the left side. Hold on the right side. There he goes.
Turn the corner.
There he goes. That's his camera angle.
That was it.
Hold on a minute. He's getting in there. Run, Richie, run. It's a new hashtag.
Nice.
There he is. Good job, man.
That is fantastic.
The entire crew just crushing it here to give you the best looks like this at the NFL Scouting Combine. You never know when history's going to get made.
It was the one restaurant that we could afford on like our $3 per diem.
I DM Daniel Jeremiah.
When you went to Taco Bell.
I go in all caps. My Longhorns are moving. Get your horns up, DJ, and then one of these emojis. I didn't get the horns up. I just got some ha-ha-ha's, but I'll tell you, closet Longhorn fan. I can just feel it, you know?
I'm an actor in an ad that was given 12 seconds to remind you that if you're high, just don't drive. Because if you
I
feel
won't.
different,
Probably running a 4-1 if he shaves his head. Yeah, maybe so, maybe so. Juicy Toad with the 2. At 32, will it be Coleman, Mitchell, or Worthy? Worthy's still tough because I don't know if he gets into the first round. Coleman and Mitchell. Coleman could sneak in. Mitchell might be gone. I heard that the Chiefs are trying to potentially trade up. So we'll see if the Chiefs stay at 32. Let me hit the bathroom real quick. You guys let me know if anything happens. Hopefully I get back and Xavier Worthy is official for 2-1 or better. Now, Worthy really didn't drop the ball very much this year. It was really more last year when he was playing with a broken hand.
The ball effortlessly. This has been a really impressive group of wideouts as we transition to the quarterbacks now. Get
Throw the ball over those mountains. Who wants to see it?
We get a chance to see Michael Penix. And
look at that!
Really
look at that
arm,
twitch.
Following Michael Pratt here from Tulane, who's
Michael Pratt's a good player.
Active player, both running and throwing during his college career.
Love that logo.
It's pretty sweet.
Nice guy, right?
Pretty sweet.
All right, here's Spencer Rattler throwing into combine, everybody.
Rattler's got a good arm. Ooh, good adjustment from Rosemead Jack Saint. Brian Thomas with a drop. Couldn't see where the ball was.
With Austin Reed from Western Kentucky. It drops the ball, drops the arm angle down just a little bit with a little lower slot. Nice catch right there. That was Veli from Utah. Here's Keaton Slovis. CD, we have you down there?
Yes, sir. And how about Slovis? Did you have that in your book, that type of 40 from him?
No, I didn't know he was going to run like that. I mean, he was
rolling.
Excellent. You remember he was there at SC, then Jackson Dart came in.
Yep.
Here's
then
Michael Penix Jr.
Pitt and then BYU.
Yep. Yeah, Penix doesn't even need to transfer his weight. Like, he can just sit there and hang on his back leg, and the ball just jumps out of his hand.
Yeah, how many times did you have people at his feet not able to shift and the ball's still there?
He doesn't need to. I want to see Rattler get a little bit away from center here on this stuff. But ball's coming out nice.
The one thing Rattler does, doesn't he give you a little C.J. Stroud vibe with how he shifts in the pocket to open up to the left side for that throw?
He's got a nice smooth release,
you know?
too.
We're waiting on the official times.
You got to catch the
never
ball.
been more-
Bated breath.
I've never been more excited to get an official time because, again, there's been a couple of times
Come on,
that
Cat.
the official times have been 1/100th of a second faster than our hand time. Mark Ross has been just so accurate for us all week, but sometimes the official times are 1/100th of a second faster, and if that's the case, we will have a new fastest man.
Thoughts
at
on the
the combine.
Steelers?
I just
Just
got a
trade up for
text here.
QB. They just have too
Wes
far to
Snead
go, man. They're at 20.
Called
They'd have to
Xavier
trade up for
Worthy the
McCarthy,
fastest human I've
you'd
ever
think,
evaluated.
or Knicks.
Wow.
And
But
he's
you probably don't
obviously
trade up for
gotten a
Knicks.
chance to see him quite a bit down in Texas because his stepson Tate is long snapping for the team, and he's seen a lot of Texas football this year.
If Worthy runs,
Maybe
I mean,
Xavier
if it's
will
4.22
be a
official,
combine
he's going to get
one day.
99
Long
speed.
snapping, but bottom line is,
Especially when he plays
Wes
fast.
thinks he's the fastest human
He
he's
will be
ever,
99.
He's going to have
Gotta
some
be,
evidence
right?
to support it.
Man.
There's Pratt. Ball took off on him.
Worthy can catch.
Let's see,
Are you
DJ,
talking about
if he
him?
gets away from center more like you want.
That was
But
better.
look at that movement. You see the bottom, the footwork there? The difference between what Pratt was kind of stuck there in the back. Watch Rattler open it up.
Yeah, get that left hip open up.
Oh,
That's a
nice
good
snap.
catch.
Brendan
What
Rice?
we got there,
Yeah.
CD.
That's
That
big
is
number
Brendan
20,
Rice.
25. That was Brendan
Tough
Rice.
catch.
Rice. Nice grab.
I really think Austin Reed's intriguing in a lot of ways, and I heard your eval, DJ, and I think you're spot on. But he has some of that Bailey.
Brian
Zappi,
Thomas
two
is
different
dropping the
schools,
ball.
Big success at Western Kentucky.
Well, I have information I've been seeking.
Oh boy.
Official 4-2-1.
The official times are in.
He did it. He
And
did it.
The official time for Xavier Worthy that we just saw is 4:21. It is the fastest recorded time
And you hear it? It's been in. They've
Ever.
got it, Rich.
at the combine.
They heard you.
And the fans who are listening to our coverage,
That's awesome.
I'm applauding with you. It is official.
Let's go, baby.
The time was indeed 1/100th.
4-2-1 official.
Just watch the fastest 40 in the history of the NFL scouting combine.
That's awesome.
Wow.
I, for one, am glad he decided to run a second one. Nice catch.
Oh, that's so sick.
That was Johnny Wilson extending and grabbing that one. Slovis throwing.
DJ, Johnny Wilson keeps up. He might be able to stay out wide.
Yeah, he's done a nice job. Let's watch Penix here. He throws this route all the time. When you watch them,
4-2-1
they throw
official.
a lot of out routes, and
And
it's
they got
easy.
his done before anybody
He
else's.
was deadly
No
accurate on
Brian
that when you
Thomas.
watched him down in Mobile as well.
No Tez
Remember,
Walker.
That's the easier throw for him. I can't wait to watch him throw it to the other side because of his being a left-hander.
Yeah.
How he opens up.
Rattler. Let's get Austin Reed to see the numbers there. At Western Kentucky, they chuck it now.
Doesn't matter who's there.
Nope, we're there, putting it in the air.
4-2-1. Congratulations, young man, young squire. 4-2-1 official. Listen to the fans.
The players are pointing up at the screen down there on the field. That is awesome.
Congratulations to the Texas Longhorn. 4-2-1, officially the fastest ever. After running a 4.25, and he would not rest.
41-inch vert as well.
And then a celebratory lap. And let's simulcam him versus John Ross.
It might be a little bit of hyperbole.
Indeed.
Better start compared to John Ross, significantly. Ross catches him a little bit,
The official time is correct.
but Worthy legs it out.
That's the difference.
Ross has him 10 more yards probably, but it's 40-yard dash, not 50.
Neighborhood. 4, 2, 1. Congratulations, Xavier Worthy of Texas Longhorns football. Never rest on your laurels.
He could get into the first round. There's a possibility. I'll probably have him the first round of my next mock draft. I'll tell you that.
Pizza.
Post-combine mock draft, do you think I'm not throwing him in the first?
Pizza. That's right. It's not pizza. It's pizza.
What does Tyreek Hill weigh? Is he 180?
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher
191.
Investments,
That's the big difference.
How? You saw high
And Hill wouldn't have been a combine invite.
Nope, Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher Investments.
Okay, then you probably
Let's see what
sneak
West
in some
Alabama
hidden
had him at.
fees.
No, we structure our fees so we do better when clients do better.
No weight?
That might be why most of
He
our
didn't weigh
clients
anything?
come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments,
What did
we're
Oklahoma
clearly
State have
different.
him?
Alice loves the scent of gain so much. She wished there was a way to make it last
185.
longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice. And long-lasting gain scent beads. Part of the irresistible
I think he was
scent
also
collection
Garden
from
City, but I don't
Gain.
know what their website would look like.
Order Pizza Hut now and get a free large pizza later. That's a free pizza on your next order. So you can pizza now, then pizza again. Free pizza.
No
means
weight
your
on
next
him?
dinner is
No
coming.
height, weight?
Your
It's just
future
he
self will
exists?
thank you. Get it while it's hot.
Oh, there's track and field roster.
If you feel like things
What about
don't add up
football?
right now, you're not alone. Rent is up, and every family
Seems like he was 185 coming out.
Well,
That's
we
the
wanna
big
help.
difference.
So when prices go
That's
up,
why Tyreek
we
Hill's a
find
freak.
new ways to go low. And now we've lowered the price on hundreds of your favorite products. Designing something beautiful is easy. Designing something beautiful with great quality for a low price, that's a different story. It's why we're here. That's a promise, not a promo.
Drift into the world of Candy Crush. Candy Crush. Play now.
Roe now offers GLP-1s, the revolutionary weight loss medications everyone is talking about. With Roe, get the care.
All right,
you
I need
to
everybody.
lose 15 to 20% of your
I
body
need
weight
everyone to
with one
reply to
empty
Josh
shot.
Norris
Get started
with
at
like something like "Shut up, hater," or L, something like that, something stupid. I would accept L or "Shut up, hater." I'd take ratio, something along those lines.
Relive the biggest plays from the season with full and condensed game replays. Stay connected
Right under
with the
this tweet.
offseason
You guys know where to
with
find it.
24/7 football news and coverage on NFL Network. Don't miss any of the offseason action. Access NFL Plus Premium today on the NFL app.
Back here at the NFL Scouting Combine, more on-field drills. Quarterback and wide receiver.
Not seeing
group
enough
to
here.
wrap up a very
I
busy
take El
and eventful
Bozo.
Saturday. Loving seeing how
There it is. All right.
that was Rome Dunze.
This is power.
Just loving seeing how many people are out there talking about what we just witnessed here.
Pretty awesome.
Keaton Slovis.
Yeah, casual would be good too.
Looking at these official numbers here, and we'll get back to the throwing.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously we have a record. Brian Thomas, 433 at 44 pounds heavier.
Yeah.
Than Worthy.
Yeah. Sorry to
That's
step
an
on you.
incredible time for him.
Just think about that.
That is. Brian Thomas Jr. 4.33. Faster than Adonai Mitchell. I won't acknowledge it.
Who is 44 pounds heavier. Took second place.
Yeah.
For the 4.33 in Brian Thomas. And then Tez Walker. Good. Congrats to him. 4.36.
Yes.
Roman Wilson's official time.
Oh, Roman Wilson got into the 4.3s.
4.39. Roma Dunze's 4.45. I mean, good lord. Ricky Pearsall 4.41.
It's
Johnny Wilson 4.52. Jalen Polk
It's the
4.52.
deepest position in this draft, and we have not been disappointed. And they're doing a nice job through the field workout as well. Watching the quarterbacks, letting it rip here.
Got to see what Nora says about all this.
Rich, I had an opportunity to speak to someone who's been around Michael Penix Jr. since he was 15. He'll be 24 by the start of the next NFL season. That's Nick Sheridan. Nick was recently named the new OC at Alabama, but he was around 4 years at Indiana with Penix Jr. and then 2 at Washington.
How many replies does he have?
He said he is one of the most
54?
impressive and coachable and foundationally sound people and football players he has ever been around. To touch on something you guys were mentioning earlier about Penix Jr., Penix Jr. used to come to Nick on the sideline and tell him, this is what I saw, this is what I saw.
We have fun around here.
Sometimes the players, you say, I'm not sure about that. Nick would go back and look at the film. It was almost identical to what Michael Penix Jr., the way he can see the field, anticipate defenders, he can place his vision and the ball where his wide receivers need to be. And Washington always felt like they were going to win because of Michael Penix Jr. It's the kind of guy you want on your team.
It's a good ball.
The ball he just threw in this drill was beautiful.
Yes, it was, as well as the one that Rattler just threw as well. But Penix, you know, some guys he's just a natural thrower, and it just jumps out of his hand. It looks a little different because his arm slot can be a little lower. Obviously, he's left-handed.
Houston get Brian Thomas. He might be gone. But he might be a top 20 guy.
It jumps.
And DJ, this is the type of throw that's kind of a
I don't know why
separator,
Corley
isn't it?
didn't run.
That to be able to throw it all the way to the outside part of the field with touch and the right pace. And I think we're seeing a little bit of separation here early with the guys throwing the ball.
Yeah. So here are the official 40s. And fittingly, Xavier Worthy is wideout 40 here at the Combine. 4.21, and then Brian Thomas, 44 pounds heavier, is 4.33. A handful of sub 4.4 times. These are both wide receiver groups mixed together. So these are the final official 40-yard dashes, and
24.41 miles per hour.
Les Snead saying he's the fastest player he's ever evaluated.
Now, that's a group of fast guys, and look at the number that he put up there. Last year, Achane got that number in the 24s as well. So you're talking about that is rarefied air when you get 24 miles per hour.
And he lit up the fans here in Indianapolis, but still, despite all that, it is Indianapolis. So when you're asked to guess or vote on who's the fastest, you know, obviously the Indy 500 car is going to win no matter what. But Xavier Worthy, at least you're faster than the Millennium Falcon. So
maybe there's not.
I love that. The fans here are like, that was incredible. We'll never forget it, but don't push us, okay? We're still going to take an Indy car over anybody else.
Chance to watch these wideouts get their foot in the ground.
Thomas at 165 is 450 or 415.
A little whip route here.
Thomas at 165 is in the hospital.
A quarterback drill here. This is to watch these wideouts more so. Can they get their foot in the ground and get out? CD, from the wideouts as you're watching them, we've been talking about these quarterbacks, but going through the routes, anything stand out to you down there?
Yeah, the lengthy guys have good bend. You know, while I'm running this whip route, you got to be able to get down there, right? Get in and out of your break without getting stuck in the transition. And I'm seeing the lengthier guys. Brian Thomas went through it very smoothly.
Yeah, he's going to go.
Stacy?
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall, guys, had an interesting conversation about him. Such a route technician. I asked him to define the route tree, which sounds complex. He gave me almost like a Cooper Cup type answer. He went on to tell me in very detailed fashion just how complex it is for him. He said it's all about fluidity. Nothing throws him off guard in his routes, which he said is super important.
Penix looks like throwing the football.
And then he said you've got to run with your eyes up and see how every dimension
He's
of
often like
changes, and then it's all
such
about release point,
a sidearm release.
route, and boom. Guys, he had
See,
arguably,
Pratt's,
actually, no.
you know, you talk about different release points,
Definitively
three-quarter,
the best
over the top.
Single-handed, one-handed catch in football last year.
Penix is typically like
Yeah.
his elbow's almost touching his body.
Keeps calling this a dare. You know, Teeman, our producer, calls this a dare, and I think it's just the face of the NFL saying, please do not show my 40-yard dash anymore. That's what Mahomes tweeted out during the week, and I'm sorry, Patrick, to inform you that there's a simulcam that's about to hit your screen with you against the official fastest man ever here at the Combine. This is not going to be pretty, I don't believe.
Is Worthy about to toast Patrick Mahomes? I bet.
Will he even be in the frame at the end is the question.
Oh my gosh, Worthy.
There he goes. And there goes Mahomes.
He's not in the frame.
Worthy is solo on the screen.
He might be thrown to Worthy next year.
Hey, Patrick, it's the first time in my life where I can say, I know how you feel. What a moment. Again, fittingly, he's got the number 40 on his jersey.
That's awesome.
We just toured so nonstop.
What an electric
money.
day.
Taco Bell was like the one place where you could actually stretch that money.
So what is the next big thing? Well, Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me?
Yes, look at you. You're open to experiment. You open your heart.
I have a play this weekend.
And with the power of Galaxy AI, you'll open even more possibilities and open your imagination. We're putting all that power in your hands. The next big thing is you.
My dad was a farmer. The guy was bigger than life. He wasn't someone that liked to show his emotion or liked to show when he was struggling, but we all struggle. I want to show emotion to my kids. It's something that brings me so much joy, and I want them to see me working through things. Allow your kids to know that it's okay to struggle, that even dad doesn't know the answer sometimes, but we're gonna figure it out together.
IPP players run at the combine. IPP. She's just saying like that I go pee pee. Is that the joke? Or international pool?
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more.
All right, let me.
at
Oh no, let me.
safebythescan.org.
Hopefully, I don't get copyright claim for any of these commercials. Let me heat up some food. I'll be back in just a second. I'm getting kind of hungry for actual dinner. What are you guys eating today? It's probably, what, it's 7 o'clock Eastern time. Have you guys already had food?
Style, and then with the ball
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall is a baller. You guys can see his feet there. You're into that?
Comp-wise,
Chris Olave.
Quite well with Chris Olave, the former Buckeye, current Saint. You look at the numbers, very, very similar.
It's a nice comp, sir. All right. A one-handed grab was worth the wait.
Is that sweet or what?
Sure. If you hadn't seen it. Okay.
Real crisp, clean route from Roma Dunze right there. These guys run curl routes. And
Very sudden.
Chance to peek at the quarterbacks as well.
Hey, guys.
Yes, sir.
I think about when you had Pat McAfee in the booth. And, DJ, you asked him the question, if you were the general manager, you got to 15 minutes. What kind of question you're asking? He said he wants to know if the guy loves football. Remember, he said, not quite sure how to get there, right? But I want to find out, does he love football? I think with Ricky Pearsall, unequivocal yes.
No doubt. Everybody's trying to find the way.
4-2-1. That's still absolutely wild.
Everybody has different techniques. One of the ones I love.
Would love to see Thomas catch the ball a little bit better here.
We all love football. Okay, well, tell me your routine. And when you're meeting with these guys and they tell you, hey,
I mean, catching obviously is important, but I kind of yield to what you see on film versus what they do here in the drills. Just want to see how sudden they are, how quickly they can get out of their breaks, depending on the route.
How much they love football. It's not
But getting in and out of your breaks quickly is generally pretty good. Vele, not that quick there. Not that sudden. It's all about suddenness. Speed's good, but you getting in and out of your breaks is
inaccurate ball once today.
He threw one, Rich.
That was it.
And
is more important. That's what we're really finding out here. How do these guys move? And a lot of these players are running routes that they might not typically be running in college. You know, you have a lot of these college-style offenses that it's crossers, it's, you know, deep overs, vertical routes. Sometimes you're catching screens. That's why seeing Malachi Corley actually participate would have been really nice, because he was someone that didn't really run a big route tree.
It's FCS, it was D2, and then it was FBS. It was Southern Illinois to West Florida to Western Kentucky, a Hilltopper. Thank you so much.
I'll get my food. I'll be back in a second.
So dedicated on creating this quarterback and creating this person that played at the next level, that he took himself through stop. Now, when he was a national champion at West Florida, he threw for over 4,000 yards and 40 touchdowns. He did that at Western Kentucky as well in 2022. He says he has faith in the fact that he is here. He knows he wasn't a grown-up when he made his first stop. He wasn't quite a grown-up when he got to his second stop. But Austin Reed feels like, I may not have was not supposed to be here 6 years ago, but I know I'm meant to be on this day, here now.
That's awesome. A lot of the directionals, right?
Yeah, exactly.
South, west, and western.
Yeah.
Don't overthink it. All right, here we go.
So we've got now go routes. Let's see what we got. Again, earlier today, Joe Milton, I think, scraped the roof at one point. Spencer Rattler.
He's thrown it well. Just a little more air on that one and you'll be good.
Here we go, Rick. Let's go.
Oh, we got the go balls. I almost missed.
Out of the reach of Ricky Pearsall.
Who did I miss go? We got Austin Reed starting.
The ball got loose, so it's going to be underthrown when you can't keep the ball tight on that one. Just got a little loose on him.
Ooh, that's a better one.
A little bit better.
DJ, do you read the strain of the deep ball with the upper body sometimes?
Yeah.
When they really try and cork it?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's Slovis, right? He just got that one out there.
That was pretty, wasn't it?
Yeah, you see some guys, high effort throwers, what I'll use the term when you're talking about them. Other guys, it's just real loose and fluid. And that ball turned over. Nicely done. All right, Penix, he draws
here we go
with his deep ball. When you look at the tracer with him,
Penix can really throw it.
Air usually. Look at that.
A little flat though.
That is beautiful.
A little flat.
Just the amount of revolutions on the ball. Just watch the spin. Watch him spin the ball. How tight it is.
That one's got some more air. That was a great one.
Yeah, slow that down and just, man, he just spins it.
Here we go.
Pratt, that one just got to get it up and out there.
Here we go.
They threw that one a lot more flat. It's an underthrow one, and you try and not put quite as much air into it just to get it out there. So when you watch these guys, Charles, Rattler drives.
Rattler can really throw it.
He gets his power from his legs. He really drives off his back foot, transfers his weight nicely.
Man, Austin Reed put some air under that.
Just the ball's got loose, so.
A lot of that, I think, is Austin Reed's lower half,
yeah,
DJ.
It kind of goes dead. All right, here's Slovis.
Roman Wilson trying
Even
to run
Slovis throws a great deep ball.
There it is.
Slovis is having a solid day. Good throwing session.
and they generated different ways. You notice how Slovis kind of hopped into it just a little bit.
They need a receiver to come back for Penix. They've run out of receivers.
7 under center.
I think he gets one more here with Reed.
Come back to the right.
They need to get.
Let's see if he gets his feet. Let's see if he gets the lower half in it.
They need to get some more coal for this engine here.
Here we look at
that thing really is spinning though.
Distance. Just watch him spin the ball. I mean, as tight a spiral as you'll see from Michael Penix.
So 45 degrees, the opposite angle of the curl. Same angle you had on the curl, flip that over, it's the same angle you have on this. It's not out, it's back. You're going to end up.
Well, I guess they're stopping the drill.
No more go routes.
2 yards from the sideline.
We will be back here from Indianapolis in a moment.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and
We'll
tossed
never know
chicken
what's
strip
up there.
baskets.
Nope, we won't know. Okay. I don't think Penix is a first-round guy. We're up to 128,000 followers on Twitter. That's nice. Worthy tweets over 2,000 likes. These things are important. Al Davis' tweet could be performing slightly better, but whatever. This aged well. This aged well. I'm not a Penix hater. I just don't think he'll be a first-round pick. JJ looked fine today. The deep ball throwing drill is more about the quarterback than it is about the receiver. Don't want to pin that. No reason for this to exist. No reason for that to exist. And we're back.
Some of the final drills of the day. And what a day it
Dude,
was.
the comments on this are fucking hilarious. I did this on stream. The mock draft with just first-round players, essentially.
That was fun.
You're stupid if you think this is realistic at all. I never said it was.
4.2140 Xavier worthy of Texas football.
Oh god, people are such fucking morons.
9 wide receivers. DJ ran a sub 4.4 official 40-yard dash today. That's the most in combine history from a wide receiver group. The previous record was 8 2 years ago.
Yeah, if you need a wide receiver and you're one of these 32 teams in the building, you're going to leave this place with a smile on your face.
The RS score for Xavier
Michael
Worthy.
Penix Jr.
I'm sure Matt Baum's been busy.
Definitely stood out. That's for sure. So we'll finish up the
937.
wide receivers.
Pretty good.
We come back to Indianapolis.
He's not doing agility testing though, so he's done.
Combine coverage rolls on after this.
I met with the TurboTax
Caleb
expert because I had 2 full-time jobs.
Dirks55. Really
lawyering
don't like
and
Mahomes already tweeting about Worthy. Wonder if they both have
Meowing.
already privately worked out. The guy just broke the record for the 40 time in the combine, right?
Let a TurboTax
He's
full
just an
service
NFL
expert
guy.
do your taxes as soon as today.
Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price.
You want the lowest price.
And then Emily with the 199. Can you explain your dislike of fantasy?
If you find a better
I don't necessarily dislike it. It just hasn't been for me in the past. I'm doing it this year, or I did it last year. I'm trying it out. I feel like fantasy for the most part. Don't take this the wrong way, guys. Please don't take this the wrong way. But I feel like for a lot of people, fantasy, like, you know, helps them keep up with everything, helps them stay interested. For me, I'm already interested. I don't really need another thing, but I finally gave in, and I joined a league with my buddies, my YouTube buddies, and I made sure there were a very specific set of rules that function around quarterbacks being the most valuable. I think it's stupid where we would all agree that QB is the most important position in the league, yet in fantasy football you have running backs that would get drafted at number 1 overall. QBs don't matter as much. So this is the one league that I'm doing. It's with friends. And then I'll tell you what though, for baseball has actually been a ton of fun. I run this like an actual team. We have 40-man rosters with, not like an actual team, but close, with, you know, minor league guys that you can add to your teams. So I've got my little farm system of top prospects. Obviously, it's not like an actual team, but in my head, it's close enough, right? Chase DeLauder, watch out. And I have the number 1 overall pick. I think I'm taking Wyatt Langford. Pretty damn sure. Anyway, you guys don't care about that stuff. All-time UT offense. I mean, am I allowed to include guys like Roy Williams that played so long ago?
Penix throw.
I mean,
honestly,
how do you even pick a running back, man? Between Bijan Robinson, Cedric Benson, Jamal Charles, Priest Holmes, Ricky Williams, Earl Campbell.
The
out of reach there.
The notes on Penix, Rich, I'm going back through here.
Deontay Foreman was great at Texas. And is it like based on what they were in the NFL? Or
it explodes out of his hand. He can really
is it what they were in college?
He's outstanding working over the top. The only throw that
because my quarterback's probably Bobby Lane.
Any question was just some of the
but
up and down throws.
I've never seen Bobby Lane play. He's played in the 50s.
We won't get to see that here today, but man, driving the ball and then
yeah, James Woods is already on somebody's team. All of the top prospects are on somebody's team.
Where do you think he goes?
Well, I think you start looking at
I would
that,
never do a subscriber fantasy football league. I wouldn't care about it.
When you start getting
I'm only in one fantasy football league, and it took me over 10 years to join.
In the 11 to 13
so,
range, we have the quarterback need
Vikings,
there.
Raiders, Broncos.
There you go. That's the neighborhood. I think that conversation starts.
What if McCarthy's still there?
Well, that's the whole thing. Is that you're now looking at, you know, do we have 4 go in the top 10?
Right.
Does McCarthy land in one of those spots? What are the Falcons going to do? Do the Giants, who are doing homework, what do they end up doing? So if the 4th quarterback goes to one of those teams, now we still have all those teams right past 10 that need quarterbacks. Now we see the potential. We're talking 5 quarterbacks in the first 13 picks.
Well, the I guess question I have here is how don't you think free agency.
Yeah, Luther Burden is the early clubhouse leader
But how many of those
for
free agents
wide
are
receiver
going
one
to
to
be
me.
long-term answers enough that you would be out of the quarterback?
Well, one of them isn't a free agent. One of them we assume is going to be Justin Fields going somewhere.
So that's the one, but that's the youngest one. But you're
Right.
talking about, like, if you have Kirk Cousins, are you completely out of the quarterback business, knowing his age coming off the injury? If you sign Russell Wilson in this free agent period, assuming he gets let go, does that preclude you from taking one of these guys? I don't think that it does.
Penix kind of airmailed that one. Nicely done. So that's the question: is what happens?
I'm gonna do a post-combine video.
Wednesdays from now.
Correct.
Wow, isn't that amazing? It's right around the corner.
It's here.
Right. So what happens 2 Wednesdays from now? How many of those seats in the top 15 get?
I'm in a dynasty league in
by
football.
that part of the calendar.
Can we talk fun rumors?
All right. Please. I'm never going to stop you when you start a sentence that way.
I mean,
on live television.
You run into people, you talk to people, you hear, theories and rumors, and hey, look out for this, look out for that. I mean, we've all assumed that Baker just goes right back to Tampa. I had somebody say, I wouldn't, don't sleep on the New England Patriots.
For
Being
Baker
in the
Mayfield.
and if the New England Patriots are in the Baker business, then the number 3 pick is up for sale. And now the dominoes start going, and we can really have some fun.
Well, I mean,
all those teams we're just talking about, 11, 12, 13. Now all of a sudden, hey, let's call New England and see if we can't get up there and maybe get one of the guys really at the top of this list.
Well, but I don't know how much money they'd offer Baker Mayfield, and this is said with the ultimate of respect, which means I could say whatever I wish. It could sound disrespectful, but I mean, there's a lot of bare cupboard in New England right now. So to go there right now, I assume you could also use 3 to go get Marvin Harrison Jr. on top of it.
Well, this is why it makes sense if you're New England, and that's why I've thought about them as a Fields team, because they could just sit at 3 and take the quarterback. But when you think about the cupboard,
The
being
one-hand
bare and
snag?
needing guys, now all of a sudden I get a veteran. Now I can auction off 3, and all these holes I've got to fill. Now I've got a boatload of picks to go fill them with.
We are about to see the end of the on-field drills for Saturday. Michael Penix Jr., it appears, will have the final throw.
Lay it up beautifully.
I just don't really care about fantasy football like that, Benjamin. I don't think I would be making content. I'll tell you, I have 4 first-round picks. What number 1? I think number 3, and then like number 8 and number 12, something like that. So my team's gonna get a lot better. My football team, my dynasty team sucks. But I need Anthony Richardson to come back healthy. He'll look a little bit better. There's one flip.
Yeah, that was Malik
Oh,
Washington with one.
oh, Dunze.
Dunze just did a gainer.
Oh my good, back handspring. Everyone knows how to backflip, dude. All right, that is the end of the on-field drills, which means that is the end of my combine coverage here for Saturday. Over 6 hours. Hopefully you enjoyed. I know there are some lulls in the action. I wish I could show, more, but
receivers done, quarterbacks done.
It is what it is. Got to see Xavier Worthy break the record for NFL Combine 40-yard dash time. 4, 2, 1. It is a new record. Let me see your horns up in the chat. I appreciate you guys. Thanks so much for watching. And I'll see you in the next one. Video update. Riverside, Falcons offseason, realistic rebuilds. All that stuff is on the way.